Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, strange black rain, and alien monsters attacked the Earth together, and civilization collapsed overnight. I once survived in a rescue base station, and I thought I was safe with him by my side. Until that day, he sold me out to those desperate survivors without hesitation in exchange for a bag of dry food. I was cruelly pushed into the alien monster's lair, listening to my own screams gradually disappearing in the blood and rain. However, when I opened my eyes again, I found myself reborn before the end of the world, holding a space ring in my hand that could store unlimited supplies. In this life, I will stockpile arms and food. Not only should we live better in the end times, but we should also never repeat the same mistakes and never believe the lies of scumbags. Chapter 1. The super typhoon Mei Chaofeng is about to land in the capital of the East Country and is expected to bring a force 12 gale. The sound of the news echoed in my ears intermittently, and I opened my eyes suddenly, my heart pounding like thunder. At that moment, I thought my heart was going to jump out of my chest, and my breathing was so rapid that I felt like I was suffocating. Everything around me was so familiar that I felt tears welling up in my eyes. I clutched the bed sheet tightly, realizing that this was not a dream. I was reborn. At that moment, joy surged like a tide, and I almost burst into tears. I quickly found my phone, and the date on the screen showed September 23rd, 3022, 1455. My name is Su Wanwan. After the end of the world, I was safe and sound in the rescue base. But because of a piece of bread, I was betrayed by my boyfriend and eventually died under the siege of alien monsters, without even a body left. Thinking about what was going to happen in the future, countless images quickly emerged in my mind. I quickly got up and took out all the bank cards at home. I used to be a wealthy second generation with no worries about food and clothing, until a car accident 5 years ago took the lives of my parents. After the accident, the company with a market value of billions was divided up by my greedy uncles. I was young and ignorant, and they almost took away my only villa. If my aunt hadn't stepped forward, I might have lost my last place to live. Unfortunately, my aunt died unexpectedly not long afterward. Looking back now, everything seemed strangely connected, as if my uncles had already laid a net of traps. My parents left me a box and told me to wait until I graduated from college before opening it. I did so in my previous life and found more than 100 bank cards hidden inside, each with a deposit of 1 million. However, this money became meaningless when the end of the world came. My parents' inheritance became waste paper in the end. And now, I know that I don't have much time left. I quickly ran to the basement and found the safe. No one else knew about the existence of this box except me. I entered my birthday password and the safe opened. There were some strange patterns engraved on the iron box, which I didn't notice when I opened it in my previous life. Did I remember it wrong? I didn't have time to think about it, so I entered the password again and the box opened easily. I took out the bank cards one by one, and I had a plan in mind. I had to exchange the money for physical objects, especially gold, as soon as possible. In the end times, whether it is war or disaster, gold is always the most valuable thing, and those paper money will only become waste paper. When I was sorting my bank cards, I found a ruby ring in the box. This ring had never appeared in my previous life, nor was it mentioned in the letter. I picked up the ring and frowned. What was going on? I stroked the ring and the surroundings became blurry. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a strange place. Flowers, trees, blue sky, and white clouds. It was like a paradise. In the distance, there was a waterfall sparkling in the sun. Could this be the space ring in the novel? The kind that can store things? To verify my guess, I gently touched the ring again, and I actually returned to the original world. I was so excited that I couldn't express it in words. I quickly put the bank cards into the ring space, and sure enough, the cards disappeared out of thin air. When I entered the space again, they were lying there quietly. Now I don't have to worry about it being stolen, let alone being remembered by others. I took a piece of bread and put it into the space with peace of mind. I plan to wait a few days to see if it will go bad. If not, then I can safely stockpile a large amount of food. Next, I have to hurry up to buy supplies. Time is running out and the banknotes will be useless after a year. I drove straight to the wholesale market. The air was so hot that it was hard to breathe, as if I were in a huge steam oven. There were few people on the road, and the heat was baking the earth, making it almost impossible to breathe. Chapter 2. Entering the wholesale market, there were all kinds of vegetable seeds, fruit and vegetable seeds, and rose seeds. I put almost everything I could buy into the shopping cart. Then, I bought all kinds of clothing from head to toe, including those that were warm and made of special materials. The same goes for toiletries, such as toothpaste, toothbrushes, and facial cleansers. Disinfectant, cold medicine, vitamins, various masks, protective equipment. I didn't dare to relax for a moment. Even ham, jelly, yogurt, milk, potato chips, candy, self-heating pot, fat house water, and various fruits, all of which were swept away. As long as I could buy it, I took it all. The shopping frenzy made me a little dazed. I can't remember how many things I bought. But for me, furniture is not a big deal. I can make it myself if I can, and the existing furniture at home is enough. As for those books, especially those on planting and breeding, I also bought them. They may become my life-saving straw at some point in the future. From the first floor to the fifth floor, my bank card exploded 3 times in a few hours, but I did not stop. I left my address and asked the merchants to deliver the goods to my home. The smiling faces of these bosses seemed to be full of gratitude for such a big customer like me. In one day, I raided 3 wholesale markets, bought all the supplies I could think of, and maxed out 10 bank cards. Fortunately, my parents left me so much assets, otherwise there would not be enough to spend. I once thought about contacting the manufacturer directly to purchase, but then I thought that contacting them one by one would be a waste of time and would make me exhausted. So I simply bought from the wholesaler. The price was already low enough. It was already afternoon when I got home, and I asked the delivery drivers to unload the supplies in the yard. I was the only one in the huge villa. Because of the unnatural deaths that had occurred here, there were rumors that this place was unclean. If I had nowhere else to go, I would not want to live in this gloomy place. However, when all the supplies are collected, I will sell the villa and move to Jingang City. It will become a safe base in 3 years and provide basic survival guarantees. Moreover, the housing prices there are lower than those in Haicheng, and I can buy a few more houses. After storing the supplies into the space ring one by one, I returned to my room and took a hot bath, and finally I relaxed. I studied finance and have always been interested in the stock market. A scene of a sunset stock rising this summer came to my mind, and many people made more than 10 times the money after investing in it. I found the stock based on my memory and invested 10 bank cards in it at once. Although I feel a little uneasy, who knows if there will be changes in the future. I didn't have a space ring in my previous life, but I got it this time, so I have to act cautiously. I hope this investment can double. After finishing all this, I started packing the furniture in my house until I was exhausted. Finally, I decided to sleep in the space. The villa is more than 1,000 square meters, but it is so empty that it makes people panic. Coupled with those weird rumors, I am really scared. Although it is vacation now, I prefer to live back in school. At home, I never dare to turn off the light in my bedroom. However, in this space, the environment is pleasant and the temperature is cool. Everything here makes me feel at ease. Even the passage of time is synchronized with the outside world. I made my bed on the grass, looked at the stars, felt the breeze on my face, and soon fell asleep. It was rare for me to enjoy such a peaceful sleep in all these years. Morning light, I slowly opened my eyes, my heart filled with joy. This was not a dream. I murmured to myself, a smile on my face, and stretched lazily. I went to the spiritual spring under the waterfall to wash up and found that the water here was extremely pure and could be purified automatically. The frozen fish I put in yesterday was still intact without melting at all. It seems that the essence of all substances in the space will not change. What does this mean? It means that I will stay young forever. After 100 years in here, I will still be as young as I am now, but the world outside will have changed. However, I didn't want to stay in the space forever. It would be too lonely. So I decided to sleep in it every night and return to the real world during the day. After I came out of the space, I immediately went to the bank to buy a large amount of gold. I swiped 30 bank cards directly, and the staff was stunned and quickly took out various snacks to entertain me. The gold I purchased weighs more than 130 kilograms. The current gold price is not high, so I plan to take the opportunity to stock up more. On the way back, I put the gold into the ring space. At this moment, the phone rang suddenly. A familiar number was displayed on the screen. After the call was connected, Sumyu's voice came from the other end of the line. Wan, let's meet at the old place at 8 o'clock tonight. Listening to this man's voice, I was silent for a long time. Sumyu's, he was my boyfriend and my fiancé. But now he wants to break up with me because he fell in love with another girl, my roommate. In my last life, when this phone call rang, I was full of hope. But in the end, he ruthlessly abandoned me and made me a laughing stock. This time, I will not make the same mistake again. Wan, can you hear me? Sumyu's voice sounded again. I understand. I'll be there at 8 o'clock. I answered calmly and hung up the phone without waiting for him to speak. In my previous life, I was so humble that I begged him not to leave. However, in this life, I will never be such a coward again. Tonight, I will dress up and show him that the real winner is me, not that woman. Chapter 3. The agreed time of 8 o'clock had long passed, and Su Muse on the other end of the phone was obviously impatient. He asked anxiously, Su Wanwan, where are you? Listening to his angry voice, I smiled indifferently, applied the last touch of lipstick, and then replied nonchalantly, it's almost there, don't worry. Without waiting for him to say anything else, I hung up the phone decisively. In fact, I was still at home and hadn't even left the house. I sneered in my heart and decided to let them wait a little longer for this boring meeting. Muse, Su Wanwan hasn't come yet? I'm hungry. Bai Weier acted coquettishly beside him, her tone full of grievance. You eat first. Su Muse soothed, but the impatience in his eyes became more and more obvious. The phone was called every few minutes, and in the end no one answered. Half an hour later, I finally arrived. As soon as I stepped into the restaurant, I noticed that Su Muse's eyes were fixed on me for a moment. Of course, he didn't recognize me. How could Su Wanwan be so beautiful? His eyes were full of shock and confusion. I took off my glasses and looked straight at him with a mocking smile. Why? You don't recognize me? We haven't seen each other for just a few days. Su Muse was stunned. His impression of me was that of a girl who wore a plaid shirt, wide-leg pants, and carried a canvas bag, and was dressed extremely tacky. And now appearing in front of him was a woman wearing a Hepburn-style black dress, with skin as white as snow and facial features as delicate as a Barbie doll. You are Su Wanwan? Su Muja asked in disbelief. I sat down calmly, not bothering to pay attention to his surprised expression. In my previous life, I was busy with my part-time job and had no time to dress myself up. Now that I have a new beginning, I naturally have to face everything with the best attitude. Bai Weier was even more shocked. She bit her lip and stared at me suspiciously. Are you Su Wanwan? Did you have plastic surgery? Hearing her words, I couldn't help but sneer. We took the exam together 3 days ago. Can the recovery from plastic surgery be so fast? If there is such a hospital, you can go there to get a nose like mine. Forget about the slow recovery period. My words undoubtedly hurt Bai Weier's self-esteem, and her face instantly darkened. Su Muse couldn't help but look at Bai Weier's nose, and his heart began to waver. Su Wanwan, stop talking nonsense. I didn't have plastic surgery. Bai Weiler retorted angrily. I was too lazy to argue with her, so I turned to Su Muse and asked coldly, tell me, what do you want from me? And you brought my roommate with you? This question seemed casual, but it made Su Muse fall into a brief silence. Looking at me now, his heart had already begun to waver. I was not the Su Wanwan in his impression at all, but a woman so beautiful that people could not take their eyes off me. Bai Weier was very worried and said directly, Su Wanwan, Muse and I are together. You two should break up. This is a very reasonable statement, but it sounds like a joke to me. In my previous life, Su Muse said this to me personally. Now the order has changed, but the ending is destined to be the same. When did you start? I asked calmly. Last month. Actually, I have always liked Muse. Bai Weier proudly hooked Su Muse's arm, but he did not refuse. I sneered and said, it seems that you are quite justified in being the third party. But you are right, Su Muse has no feelings for me, and I don't have any feelings for him either. Hearing this, Su Muse looked at me with a complicated look. You have no feelings for me? Then why did you always send me messages before? It's just a casual affair, I said indifferently, but I had already seen through this scumbag in my heart. It's best to break up with a cheating man. If you want to be together, just go ahead. You don't have to tell me specifically. I don't care. I stood up and prepared to leave. Just as I walked to Su Muse, he suddenly grabbed my hand. I frowned in disgust and said coldly, let go. I think it's dirty. With a strong shake, I broke free from his grasp and left without looking back, my back looking elegant and resolute. Walking out of the restaurant, I felt more relaxed than ever before. Chapter 4. In the bustling city, Su Wanwan slowly walked out of the house, and the burden in her heart seemed to dissipate with the wind. In her previous life, she had loved Su Muse deeply. At that time, the Su family was in turmoil and everyone avoided them, but Su Muse was the only one who left some warmth in her world. It was this faint light that made her willing to humble herself in front of Su Muse, as if he was everything to her. However, now Su Wanwan has completely let go of the past. She turns to a new day and plans how to deal with the uncertainty of the future. The premonition of the end of the world lingered in Su Wanwan's heart. She knew that food would become extremely precious, especially her favorite meat. At the market, Su Wanwan bargained with the stall owner and bought some pork and beef, although she knew that this was just the beginning. She thought about how to stockpile supplies more effectively and finally decided to go to the processing plant to purchase directly. After some calculations, Su Wanwan contacted several meat processing plants and decided to purchase 10 tons of pork and 10 tons of beef at one time. When Su Wanwan stood in front of the processing plant, her petite figure formed a sharp contrast with the huge order. The factory owner was surprised and asked Su Wanwan why she needed so much meat. She lied calmly and said that her family ran several restaurants. After signing the payment, she watched the meat being loaded onto the truck and silently calculated her inventory plan. Back home, Su Wanwan stores all the meat in her unique space, where time seems to stand still and the food always stays fresh. Su Wanwan also planned more stockpiling activities. She did not leave out chicken, duck, fish fry, even bicycles and other necessities. Su Wanwan was checking the stock market on her phone, wondering if she had missed anything. She knew that the end was coming, and she had to prepare everything for herself and her family. However, Su Wanwan's plan did not stop there. She decided that since she no longer needed the villa, she would sell it and invest the funds in more urgent preparations. Su Wanwan clearly remembers the poverty and struggles of her previous life, and she is unwilling to repeat that kind of life in this rebirth. She knows that her time is limited, and she must seize every minute and every second. Finally, Su Wanwan had to face a realistic problem: school. She had not been to school for a few days and had received a warning. So, Su Wanwan resolutely walked into the campus and asked the teacher to drop out. The teacher was shocked, but Su Wanwan responded in a firm tone that she was ready to leave this place and go to Jingang City to face the uncertainty of the future. Before leaving, Su Wanwan gave the teacher some advice, urging him to retire early, sell his property, and stockpile food and daily necessities. Chapter 5. Su Wanwan walked out of the school gate, but met Su Muse at the door. He seemed to have been waiting there for a long time, looking at her with a complicated expression. Facing Su Muse's questioning, Su Wanwan did not shy away and responded coldly. "Do you think I will continue to stay here and watch you and by wire show their affection?" Once upon a time, Su Muse was everything to Su Wanwan. She humbled herself for him and was even willing to give up her dignity for him. However, now Su Wanwan is no longer the girl who was willing to swallow her anger for him. Su Muse suddenly realized that the Su Wanwan in front of him was completely different from the person he remembered. That night, when her delicate face appeared in front of him, he realized what he had been missing. Su Muse panicked and quickly confessed, "Wanwan, as long as you stay, I will break up with by wire. I just realized that the person I really like is you." Su Muja looked at Su Wanwan sincerely, hoping to win her back. However, Su Wanwan's heart had already turned cold. She smiled contemptuously. "No need. Your cheap love is not worthy of me. Live a good life with your by wire." In Su Wanwan's eyes, the former white moonlight is now nothing more than a selfish scumbag. She regrets how she blindly regarded him as the only one in her heart. Su Wanwan resolutely turned around, pulled her suitcase, and walked towards the parking garage without looking back. This place where she once thought she would spend her life with Su Muse now only left endless disgust. After loading the suitcase into the car, Su Wanwan was about to leave when she suddenly noticed a little black cat lying on the roof of the car, sleeping quietly. This should be a stray cat in the school. Su Wanwan patted the kitten gently and said softly, "Senior, wake up." Chapter 6. Judging from the appearance, the little black cat should be a hybrid of the silver tabby and the tiger-striped cat. It has stripes on its body and its color is not black, but gray. At this time, the senior opened his eyes and stretched lazily, with a rather charming posture. The little black cat has a round head and a chubby body, just like a gas tank. The little black cat's tail swayed leisurely from side to side, and its pair of round eyes were as crystal clear as glass balls. Meow. The little black cat made a soft and delicate sound, with a hint of childishness. Su Wanwan liked it very much. A male cat could actually make such a soft voice, which almost melted her heart. Her tone also softened unconsciously. "Senior, you should go sleep in another car. I'm going to drive back." The little black cat ignored her and turned over, revealing its white belly, with its 4 little paws facing the sky. It was obvious that it wanted to play with Su Wanwan and had no guard against her at all. Su Wanwan reluctantly stretched out her hand and said carefully, "Don't play tricks on my car, senior." The little black cat saw her hand reaching out. It immediately put its head closer, so docile that it made people feel pity for it. Su Wanwan's heart softened when she touched the soft hair. An idea came to her mind. It's so lonely to be alone. Why not take the senior with her? After all, when the extreme cold weather comes, the senior may not be able to survive. What's more, this little kitten is so docile and clingy. Who can resist such a cutie? So, Su Wanwan opened the car door and said to it, "Senior, I'm leaving. Would you like to come with me?" The little black cat seemed to understand what she meant. It jumped into the car lightly and rubbed against the seat skillfully without any guard at all. Su Wanwan smiled gently, started the engine, and drove towards the unknown future with the kitten that suddenly broke into her life. Su Wanwan knew that the world was no longer safe. The typhoon reported in the news had destroyed the coastal cities of the East Country. Huge trees were uprooted, and houses were flying in the wind like pieces of paper. Su Wanwan knew that this was only the beginning of the disaster, and the real end of the world was still to come. In the face of this impending catastrophe, humans seemed so insignificant. After arriving in Jingyang City, Su Wanwan did not waste time. She quickly bought a 3-story property in the city center. Although the location was remote, she knew it would be her future refuge. Su Wanwan invested a large sum of money to transform the house into a solid fortress. She opened a supermarket on the first floor, and the glass of the supermarket was all bulletproof. The second floor is arranged as a tea-drinking space, but at present everything is just preparation for the future doomsday, and the supermarket is not open to the public. Chapter 7. In the dark night, Su Wanwan sat in the car, hugging the sleeping Datu, silently thinking about her next move. She knew that time was running out. The premonition of the end of the world was like a dark cloud hanging over her heart, making it impossible for her to relax for a moment. "Big head, let's go. Let's go to other cities to stock up," Su Wanwan said softly. Big Head seemed to understand what she meant and followed her briskly. Su Wanwan tied her hair into a ponytail, revealing a beautiful and delicate face. This face was once deliberately concealed by her because her family had fallen into poverty, but now it showed tenacity and confidence. The pain of her past life was like a thorn that pierced Su Wanwan's heart. The ruin of her family, the cold eyes of others, and Su Mu's cold response made her suffer. Once upon a time, Su Wanwan relied on Su Mu's little warmth and was even willing to be extremely humble in front of him. However, now, she finally understood that all this was just her fantasy. As the car drove out of the city, Su Wanwan's mood gradually calmed down. However, suddenly there was a loud noise in front of her, interrupting Su Wanwan's thoughts. The traffic was stagnant, and she saw that there seemed to be a car accident in front of her. She decided to take a detour to avoid getting into trouble. Just as she was about to make a circle, the sky suddenly turned gloomy, and then huge hailstones hit the ground like raindrops. Each hailstone was the size of a tennis ball, hitting the roof of the car with a deafening sound. The windshield was cracked with cracks, as if it could break at any time. The big head in the car was frightened by the sudden noise and huddled up, his glass-like eyes wide open. The hailstones were getting heavier and heavier, and pedestrians outside were forced to dodge everywhere. Some people were unfortunately hit and fell to the ground unconscious. Su Wanwan hugged Data tightly, praying in her heart that this sudden disaster would end as soon as possible. She knew what such extreme weather meant, and she also understood that she had to be more careful. Time passed by, and the hail finally stopped. Su Wanwan did not get out of the car immediately, for she was worried that the hail would come again. However, just when Su Wanwan relaxed her vigilance, an out-of-control vehicle suddenly crashed into her car. The strong impact caused her head to hit the car window hard, and she lost consciousness instantly. When Su Wanwan woke up again, a man in camouflage uniform appeared in her blurry vision. His voice came into her ears intermittently. "Captain, carry the person out. The stretcher is ready." Su Wanwan tried to wake up, but the severe pain in her head made her fall into a coma again. She vaguely remembered being rescued from the car, and the sound of hurried footsteps and people shouting in her ears. When she woke up again, Su Wanwan was already lying on the hospital bed with an 4 drip hanging on her arm. She subconsciously touched the ring on her hand and was relieved after confirming that it was still there. The ring was not just an ornament to her, but all her belongings and hopes. A nurse walked into the ward and saw Su Wanwan waking up, so she said, "You're fine. It's just a mild concussion. You'll be fine after a few days of rest." Su Wanwan nodded, but she was still worried about Dadu's safety. She asked the nurse, "Have you seen a black cat with stripes?" The nurse shook her head. "When you were brought here, you were alone." Su Wanwan's heart sank, worried that Datu might have had an accident. She hurriedly got up and prepared to leave the hospital to look for Datu. Just then, she saw 2 soldiers teasing a black cat downstairs. She looked closely and found that it was Datu. Su Wanwan immediately ran towards the elevator, but accidentally bumped into a tall figure. She looked up and saw that it was the man in camouflage uniform. His facial features were deep, and his eyebrows revealed a sense of firmness and determination. They stared at each other for a while, and Su Wanwan felt a sense of inexplicable tension. Sorry. Su Wanwan apologized, quickly walked out of the elevator, and went straight downstairs. Chapter 8. Fu Jingyu's eyes were calm and sharp, staring at the girl who ran out of the elevator. There was gauze on her forehead, and it was obvious that she had suffered a minor injury from the accident. Su Wanwan ran towards the cat in the arms of the two soldiers, and the scene seemed warm and beautiful. Fu Jingyu silently followed Su Wanwan out of the elevator. Although there was not much conversation between the two, he inexplicably felt a sense of concern in his heart. Perhaps it was because Su Wanwan was injured in the accident, or perhaps it was her bright yet slightly melancholy eyes that made him feel some kind of unknown concern. Su Wanwan ran to Data eagerly, and when she saw that it was safe and sound and wearing the familiar bow, she finally felt relieved. She hugged Datu, her eyes slightly moist, and whispered, "Datu, I was scared to death. I thought you were okay." Fu Jingyu watched her intimate interaction with the cat, and his heart moved slightly. He turned his eyes to the two soldiers who were still teasing the cat, and said coldly, "You two are fine. Do you feel free?" The two soldiers immediately stood up straight, saluted with embarrassment on their faces, and then ran away quickly, as if they were escaping an invisible punishment. Su Wanwan was a little dazed. She looked down at the cat in her hand, then looked up at the stern man in front of her and asked, "Captain, I want to leave here, but the nurse said it's hard to get a taxi around here. Can you take me back?" Fu Jingyu nodded slightly, said nothing more, and walked out. Su Wanwan hurriedly followed with Datu in her arms, secretly admiring the man's stature and reliability. His back gave her an indescribable sense of security, in stark contrast to the Su Muse who had disappointed her in the past. When he walked outside the hospital, Fu Jingyu suddenly stopped. A doctor in a white coat ran over in a hurry and stopped him, saying, "Fu Jingyu, help me." "What help?" Fu Jingyu frowned, with a hint of impatience in his voice. The doctor said solemnly, "The hospital's disinfectant and gauze are running out. We need more supplies, especially medical cotton swabs. You have to help get some." Fu Jingyu's face was slightly cold, and he replied indifferently, "The procurement of materials is not my responsibility. I found the wrong person." The doctor sighed helplessly. "The entire Jingyang city is short of medical supplies. I know you can find a way. Please help. Many patients can't wait." Fu Jingyu glanced at him and knew the severity of the situation, but at the moment he was really powerless and could only sigh, "Wait, they have already transferred to other cities." After that, Fu Jingyu walked straight to his jeep, opened the door, and motioned Su Wanwan to get in. She quickly sat in the passenger seat, and the atmosphere in the car was a little heavy for a while. Driving on the road that had been cleared again, Su Wanwan looked out the car window at the street still stained with blood, and couldn't help feeling a little worried. Su Wanwan turned to look at Fu Jingyu and said solemnly, "Captain, I suggest you stock up more goods, not only medical supplies, but also food and clothing." Fu Jingyu raised his eyebrows slightly and turned his head to look at her. "What do you know?" Su Wanwan's heart tightened, knowing that she had said too much. She quickly adjusted her mood, smiled, and laughed. "I just had a dream, dreaming that a great disaster was coming. Believe it or not." Fu Jingyu's gaze stayed on her face for a moment. Although he did not continue to ask, it was obvious that her words had caught his attention. The car gradually drove into the area where Su Wanwan lived. She pointed to the intersection ahead and said, "It's just around the corner." Fu Jingyu silently took note of her words and slowly stopped the car. Su Wanwan got out of the car holding Datu and nodded to Fu Jingyu. "Thank you for sending me back." She didn't say anything more and walked into the corridor holding the cat. Fu Jingyu looked at her leaving back and felt that this girl was not simple. Just as he was about to drive away, a shocking news came from the car radio. Chapter 9. Fu Jingyu stared at the news reports closely. The news of the volcanic eruption in Tangwa hit his heart like a heavy hammer. The entire Tang Kingdom has completely lost contact with the outside world, and large-scale natural disasters seem to be announcing that something even more terrible is about to happen. Fu Jingyu thought of the girl Su Wanwan and what she said, and felt that she might know something. Fu Jingyu could no longer ignore this intuition and made a decision immediately. He quickly invested all his savings in the purchase of supplies, including all kinds of food, medicine, fuel, and almost everything he could think of. Soon, Fu Jingyu discovered that he was not the only one who felt the crisis. Prices rose rapidly in just a few days, and goods on the market began to be in short supply. At the same time, Su Wanwan was also shocked by the news reports in her own residence. The scene of the volcanic eruption in Tanghua and the subsequent tsunami made her feel uneasy. All this happened too fast, beyond her memory of her previous life, which meant that the disaster was coming early. Su Wanwan did not dare to take it lightly and immediately began new preparations. She bought a large number of generators, especially solar generators, to ensure that she could still maintain basic life in her space during extreme weather. Su Wanwan also began to observe the changes in prices outside and found that the prices of vegetables and fruits began to soar, and an atmosphere of unrest had spread in the market. Everyone seemed to be preparing for some unknown crisis, but Su Wanwan had already taken action in advance and stockpiled enough resources. A few days later, Jinggang City welcomed its first snow. This city, which had never seen snow before, was now covered with thick white snow. The temperature dropped sharply, the city was forced to cut off electricity, and many residents shivered at home. Su Wanwan was well prepared. Her home was as warm as spring, and the generator provided sufficient electricity. She and Data spent this cold night in the warm bed. The next day, Su Wanwan stood in front of the window and watched the team clearing snow on the street. Su Wanwan noticed a familiar figure among them, Fu Jingyu, who was leading his team to clean up the snow downstairs. She felt warm in her heart, and the figure of this man gave her a sense of security. At this moment, Su Wanwan's eyes were attracted by a dark shadow in the sky. She frowned and immediately rushed to the window and shouted to the crowd downstairs, "Hide quickly! Something is flying over the sky." Fu Jingyu looked up and saw a dark mass in the sky. He made a prompt decision and ordered everyone to get in the car and avoid danger. Almost in the next second, countless bats flew from the sky, like a black ocean, quickly covering the sky. The bats frantically hit the car windows and buildings, making creepy sounds. Su Wanwan felt fortunate that she installed bulletproof glass, otherwise her window would have been shattered long ago. Su Wanwan looked down at the big head beside her and found that the cat was not afraid at all. Instead, it stared at the bats excitedly and even wanted to pounce on them and catch them. Seeing Dada's reaction, Su Wanwan couldn't help but laugh, and the tense atmosphere was diluted a little by Dada's cute behavior. Half an hour later, the bats finally flew away, and the ground was littered with bat carcasses. Su Wanwan looked at the mess and felt vaguely uneasy. This vision clearly foreshadows that a greater disaster is coming. Su Wanwan recalled her past life experience and knew that a similar thing had happened a year ago, but she didn't expect it to happen so much earlier this time. Chapter 10. Fu Jingyu got out of the car when he saw it was safe outside. He looked at the large number of bat carcasses on the ground with a frown on his face. So, Fu Jingyu led the team to continue cleaning the road and disposing of the ice and snow and the bodies of bats. Every bat body made him feel a little heavy in his heart, as if the abnormal behavior of these creatures was foreshadowing a greater disaster. After the cleanup, Fu Jingyu looked up at the floor where Su Wanwan was again. She was still standing in front of the window, staring at him quietly. Their eyes met in the air, and Fu Jingyu vaguely felt that this girl was much more complicated than she seemed. Li Juanxing also noticed Su Wanwan, and he shouted upstairs, "Thank you, if it weren't for you, we might have been bitten by bats." There was a hint of sincere gratitude in his voice, although he was not sure if the girl upstairs could hear it. Su Wanwan nodded slightly in response. She knew that these soldiers had made great contributions to the safety of the city, and she was able to remind them to avoid danger, which was also a gesture of gratitude. Seeing them clean up the streets, she felt a little relieved. After returning home, Su Wanwan began to enjoy this brief peace. She turned on the electric blanket, hugged Datu, and lay on the bed, feeling the warmth. At night, Datu often jumped onto Su Wanwan's chest, pressing her so hard that she could hardly breathe. She knew that the cat regarded her as a support, which made her feel that she was no longer alone. At the same time, Fu Jingyu and his team returned to the base. Li Juanxing confirmed that all previously purchased materials have arrived safely, and they are making final preparations for the uncertainties that may arise. However, before Fu Jingyu could catch his breath, the base received a call for help from the plantation. Continuous hail and blizzards have caused serious damage to crops. If they are not rescued in time, the supply chain of the entire city may collapse. Fu Jingyu knew that the plantation not only supplied materials to the base, but also supplied the markets in Jinggang City and surrounding cities. Now, the disaster has affected everyone. Prices have skyrocketed. Life has become more difficult. As the end of the year approaches, the cold weather makes everything more tense and depressing. Su Wanwan spent a few days at home. She did not go out. The cold outside made her cherish this warm little world even more. Although her supermarket was open, it was not open to the public. It became her storage warehouse for her to use at any time. Every day, Su Wanwan enjoys the food she prepares in the elegant tea restaurant on the second floor, trying to keep her life at a normal pace. Big Head became the only companion in Su Wanwan's life. The cat was always curious about her food. Whether it was fruit or noodles, it would come forward to smell it, and sometimes even steal a few bites. Su Wanwan loves and is annoyed with this greedy kitten, but every time she sees its cute appearance, the anger in her heart always disappears. As the weather got colder, the snowstorm in the north became more severe. Su Wanwan read the news on her mobile phone about the disaster in various places, especially in rural areas, where many houses were buried by heavy snow, and messages for help from the elderly and children continued to emerge. All this made Su Wanwan feel heavy-hearted. Although she knew she was powerless to change these things, she still felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Although the snow in Jingang City is not as severe as in the north, it is already an unprecedented severe challenge for this southern city. There were few pedestrians on the street, and most shops were closed. Su Wanwan walked alone on the empty street, feeling the cold and silence. The ice and snow on the road became slippery after melting and refreezing, and walking on it was like walking on thin ice. Su Wanwan stopped outside a residential area and saw children playing snowball fights. Their laughter sounded particularly clear and pleasant in the cold air. Su Wanwan fell into deep thought for a moment, and she began to wonder if the world was really heading for the end of the world. Or perhaps, all this was just her unfounded worry. However, the memories of past lives and the visions before her eyes kept reminding Su Wanwan that the real disaster might not have come yet, and when it comes, everything will change. Chapter 11. Su Wanwan was thinking while walking, when suddenly her foot slipped and she fell flat on her face. At this time, a car stopped. Su Wanwan looked over and saw the car window roll down, and a familiar face appeared in her sight. "Are you okay?" Fu Jingyu got out of the car and said while supporting Su Wanwan. Although Su Wanwan repeatedly insisted that she was fine, Fu Jingyu saw the obvious swelling on her ankle and realized that she was injured. When Su Wanwan tried to stand up again, her feet slipped again and she fell to the ground. This time, Fu Jingyu didn't wait for her to refuse, but directly reached out his hand to hold her steadily, then picked her up without saying anything and put her in the car. Although Su Wanwan was embarrassed, she was powerless to resist and could only accept his help silently. Along the way, the car moved slowly on the slippery road. Su Wanwan couldn't help feeling a little awkward and tried to break the silence. "My name is Su Wanwan. What's your name?" "Fu Jingyu." His voice was low and powerful, in sharp contrast to the cold air outside. Su Wanwan nodded, feeling a little dry in her mouth, and couldn't help licking her lips. She silently thanked the man for his help. Although he looked indifferent, he helped her twice when she needed it, which made her feel a little warm. "Thank you." Su Wanwan thanked quietly. Fu Jingyu just responded lightly, "You're welcome." Fu Jingyu noticed that Su Wanwan seemed to live alone, so he asked, "Is there no one else in your family? Are you an adult?" Su Wanwan smiled helplessly. "I am an adult and have been driving for 2 years. As for my family, they are all gone. Now it's just me and my cat who depend on each other." Su Wanwan had a hint of sadness in her expression, but at the same time, she also showed a strong character. In order to avoid misunderstanding, she added, "But I have relatives, many cousins." Fu Jingyu was keenly aware of her caution, but he did not ask further questions. Instead, he changed the subject and asked, "You mentioned stockpiling supplies before, and I have already started doing it. Do you have any other suggestions?" Su Wanwan was a little surprised. She didn't expect that he would really listen to her advice. After thinking for a moment, she said, "For your troops, it's better to stock up more weapons and equipment. It might be useful." Fu Jingyu nodded slightly and silently took note of her suggestion. Although he was reluctant to easily believe in the arrival of the end of the world, Su Wanwan's words and deeds made him start to seriously consider this possibility. The car finally stopped in front of the military hospital. Su Wanwan was a little surprised when she saw the familiar building. "Why did you take me to the military hospital?" Fu Jingyu got out of the car and walked around to her side, opened the door and said calmly, "It will be faster this way. I'll take you back later." Fu Jingyu held out his arm, motioning Su Wanwan to help him get out of the car. Su Wanwan hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to hold Fu Jingyu's arm and limp to the hospital. However, after just a few steps, her feet slipped again, and she almost pulled Fu Jingyu down. They were both stunned for a moment, and then Su Wanwan smiled awkwardly. "It seems that I should not go out in winter in the future." Fu Jingyu shook his head helplessly, and finally decided not to let Su Wanwan struggle anymore. He picked her up and walked into the hospital. After entering the hospital, Fu Jingyu went straight to Lin Qingfeng's office. Lin Qingfeng was drinking tea leisurely, and when he saw Fu Jingyu coming in with a beautiful girl, a curious look immediately appeared on his face. "What's going on?" Lin Qingfeng asked as he looked at the two of them, his eyes full of gossip. Su Wanwan quickly explained, "I sprained my foot." Her voice was a little embarrassed and helpless, and she obviously didn't want the other party to misunderstand. "Oh, but this young Master Fu actually carried you in personally?" Lin Qingfeng's words were full of sarcasm, but his eyes were extremely serious. Su Wanwan's face suddenly turned red. "Don't get me wrong. He and I are just ordinary friends, not even friends," she hurriedly explained, but found that the other party's eyes became more suspicious. The fact is, he had only seen Su Wanwan 3 times. The first time was when he saved her from a car accident, the second time was when they met by chance on a snowy day, and the third time was when she accidentally fell. However, Fu Jingyu remained silent as usual, as if he didn't care about these explanations at all. Okay, I won't explain. I don't believe it anyway." Lin Qingfeng shrugged, his eyes still showing a hint of teasing. He checked Su Wanwan's ankle as he spoke. "Your foot is badly sprained. We need to deal with it quickly." His words were short and direct, without any hesitation. Fu Jingyu suddenly said, "I'll go out and wait. Call me if you need anything." His voice was low, but it revealed an unquestionable determination. He walked away, and Su Wanwan looked at his back, feeling a little complicated for a while. Lin Qingfeng continued to lower his head to treat Su Wanwan's foot injury, asking some embarrassing questions from time to time. Su Wanwan could only respond helplessly, "The first time you saved me, the second time we met by chance, and the third time we met by chance." She gritted her teeth to endure the pain while briefly explaining the fate between them. "Fate?" Lin Qingfeng suddenly laughed. "Miss Su, don't you think this fate is a little special? A man with Fu Jingyu's personality would actually help you again and again?" His tone was relaxed, but with a hint of teasing. Su Wanwan couldn't refute it. She was also curious about why Fu Jingyu took special care of her, but every time they met, he acted so cold and distant, as if she was just an ordinary stranger. When Su Wanwan finally endured the pain and finished the treatment, Fu Jingyu immediately appeared, as if he had been waiting outside. He asked softly, "Do you need me to take you home?" Su Wanwan nodded. She really couldn't go home alone. In the car, Su Wanwan seemed a little uncomfortable. She tried to calm her inner fluctuations and said softly, "I'm really sorry to trouble you." Fu Jingyu nodded slightly without saying a word. Until Su Wanwan's door, Fu Jingyu suddenly said, "Give me your phone." He entered his number into Su Wanwan's phone. "If you have any difficulties in the future, call me anytime." Su Wanwan took the phone, her heart churning. She looked up at Fu Jingyu and asked in a low voice, "Why are you so nice to me?" This question had been lingering in her mind for a long time, and she finally couldn't help but ask it. Fu Jingyu's eyes became deep. "Because you are someone who deserves my help," he answered simply, and then helped her open the car door. Su Wanwan's heartbeat quickened. She looked up at him and asked tentatively, "Would you like to come in for lunch?" Fu Jingyu was slightly stunned, then looked up at the black cat in front of her window. "Okay." He agreed. The two walked into Su Wanwan's house together. Fu Jingyu suddenly stopped at the entrance and stared at her with dark eyes. "Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person?" His voice was low and powerful, as if it carried some hidden danger. Su Wanwan gritted her teeth and looked back at him, pretending to be calm and asking, "What would you do if you were a bad guy?" Although her voice was steady, she was so nervous inside that she could hardly breathe. Chapter 13. The man in front of me couldn't be a bad guy. If he was a bad guy, Su Wanwan would have a way to escape. "Don't let strangers in casually," Fu Jingyu reminded with a serious face. This sentence made Su Wanwan a little annoyed. She knew that Fu Jingyu was thinking about her safety, but she couldn't help but feel that this man was too aggressive. "Then get out," Su Wanwan replied unhappily, but she was silently grateful for his kindness in her heart. As they interacted in the kitchen, Su Wanwan gradually discovered that Fu Jingyu was not as cold-blooded as he seemed. On the contrary, every move of Fu Jingyu was full of warmth and care. Whether it was skillfully cutting vegetables or silently helping her prepare dinner, every move of his surprised Su Wanwan. When Fu Jingyu took the initiative to install a monitoring and anti-theft system, Su Wanwan felt a little embarrassed, but she knew that this man was really thinking about her safety. She did not refuse, but chose to acquiesce, and her trust in him was gradually increasing. During dinner, Fu Jingyu enjoyed the delicious food he made while chatting with Su Wanwan about her life. Fu Jingyu saw the loneliness and fragility hidden in her life of living alone, and Su Wanwan also began to realize that she had actually become dependent on this man without realizing it. However, behind all this seemingly calmness, Su Wanwan always hides a secret in her heart, her mysterious space. This space stores the supplies she has accumulated over the years. However, Su Wanwan has never revealed this secret to anyone, not even Fu Jingyu, who is gradually walking into her life. After seeing Fu Jingyu off, Su Wanwan closed the door and breathed a sigh of relief. She drew the curtains, prepared to take a bath, and enjoy her leisurely and free life of living alone. However, peaceful days are always short-lived. She never expected that fate would soon drop a soul-shaking bomb on her. On her phone, a series of unread messages from Su Muse suddenly jumped into her eyes. He was a person she had deliberately forgotten, a person who had long become a thing of the past in her memory. In the message, Su Muja expressed his longing and regret for her, and seemed to be begging Su Wanwan to return to him. Chapter 14. Su Wanwan sat alone in the dim room. The message record on the mobile phone screen flickered faintly. Su Wanwan looked at Su Mu's last message coldly. Wanwan, Happy New Year. There seemed to be a lot of natural disasters last year, as if the end of the world was coming. At this moment, Su Wanwan was left with endless ridicule in her heart. With a flick of her finger, she completely wiped Su Muja out of her life. Then, she saw the message from by wire. The woman who had snatched Su Muja away even dared to call her a bitch. Su Wanwan chuckled and replied without hesitation. If you have a mental illness, go get treatment. Bitch suits you better. After that, she ruthlessly blocked by wire. On a lonely night, Su Wanwan read the few messages from her friends, most of which were from Lu Jia and Lu Yi, but she had no intention of responding. She had never been a social person, and she had very few opportunities to communicate with others in class. The news feed was filled with disaster reports from all over the world, with natural and man-made disasters coming one after another. Looking at these suffocating news, Su Wanwan's heart sank. Even if she had been reborn, she still couldn't stop the coming of the end of the world. The feeling of powerlessness made her feel terrified, and the days ahead would only be more difficult. The starry sky at night was still bright. Su Wanwan held the big-headed cat and looked out the window at the world, lost in thought. Su Wanwan no longer wanted to turn on the TV, because all it broadcast were terrifying disaster news. Seawater backflow, collapsed houses, landslides, and the ground cracking. It seemed as if the world was slowly heading towards destruction. Discussions about stockpiling also began to appear on the internet. Some people laughed, some questioned, but Su Wanwan knew that only those who truly felt the danger would understand the horror of doomsday. Su Wanwan casually left a comment in the comments section. It's better to stock up on some supplies. I've already stockpiled hundreds of millions of supplies. However, what greeted her was a series of ridicules. You can't pay taxes for bragging? Hundreds of millions of materials? Who are you? Faced with such ignorant questioning, Su Wanwan just sneered and exited the news software. The next day, the ringing of the phone broke the silence in the room. Fu Jingyu's voice came. I'm bringing some stuff to install surveillance and anti-theft systems in your house. Can I go upstairs? Su Wanwan looked at the time. It was already 9:30. She didn't expect Fu Jingyu would really come to help. When she opened the door, Fu Jingyu's tall figure came into view. His stern face and deep eyes made Su Wanwan slightly stunned. At this moment, Su Wanwan felt a little warm, but she didn't want to owe anyone a favor, especially Fu Jingyu. So, she said that she could just pay someone to install it. There's something free. Why spend that extra money? Fu Jingyu smiled faintly and responded gently. Su Wanwan looked at his busy back, and a complex emotion surged in her heart. The big-headed cat came to Fu Jingyu's feet and rubbed his trouser legs with its petite body, causing Fu Jingyu to touch its head gently. Su Wanwan stood quietly aside, and the words, Iron Man with tender feelings, flashed through her mind. Chapter 15 Kimchi Jar. It's like a man with tattoos on his arms, holding a bunch of cats meowing. Can I help you? Su Wanwan asked proactively. No, I can handle this. Fu Jingyu concentrated on activating the thing in his hand, and then plugged in the thread. He said, there are 6 surveillance cameras in total. One for your door, one for the corridor, one for the supermarket door downstairs, one for the supermarket inside, plus the corridor and door on the second floor. What do you think? Monitoring all blind spots will make supervision and management more convenient. No need for that in the supermarket. Su Wanwan said slowly. Why? I don't plan to open a supermarket. I will prepare the food in it for my own consumption. Su Wanwan coughed lightly and spoke a little embarrassedly. Fu Jingyu didn't expect that this woman was not planning to open a supermarket. Fortunately, there is a rolling shutter door outside the supermarket, which covers the things inside the supermarket. So people know that it is a supermarket, but they cannot see what is inside. It seems that this woman has hoarded a lot of goods. Let's just pretend, just in case. What do you think? Fu Jingyu insisted. All right. Su Wanwan nodded. There would be no harm in installing one more surveillance camera, so she just installed it. Fu Jingyu spent a lot of time installing the surveillance system and then the anti-theft system. In fact, it can't prevent theft. It just can easily trigger the alarm if a thief appears, and the alarm can scare the thief away. By the time we finished all this, it was almost 12 o'clock. Su Wanwan has started cooking. Last time the man cooked. This time it was her turn. Is it done? After preparing the meal, Su Wanwan went to see Fu Jingyu, only to see Fu Jingyu putting the ladder into the warehouse. It's done. You can check the surveillance now. Fu Jingyu responded. It's time for dinner. Let's eat first. I've already prepared the food. Su Wanwan pursed her lips and met Fu Jingyu's dark eyes. No matter how she looked at him, she felt that he was handsome from every angle. She couldn't continue to associate with Fu Jingyu. She was afraid that she would fall. She turned around and said, "Let's go." Carrot and pork ribs soup, tomato scrambled eggs, celery fried beef, hot and sour potato shreds, and a plate of peanuts. Is there anything you can't eat? Su Wanwan asked. After all, some people are allergic to various things. Allergic to tomatoes, allergic to eggs, allergic to potatoes, allergic to peanuts, allergic to celery. She doesn't have allergies, so she enjoys eating anything, but she just doesn't like some things. Fu Jingyu looked at the dishes on the table and said, "I'm not picky about food. I eat whatever I can." In their training base, there are no picky eaters. Especially when training in the wild, they would be so hungry that they would eat earthworms and loaches. And it has to be eaten raw. Normal food is simply delicious. After listening to Fu Jingyu's words, Su Wanwan finally felt relieved. After dinner, Fu Jingyu helped wash the dishes and clear the table before leaving. Looking at the man's back, Su Wanwan sighed inwardly. This man is passionate and upright, has good hands-on skills, can cook, and is handsome. How could there not be women chasing after him? There are no women in the training base, but next to the training base is the military hospital, where there are many female nurses. I don't believe that those nurses don't like men like Fu Jingyu. Standing there, I feel very safe. Su Wanwan withdrew her gaze, went to the kitchen and brought out a watermelon. Out-of-season watermelons don't taste as sweet as in-season watermelons. But Su Wanwan likes this kind of unsweet watermelon. It tastes like cucumber, but a little sweeter than cucumber. As the snow melted, more and more people appeared on the road. Su Wanwan also took Dado out for a walk. Jinggang City is a slow-paced city, not as fast-paced as Haicheng. It feels very comfortable to live here. Some stores have reopened one after another. Perhaps because of the many disasters suffered last year, there are fewer smiles on everyone's faces. Su Wanwan went to the vegetable market and found that all the vegetables had increased in price, including meat. Now the relevant departments can't lower the price. Scarcity makes things valuable. Last year's snow was too heavy and many vegetables could not grow, resulting in a supply shortage in the market. The cabbage that used to cost 50 cents per pound now costs 10 yuan per pound. Chinese cabbage is the most common vegetable, so the prices of vegetables other than Chinese cabbage are naturally more expensive. Su Wanwan walked around and stocked up a cart of cabbages, buying them even for 10 yuan. She knew they would only get more expensive in the future, and she still had more than 100,000 yuan in cash left. Then, I want to buy some peppers. The red peppers that used to cost 5 yuan per pound now cost 25 yuan per pound. The price increase is affected by the weather. She bought a lot. There are also red peppers and seeds in the space, but she doesn't plan to use the supplies stored in the space first. Money always runs out, and she was planning to make kimchi, so she bought these things. When it comes to stockpiling supplies, you should stock up on the most important things first, and then come up with the rest later. It's impossible to remember what you need all at once. She suddenly remembered that she liked eating spicy cabbage, so she decided to make some. The cabbage bought from the market is not as delicious as the one she cooks herself, so she prefers the one she cooks herself. Besides, what others do is not as hygienic as what you do yourself. Extra storage space. You can't wait until the cabbage weighs 51 kilograms before buying it. I bought a dozen more jars of pickles. There are no kimchi jars in the space, and I didn't stockpile them before. It can be considered as adding a new item. The price of the kimchi jar didn't increase much, but it did symbolically increase by 5 yuan. In addition to making kimchi, she also makes some sauerkraut. Many years ago, when I was at my grandmother's house, I ate sauerkraut made by her. The taste is still unforgettable. It's hard to imagine that such a cheap and unpalatable vegetable can be made into the most delicious sauerkraut. She can eat 3 bowls of rice mixed with sauerkraut. Add some sauerkraut soup, and it's absolutely delicious. So, I bought a few large steel plates so that I can always use them. If you don't need it, you can use it as a decoration or to store things. Pastoral style. All the ingredients needed were bought one by one. I found out that she didn't buy some inconspicuous things. Hoe, sickle, saw, electric saw, large pliers, foam glue. She bought a bunch of these. I remember buying some of them but have forgotten about them. It doesn't hurt to buy more anyway. At the end of the day, I spent a lot of money and still had about 20,000 or 30,000 left. She plans to use the 20,000 to 30,000 yuan for transition. After the end of the world, she can spin gold, and she has hoarded a lot of it. Beauty, are you alone? Are you going to have a drink with me? At this time, a gangster blocked Su Wanwan's way, looking gangster-like and wretched. Su Wanwan hugged Datu with a frown on her face. I actually met such a disgusting gangster on the street. I really didn't choose an auspicious day before going out. The big head pounced on the gangster and bit him. Chapter 16. The world ends. The gangster was bitten on the finger by the big head, and he pushed the big head away in pain. Seeing this, Su Wanwan immediately ran to the trunk, took out an axe, and angrily chopped at the gangster. You like teasing, right? I'll let you tease me. The gangster had no idea that such a beautiful woman could wield an axe, and he was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly. Are you crazy, woman? You actually took an axe. Is it necessary? The gangster couldn't help but retort. No one among the onlookers dared to step forward to mediate and stop the fight. It's also that little gangster's fault for teasing others. Now he is being chased and beaten. This axe blow is no joke. Seeing the gangster running away, Su Wanwan yelled at him, "Chop you to death, you little bastard." It's quite tiring to carry an axe weighing 5 or 6 kilograms. It seems that I need to exercise well so that I won't be scared when I encounter such situations in the future. Amazing, really amazing. At this time, a man's voice sounded. Su Wanwan looked over and saw a man clapping his hands. The man was wearing a white baseball uniform, had exaggerated blue hair, a mixed-race face, and a big smile on his face. The first impression is that this man is not mainstream. The second impression I got was that this man was quite handsome if you looked closely. The facial features are perfect. There is nothing to complain about. He looked to be about 23 or 24 years old. Su Wanwan frowned, ignored the man in front of her, and turned away. Strange man. Big Head had come to Su Wanwan's side. Su Wanwan checked Big Head and luckily, Big Head was fine. Let's go home. Su Wanwan said this as she picked up Datu and put him in the car. She put the axe back in the trunk and prepared to drive away. The blue-haired man watched Su Wanwan leave. At this time, the man's cell phone rang. Hello, brother. What's the matter? Have you bought what you were asked to buy? A deep voice came from the other end, without any emotion. The blue-haired man smiled awkwardly and said, Brother, I'll buy it now. Right now. But do we really have to spend all the money? Isn't that a bit too impulsive? I only heard the voice on the other end of the phone. Stop talking nonsense. Just buy what I'm told to buy. Brother, don't worry. I'll buy it soon. I just saw an interesting scene. A beautiful woman was holding an axe and chasing a gangster in the street. It's very interesting. Ha ha ha. The blue-haired man couldn't hear the sound on the other end of the phone for a long time. He looked down at his phone and found that his elder brother had hung up the call long ago. So, he was talking to himself for so long. His eldest brother asked him to spend all his savings. Can tens of billions be spent? But it seems that my eldest brother has already spent it. I never knew my eldest brother was so good at spending money. If Grandpa knew, he would definitely call him a spendthrift. That's great. Grandpa will finally stop calling me a prodigal son. The eldest brother is the black sheep in the family. Thinking of this, Fu Xinxi was secretly happy. He spent money boldly, causing his grandfather to scold his elder brother. But his eldest brother asked him to buy dry food and things that were easy to preserve. I bought about 100 refrigerators. I also bought an underground warehouse specifically for storing things. I don't know what my brother is thinking. Just do it anyway. By the way, my eldest brother also spent a huge amount of money to buy a star-rated hotel and stored all kinds of goods in it. Now, he lives in that star-rated hotel. Su Wanwan returned home, took out a few jars of pickles, and prepared to make some spicy cabbage. This kimchi is very appetizing. In fact, I don't dare to make too much kimchi because I won't be able to finish it. It's not like the kimchi country, where kimchi is considered a staple food. Her kimchi is just a side dish. Su Wanwan took a large plastic basin, took out 5 or 6 cabbages that she had just bought from outside, cut the cabbages in half, removed the stems, sprinkled salt on them layer by layer, placed them in the plastic basin, and marinated them for a day and a night. In order to prevent Big Head from coming to disturb her, Su Wanwan locked Big Head in a cage. Otherwise, it would be bad if the big-headed hare fell into the cabbage. The next day, wash the pickled cabbage and start preparing the sauce. Grind ginger, garlic, and pear pulp into small pieces. Put appropriate amount of chili powder and sugar in it. There is also a moderate amount of fish sauce to enhance the flavor. After preparing the sauce, spread it on the cabbage prepared earlier. Apply it evenly layer by layer. Put it into the jar and seal it. In this way, the delicious spicy cabbage is ready. Su Wanwan took the beans, sword beans, radish, ginger, wild garlic, and red pepper, washed them and drained them. Prepare to make traditional kimchi. I had seen my grandmother make it before, so she remembered the method, and I also had the ingredients, so I decided to try making it myself. First, soak the star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves in boiling water and wait for them to cool down and set aside. Put the beans, sword beans, chopped white radish and carrots, ginger, wild garlic, and red pepper into a transparent jar. Grandma uses a clay jar, but she likes to use a transparent jar, which she feels looks better and is more intuitive. Then, add appropriate amounts of salt, sugar, rock sugar, white vinegar, and white wine. Finally, pour the previously cooled spiced water into the jar, cover it with a lid, and pour clean water over the edge of the jar. Wait about 10 days, and you can eat it. Place 3 jars of pickles in the corner of the kitchen. Big Head looked at the kimchi jar, walked over curiously and smelled it, grabbed the jar with his paws, and lay on top of the jar. He saw water on the edge of the jar, sniffed it, and then drank the water. Su Wanwan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when she saw this scene. What a silly cat. Su Wanwan heard the sound of a helicopter propeller outside and hurried over to check. I saw 5 or 6 helicopters flying past in the sky. I don't know what this is for. I turned on the TV and saw a news report pop up. In her previous life, although there were news about disasters of all sizes, she did not pay attention to every piece of news. Su Wanwan's expression became more and more solemn. Various messages from netizens asking for help appeared on the internet. Luoqing is quite far from Jinggang City. Are the seasons messed up now? On March 15th, a volcano erupted abroad. Volcanic ash covered the sky. Su Wanwan went out for a walk in the morning, wearing a gas mask and protective clothing, but without a helmet. Most people on the street wear masks because there are a lot of volcanic ash and dust particles in the air, which can cause illness if inhaled into the lungs. The end of the world is coming. Ha 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 ha, I've finally been waiting for this. Chapter 17, Triggering the Alarm. On the street, a middle school boy shouted excitedly. Having watched too much apocalyptic television, he thinks the apocalypse is cool. The sky was gray, no one could be seen more than 10 meters away, and cars on the road could only drive at a low speed. Su Wanwan looked at the young man jumping and laughing wildly among the dust particles, thinking that ignorance is bliss. Family members, look, it's like the end of the world in Jinggang City right now. Isn't it interesting? A female anchor was broadcasting live outdoors, introducing loudly to netizens on the other end of the phone. It's okay. I won't die. It's just volcanic ash. I have strong resistance. Family members, if you want to experience the end of the world, come quickly. There won't be many opportunities. Thank you for the reward, Brother Zhou. Stockpiling? I don't stockpile. I like to eat fresh food. Why should I stockpile? If the price goes up, it goes up. I'm not afraid. Su Wanwan listened to the female anchor's words. She had seen many people like this. It has nothing to do with her. She is too lazy to care about other people's affairs and lets others do whatever they want. Along the way, I found that there were very few people taking protective measures on the road, and most people didn't care. The prices of goods were rising too fast. A few days later, Su Wanwan checked the news and found that the situation abroad was in complete chaos. 0 yuan shopping incidents occurred in many places, and goods in supermarkets were snapped up. Everyone is like crazy. The volcanic ash completely disappeared half a month later. At this time, we heard that the medical system in Jinggang City collapsed, and those who inhaled volcanic ash began to have difficulty breathing, and they died completely in less than 24 hours. After hearing these things, Su Wanwan broke out in a cold sweat on her back. Inexplicably, I recalled that in my previous life, Jinggang City was also in chaos at the beginning, but later a team suppressed it and it returned to peace. Then it becomes a safe zone. Su Wanwan no longer dared to go out. People outside had already started scrambling for supplies, and she witnessed the price of a bun rising to 1,000 yuan. All major supermarkets have closed. Because now it's completely messed up. She didn't dare turn on the light and sat behind the curtains in the dark, watching what was happening outside. Some people riding motorcycles on the road were holding iron bars and knocking on shops one by one, stealing supplies from inside. Now, people are not robbing money, but food. Fortunately, there was a wedding company next door, and although her own supermarket had some goods in it, it was never open. There was a rolling shutter door outside to protect it, so it didn't attract any attention. She has been living in fear these days. I was afraid someone would rush in. Watching wave after wave of bikers passing by, Su Wanwan became extremely nervous. I never experienced these things in my previous life at school, but I was also worried that I would die soon. At this time, the countryside may be the safest place. After all, everyone in the surrounding area is someone I know, and the supplies are also grown by myself. At night, Su Wanwan was awakened by a bang. I could vaguely hear some noise coming from downstairs. Boss, there's a store here that seems to have never been visited. Should we open it and take a look? Go ahead. I'll go upstairs and take a look. Hearing the sound, Su Wanwan became nervous and quickly turned on the surveillance camera to check the scene outside. There were 5 or 6 sturdy men in black clothes outside, preparing to attack the supermarket downstairs from her. He also had professional tools in his hands. Although the supplies in the supermarket downstairs were just a drop in the bucket in her space, Su Wanwan didn't want them to destroy her territory. There was even one person going upstairs. I saw a man took out an electric saw and prepared to saw open the rolling door. Just sawing the rolling door. The anti-theft system was triggered, and only the alarm was heard. Oh my God, there's an alarm, boss, let's run. The younger brother took a step back in fear. The bald boss patted his younger brother on the head and scolded him. Run away, don't run away. What kind of world is this now? No one will come to protect a store. 2. After hearing what the boss said, I suddenly understood. In this world, who cares about these things? No one can afford to live and can barely take care of themselves. Aren't there enough places in Jingang City where people have died? It would be abnormal if more than a dozen people did not die in one day, and some people fled from Jingang City. In fact, the cities outside are as chaotic as Jingang City. Everyone is scrambling for supplies. Money is useless and has become waste paper. Su Wanwan originally thought that they would leave when they heard the alarm, but she didn't expect that they had no intention of leaving at all. These people are really brave. She didn't know what to do. She couldn't just go and fight a few strong men alone. It's easy to deal with one person alone. She has anti-wolf spray and an electric baton. She believes that she can't kill the other person. However, there were 5 or 6 people on the other side, and she could not handle it alone. I can only hide in the space with my big head in my arms. Just as they were sawing at the rolling door, another gang of bikers came over. There are more than a dozen people in this motorcycle gang. As soon as they came down, both sides looked at each other. Who are you? Don't you know that Zhangdi Road is my brother Fei's territory? What a joke. When did this become your territory? Do you know who I am? I'm the leader of Bald Jingang City. After a few disagreements, the two sides started fighting. Seeing that the surveillance footage was incomplete, Su Wanwan cautiously approached the window and watched the fight below. This was the first time she had seen a fight so close. At this time, Fu Jingyu saw that his mobile phone received an alarm and immediately called Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan heard the phone ringing on the bed and hurried over. I found out that it was Fu Jingyu calling. This guy hasn't been in touch for almost 2 months. He actually called me. Hello. Su Wanwan answered the phone and lowered her voice. When Fu Jingyu heard Su Wanwan's voice, he knew something was wrong. Are you okay there? It's fine for now, but I don't know what will happen later. Su Wanwan responded helplessly. She now wanted to get Fu Jingyu's help. In Jingang City, the only person I know now is Fu Jingyu. What happened? Fu Jingyu left Jingang City for a while and brought 2 professors from the capital. In order to ensure the professor's safety, he had to go and pick him up in person. In addition, dealing with matters at home took up some time. When I was in the capital, I couldn't help but think of Su Wanwan. He was eager to return home with his professors and family. 2 biker gangs were fighting downstairs of my house. They wanted to open my supermarket, but they triggered the alarm. Su Wanwan spoke somewhat helplessly. There were screams outside at this time. I don't know which group won. Okay, wait. I'll be right there. Fu Jingyu finished speaking and hung up the phone. He told Li Juanxing, take the professor and the others back to the base first. I have something to go out for. Okay, Captain. Li Juanxing responded, feeling that the captain looked very nervous. It was rare to see the captain so nervous. Chapter 18 Strange Black Rain. Su Wanwan looked at the 2 gangs fighting downstairs. These people were really ruthless. Several people fell to the ground. If the number of people on both sides is the same, it would be best if both sides fought each other until both were injured. This way no one would want to attack her supermarket. Not long after, a black Jeep came over here, and Fu Jingyu got out of the car. The two groups of bikers looked at the man in front of them and stopped. I advise you to leave here, otherwise. Fu Jingyu's face was full of indifference, and he looked at these men with unfriendly eyes. What did these men want to do? What else? Do you think we are afraid of you? The other side was quite arrogant. They were the later wave of biker gang members. The previous wave had already been beaten to the ground. Fu Jingyu silently took out his pistol. This scene scared the speeding cars. You, who are you? You're not the toy gun, are you? They didn't believe the man had a gun. Even if there are guns, they should be toys. They don't have guns, so how could ordinary people have guns? Fu Jingyu pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the bikers in front of him were so scared that their shoulders shook. Even though they had baseball bats, iron bars, and even machetes, how could these cold weapons be a match for hot weapons? No one wants to be shot. Do you think this is a toy gun? Fu Jingyu asked in a low voice, looking at the men in front of him. Even without the threat of a pistol, he could have taken these people down. The men retreated back. Let's go. At the command of the leading man, everyone left on their motorcycles. I didn't expect that there was someone with a gun. Could it be someone from the training base? Except for the people there who can own guns, it is impossible for others to own anything else. Or someone from the sheriff's department. That guy doesn't look like he's from the sheriff's department. The remaining few bikers also left quickly. Seeing this scene, I breathed a sigh of relief. The danger is finally over. Fu Jingyu raised his head and glanced upstairs. Afterwards, he sent a message to Su Wanwan. If you have any difficulties in the future, please tell me. Thank you for tonight. Su Wanwan replied to Fu Jingyu's message. Fu Jingyu got in the car and drove away. Disaster came with the end of the world, and acid rain fell from the sky, destroying the entire ecosystem. The plants were drenched in acid rain, and their leaves turned yellow overnight. It was clearly April or May, and the flowers fell to the ground before any leaves had grown. Except for greenhouse vegetables, all open-air vegetables are corroded by acid rain. Su Wanwan didn't dare to go out casually because it was too chaotic outside. She could only run to the roof to see what was happening outside. No one talked to her, and she could only face Big Head alone. Until the biker gangs in Jingang City disappeared, life seemed to gradually become safer. The biker gang has been burning, killing, looting, and committing many evil deeds, destroying the stability of Jingang City. After these people disappeared, more and more citizens went out. There is a residential area not far from Su Wanwan, and it is an old residential area. The residents inside hurried out. Seeing everyone coming out, Su Wanwan also walked outside. As for Datu, she put him into the space. Can be carried with you. Auntie, where are you going in such a hurry? Of course we are trying to escape. There are 3 planes heading to North City right now. We have to catch one and get there quickly. After saying this, the aunt hurried into the car. North City? Su Wanwan remembered that the place was indeed a safe zone, but not as safe as Jingang City. Because once the world was in chaos, the North City was blocked. Even if you go there now, you will only be locked outside the North City. The population of North City is already large, and now people won't let you in if you go there. Those who are turned away will eventually die. People can still enter Jingang City now, but most people are running out. They all thought that outside was the safest place, but they didn't know that here was the safest place. She can't control if others want to escape. Coins are no longer useful now. I saw a lot of coins on the road, lying on the ground like waste paper. Su Wanwan rode a small electric scooter around Jingang City, which took most of the day. We found many people looting supplies. We also saw many soldiers patrolling in camouflage uniforms. This is probably the reason why there are fewer biker gangs in Jingang City. Looking at these patrolling people, Su Wanwan felt inexplicably at ease. With the presence of these people, Jingang City will definitely be safer than other cities. After taking a walk, Su Wanwan was ready to go home when a bright pink car pulled out from the aisle. Su Wanwan almost crashed into it, but fortunately she stopped the electric scooter quickly. The window of Seifin's car rolled down, and a familiar face appeared inside. Sorry, I was driving too fast. Fu Xinxi quickly apologized and looked at the woman in front of him. Suddenly he remembered something. Aren't you the woman who chopped the gangsters with an axe that day? Hey, you live here too? Fu Xinxi asked curiously. Su Wanwan pursed her lips and said, I don't live here. God knows who this guy is. She will never tell this man that she lives here. Turn around and prepare to leave. Who knew that the car would catch up with us? Fu Xinxi said as he drove. Everyone is leaving Jinggang City. Why don't you leave Jinggang City? Su Wanwan glanced at the man and frowned slightly. This guy is driving in the wrong lane. What's it to you? Su Wanwan retorted. At this time, the sky darkened and it looked like it was going to rain. She wanted to find a place to shelter from the rain. The weather had not changed when she went out, and now this man was following her, and she couldn't go home in front of this man, so as to avoid being remembered by this man. As the saying goes, I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. It was raining heavily, but the rain was black, like ink. The inside of Su Wanwan's white clothes was stained black. Moreover, when the raindrops touched the skin, one can even feel a slight burning pain. Fu Xinxi stopped the car, opened the passenger door and said, "Get in the car. I'll take you home." His face looked very solemn. The rain was actually black and it hurt when it fell on his skin. I don't know what the reason is. Su Wanwan glanced at the man's car. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly and said, "What's the difference between a convertible and my electric donkey?" "Faster than yours." "No, you can go home by yourself." Su Wanwan rejected the man in front of her. Leave in the black rain. Preparing to take another route home is like going in a big circle. Who knew I would run into this strange man here? The black rain made her feel very uncomfortable, so she had to go back and take a shower. Strangely, the black rain stopped after a few minutes, and the raindrops returned to their normal transparent color. Chapter 19 Reception of Sister. Training Base. Captain, this black rain hurts me so much. Li Juanxing looked uncomfortable, but after wiping it dry, there was no mark on his skin. Fu Jingyu pursed his lips and looked at the black rain on the ground. Everyone go back and take a shower. If you feel uncomfortable, go to the infirmary immediately. He was also drenched, but he had never seen black rain before and didn't know what it was. There was acid rain before, but it had no effect on humans. But this time, the black rain made people's skin feel painful. It's really weird. Black rain looks like ink, so it's probably not air pollution. The air in Jinggang City is among the best in the country. There are few residents here, no factories, and even no large enterprises emitting pollutants. Most of the industries here are farming. Fortunately, no major problems occurred after everyone was caught in the black rain. Only then did Fu Jingyu feel relieved. "Captain, your phone is on." A soldier shouted. Fu Jingyu walked over and asked, "Who's calling?" "It seems to be your sister." The soldier spoke in confusion, remembering that the captain seemed to have only one younger brother, who was his half-brother. However, the relationship between the two brothers is still pretty good. Elder sister? Fu Jingyu frowned slightly. After answering the phone, Fu Jingyu realized that this so-called sister was just a branch of the Fu family and was somewhat related to their family. Grandpa asked him to pick someone up outside Jinggang City. He didn't want to meet these strangers. So, Fu Jingyu called Fu Xinxi. "Brother, what do you want from me?" Fu Xinxi had just returned to the hotel and was about to take off his clothes and take a shower. "Let's go to the outside of Jinggang City to pick up some sister and her family." Do we have any sisters?" "I don't know. I'll leave it to you. If you don't understand, go ask Grandpa." Fu Xinxi was full of confusion. "What sister? I have never heard of her." I wanted to ask something, but the brother had already hung up the phone. Brother is really... Fu Xinxi looked helpless. Who cares about his sister? Let him take a shower first. The body is dirty. After taking a shower, Fu Xinxi leisurely set off to pick up a few people from outside Jinggang City. "Why did you come so late?" The woman couldn't help but complain. He turned around and said to the other man, "Mu Zhe, let's get in the car." "Okay." Su Muse responded. "I didn't expect the world to become so chaotic so quickly. At first I didn't understand why Su Wanwan dropped out of school, but now I understand. As soon as they left Haiching, they were robbed by a group of people. There was almost nothing left. Bai Weier followed him, and the two of them planned to follow their mother to Jinggang City to seek refuge with their relatives." Fu Xinxi frowned as he listened to the woman's words. "You actually dislike him for coming just now? I shouldn't have come if I had known. It's really a thankless job and I'm in a bad mood. These guys haven't even been caught in the black rain, yet they're still standing here talking without any pain in their backs." Therefore, Fu Xinxi was not in a good mood. Su Muse looked at Fu Xinxi and said, "You are my uncle, right? Don't talk. It's affecting my driving." Fu Xinxi spoke unhappily. The woman next to him said, "Hey, why are you so fierce? You at least call me sister. Can't you be more polite to your nephew?" The woman's name is Wang Jieli, and she is Su Muja's mother. "She's not my biological sister. She's nothing to me." Fu Xinxi refuted directly to his face. He won't make anyone happy if that person makes him unhappy. Bai Wire fell in love with the blue-haired man at first sight. Now Su Muja has no value except for his face. The family's wealth is nothing compared to the present. She had already begun to dislike this man from the bottom of her heart. She doesn't need gold, silver, jewelry, or anything like that right now. She just wants to have a good meal. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. At this time, Bai Weiler looked at Fu Xinxi in front of her silently. Look at what you said. I wish your grandfather a happy new year every year. Wang Jelly spoke unconvinced. Fu Xinxi snorted coldly. You're wishing my grandfather a happy new year, not wishing me a happy new year. What does it have to do with me? If it weren't for Grandpa, I wouldn't have come to pick you up. I told you not to disturb my driving. If you keep talking, get off. Fu Xinxi scolded, already annoyed with the people in front of him. Only then did Wang Jelly shut her mouth. Thinking that I won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future, I feel much better. Fu Xinxi drove directly to the hotel. Now he has converted this place into a private villa, and all the people inside are his family. There are only grandparents and 2 old professors. The professors do research at the training base during the day and stay here at night. Wang Jelly looked at the big hotel villa in front of her, her eyes full of emotion. I will live here from now on, right? Su Muja looked at the hotel on the 8th and 9th floors with a look of joy on his face. Finally, I can live in a decent place. Bai Wire was also very happy, as she had already imagined herself living in the presidential suite. There's no such thing as a free lunch. We've arranged a place for you to stay, with food and lodging provided. But you have to clean up the place. Fu Xinxi spoke seriously. Wang Jiali immediately showed displeasure on her face and said, Look at my hands. Do they look like hands that can do work? I am a rich lady after all. You are overthinking it if you ask me to do work and serve others. She showed her hands, which she had taken extra good care of. What's the matter? You still want me to serve you? Is this your home or mine? Are you kidding me? Fu Xinxi was almost laughing at what this woman said. How could such a person exist? I've never seen such a thing before. I can't believe there are no servants to clean and cook in such a big house. I don't need to work at all. I came here to seek refuge with my relatives, not to be your servant. Wang Jelly spoke with pride. Bai Weiler glanced at Wang Jelly and naturally agreed with what Wang Jelly said. She didn't want to come here to work. It would be very tiring to clean such a big hotel villa. Fu Xinxi laughed. Do you know what it means to live under someone else's roof? My servants and my chef only serve me. Why should they serve you? If you think you are here to enjoy yourself, then please leave here immediately. I have no obligation to serve you. I don't know what Grandpa was thinking. He actually let you come home when food rations are so scarce. It's fine if I let you come to my house, but you actually want to come here to enjoy yourself. Does my family owe you anything? You don't know where you stand, so get out of here right now. He was almost driven crazy by this woman. His hands were itching to hit someone. Uncle, let's work. We do all kinds of work. Su Muja spoke quickly. Chapter 20 Dare to hit my mother. Seeing Su Muja agreed, Fu Xinxi reluctantly let the few people in. He really disliked Wang Jelly. He could even say he hated her and really wanted her to get out. Staying here is a disaster. Fu Xinxi brought a few people into the hotel villa. Mr. Fu, are these people guests? The 2 sturdy receptionists and thugs asked curiously. Fu Xinxi looked at the 3 people in front of him with disdain and said slowly, What guests? They are obviously servants. We never receive guests in our hotel villa. In today's world, people no longer do business for the purpose of profit. They just want to live well and survive in this chaotic world. Wang Jelly walked towards the elevator and said, It's better to arrange a higher floor for me. The higher you go, the fresher the air will be. Bai Wire hugged Fu Xinxi's arm and whispered, Shall we both live on a higher floor? If you don't stay in the presidential suite, you can always stay in a room on a higher floor. Fu Xinxi saw the 3 people coming to the elevator and rushed over to stop them. What do you want to do? He looked at the 3 guys in front of him with displeasure. Wang Jelly looked up and said, We are all here, so why don't you arrange a room for us? My requirements are not high. Just arrange me to live on a higher floor. We want a higher room too. Bai Wire spoke softly, sending a wink to Fu Xinxi. Fu Xinxi didn't take his flirting seriously at all. He sneered and said, Sorry, you are servants and can only live in the house at the back. The rooms upstairs are not for you. Wang Jelly's face suddenly turned ugly. She said loudly, Why? Since there are not many of us here, can't you arrange an empty room for us? Yes, it's behind the hotel. The former staff room is right there. Wang Jiali put her hands on her hips. You actually let us live in the staff room. Don't want to stay? Then get out. Fu Xinzi spoke coldly and said to the two thugs, come here and throw them out. If you don't want to live here, then get out. Don't think we need you here. Su Muse took one look and hurriedly said, Uncle, we live in the back. We live in the back. Don't drive us out. If you drive us out again, we will really have nowhere to go. You have nowhere to go. What does it have to do with me? If you don't know your place, don't even think about living here. Fu Xinzi spoke in a cold voice. These three guys don't have any special skills, but they still want to live in a good room. Do you really think of this place as a relief station? Mr. Fu, what's the matter? Two thugs came over here and treated Fu Xinzi respectfully. These two people were allowed to live here because they have special skills. They work diligently and are very grateful to them. They can fix a lot of things and are strong enough to do security. Here they are provided with a place to stay and food, which is better than going hungry outside. Arrange them in the vacant staff room at the back. From now on, the cleaning of the hotel villa will be left to them. You two will supervise them. Fu Xinzi explained. Yes, Mr. Fu. The two responded in unison. At first, I thought that some guys came to show off their power to them. These people would take advantage of the fact that they are Mr. Fu's relatives and boss them around. It's almost like a dog taking advantage of the power of its master. Fortunately, Mr. Fu was not very nice to them and even arranged them to stay in the staff room. In this way, these guys' identities and status are the same as theirs. You don't have to look at their faces. The three of you follow me. The two men took the three of them to the staff room in the back. The staff room is naturally smaller, but the facilities are relatively complete. There is a TV, a water dispenser, a shower, and even a refrigerator and TV. With such conditions in this world, what is there to be dissatisfied about? Personal safety is also easy to ensure. Wang Jieli looked at the environment in front of her with disdain on her face. The bed is so hard, and it's a bunk bed. The room is so small. How can this be lived in? I've never slept in such a bad place since I was a child. Su Muse was making the bed nearby and responded, Mom, we are living under someone else's roof now. It's good to have a place to live. I have never lived in such a bad place before. Wire, come and help me make the bed. Su Muja asked Bai Wire for help. Bai Wire showed disdain on her face and said, Don't you have hands? Can't you do it yourself? I didn't expect that I would have to live in such a bad place, which is not meant for people to live in. She thought the conditions in the dormitory were already very bad, but she didn't expect that the conditions here were even worse than in the dormitory. I thought that with Su Muja's help I could live in a better room, but in the end I can only live here and have to help with the cleaning. Su Muja is nothing. After all, she overestimated Su Muja. Instead of following Su Muja, it's better to follow the man just now, whose name seems to be Fu Xinzi. Wire, how can you say these things? Su Muja was stunned and couldn't believe what Bai Wire said. He felt that a girl like Bai Wire would never say such words in her life. However, reality slaps you in the face. Wang Jieli walked up to Bai Wire and slapped her directly. How can you talk like that, little vixen? You dare to hit me? Bai Wire covered her cheek with her hands, showing a look of disbelief. I was actually beaten. She slapped him back. You little vixen, you want to die, don't you? Wang Jieli covered her face. Bai Wire actually dared to fight back. Bai Wire didn't dare to refute anything he said before, but now, Bai Wire, how dare you hit my mother? Su Muja was very angry. You can hit him, but you can't hit his mother. Wang Jieli rushed forward like a shrew and grabbed Bai Wire's hair. Bai Wire naturally didn't want to be bullied for nothing, so she also grabbed Wang Jieli's hair, while raising his foot to kick the woman in front of him. Damn it! Wang Jieli cursed angrily. His hair had already become thinner as he got older, and now Bai Wire had plucked out a bunch of it. Su Muja stepped forward and pulled Bai Wire away. Then he held the woman in his arms and controlled her hands. Wang Jieli was like a mad woman at this moment, and of course, Bai Wire was not much better. With her hair in disarray, she instantly turned from an urban beauty into a beggar. Seeing that Bai Wire was controlled by her son, Wang Jieli took off her wedge-heeled shoes and smashed it on Bai Wire's head. Look, I'm going to beat you to death, you little vixen. You seduced my son, and you want to seduce other men? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? I'll beat you to death, you shameless bastard. Wang Jieli slapped Bai Wire's head violently. Chapter 21 Mama's Boy. Bai Wire struggled hard, but she was no match for Su Muja. If she were to fight Wang Jieli alone, Wang Jieli would definitely not be her opponent. But she didn't expect that Su Muja actually helped Wang Jieli beat her, leaving her head bleeding. Su Muse, let me go. Bai Wire shouted loudly, but Su Muja didn't react at all. There was no choice but to lower her head and bite Su Muja's arm hard. The pain made Su Muja push Bai Wire away. Bai Wire, who was pushed out, bumped her head against the corner of the table, and blood immediately started to flow from her forehead. When Su Muja saw this scene, he was suddenly at a loss. I didn't mean to do that. You bit me first. He didn't dare to get close to Bai Wire. At this moment, Bai Wire's eyes seemed to want to eat people, staring at Wang Jelly and Su Muja. Sumyas, Wang Jelly, you two just wait for me. I will make you pay the price sooner or later. After saying that, Bai Wire got up and ran outside. The pain you suffer today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Su Muja is a mama's boy. She knew it from the beginning. Seeing that Su Muja's family was rich, she tolerated many things. The world has changed now. Having money is useless. Having food is the real wealth. Where are you going, Wire? Su Muja wanted to chase after him, but he grabbed the hand of Wang Jelly who was beside him. What are you chasing after? I've seen many women like this who are greedy and vain. They are just ungrateful wolves without conscience. Don't chase me. If you chase me, don't come back. Wang Jelly shouted loudly. From the very beginning, she didn't approve of her son and Bai Wire being together. When she first met the woman, she knew that she was no ordinary woman. I just have my eyes on the Su family's money. Mom. Su Muja sighed, feeling helpless towards the woman in front of him. Fu Xinxi came to the second floor and saw his grandparents playing chess, seeming to be very relaxed. He came to his grandparents with a bad look on his face and said, Grandpa and Grandma, I'm back? Grandpa Fu looked up, saw Fu Xinxi coming back, and said with a smile, come and play 2 games of chess with Grandpa. Grandpa, I don't want to play chess. What do you want to do? There's one thing I don't quite understand. Fu Xinxi's face was full of confusion and depression, and he sat on a chair nearby. Grandma Fu also asked, what's the matter that you don't understand? Grandpa and Grandma, Wang Jelly, do you know her? Yes, she's your Uncle Wang's daughter. Grandpa Fu nodded, indicating that he knew her, and continued to ask, has she come here yet? Yeah, I just picked them up. Fu Xinxi snorted. Grandpa is really old and confused. Have you arranged accommodation for them? Of course, I put them in the staff room. Fu Xinxi was prepared to be lectured by his grandfather. Anyway, he had plenty of reasons to refute. But I didn't expect that Grandpa nodded, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, that's good. Grandpa, I arranged for them to stay in the staff room, right? Fu Xinxi asked carefully. The old man glanced at Fu Xinxi and said, yes, why not? I thought Grandpa would blame me for this. What's there to blame? In today's world, it's good to have a place to stay. Letting Wang Jelly and the others come here will also put pressure on you and your eldest brother. Just make some arrangements for them and make sure they don't starve to death outside. Grandpa Fu actually sees through everything. Then why did Grandpa ask my eldest brother to bring Wang Jelly back? Isn't this asking for trouble? Fu Xinxi curled his lips, not knowing whether to say that his grandfather was smart or that he was old and confused. There are no shops outside now. Although they have a lot of food, it is not endless. There are so many mouths to feed. It all started with your dad and Uncle Wang. When your dad was in the Northwest, he led a small team and disappeared for 5 days and 5 nights. It was your Uncle Wang who finally found them. Your dad was already dying at the time. Your Uncle Wang broke one of his legs in order to save your dad. Your father would visit Uncle Wang every year, and the two became sworn brothers. Uncle Wang's daughter also keeps in touch with our family, although not often. But your Uncle Wang lost one leg because of your father. So now that your Uncle Wang's daughter is in trouble, we have to receive her anyway. After listening to what his grandfather said, Fu Xinxi suddenly understood. So that's how it is, but that Wang Jelly is so rude. I really don't want to see them. You don't have to deliberately entertain them well. Your father has already provided many benefits to the Wang family. This can be regarded as repaying your Uncle Wang for saving his life. You can treat them however you want, just don't let them die. Grandpa Fu knew that his grandson was relatively sensible. Yes, Grandpa, I understand. After learning the truth, Fu Xinxi finally smiled. Fortunately, Grandpa is not senile. Although I don't go out, I see things more clearly than anyone else. At this time, Grandma Fu said, Xiao Si, when are you going to dye your hair back to green? Grandma, it's blue, not green. Fu Xinxi explained somewhat helplessly that such blue hair was actually green. I look like green, it's weird. When are you going to dye your hair black? Grandma Fu was a little dissatisfied. She wished that this little grandson could be as worry-free as her older grandson. There are no barbershops out there nowadays. I'd better let my hair grow naturally. Did Grandma cut your hair for you? As she spoke, Grandma Fu went to find a pair of scissors and prepared to shave her grandson's head. Don't want. It's not your turn to say no. Grandma Fu has already stood up. Seeing Grandma enter the room, Fu Xinzi said to Grandpa, Grandpa, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After finally dyeing his hair blue, his grandmother actually wanted to cut his hair. It's better to leave quickly, so as to avoid being killed. This stupid boy. Grandpa Fu looked at Fu Xinzi's fleeing back, chuckled secretly, and couldn't help shaking his head. This guy is enough. Su Wanwan cooks and eats at home. She picked out some of the pickled kimchi she had prepared and made a bowl of egg noodles with 2 poached eggs and a pinch of green onions. It smells very fragrant, and some spicy cabbage is added on top. It makes you hungry just by looking at it. After putting the noodles on the table, Dad had jumped onto the table, sniffed in front of Su Wanwan's bowl, and licked his tongue. This is not for you to eat. Su Wanwan quickly took the bowl away and ate with it in her hands, and Datu could only look up and watch. Kimchi is sour, spicy, with a hint of sweetness, and is crispy and refreshing. Chapter 22 Water Shortage. It's delicious. Su Wanwan couldn't help but sigh at how good her cooking skills were. She took a bite of spicy cabbage, a bite of noodles, and 2 bites of poached eggs, and felt that her life was perfect. Even in the end times, we are happy. She sat on the sofa, eating egg noodles and watching TV. The signal is very bad now and is always intermittent, so she downloaded a lot of variety shows, TV shows, cartoons, and movies, all kinds of things. Eating and watching variety shows. It's simply wonderful. Big Head is cute and very well behaved. He never scratches people or barks. Even if she screams, her voice is still that of a baby. She wished Big Head would scream more often. Big Head watched Su Wanwan come to the sofa and jumped onto it. His round eyes stared at Su Wanwan eating noodles, and he licked his lips with his pink tongue. He seemed to be very greedy for the noodles in Su Wanwan's hand. Looking at the poor little thing with helpless eyes, Su Wanwan felt a little sorry. He picked up 2 noodles and placed them on the coffee table beside him. The little fur ball looked at them and quickly jumped over. It sniffed and then started eating. Its black tail was leisurely raised up, with the tip of the tail curled up like a small hook. I didn't expect that Big Head actually likes to eat noodles. After finishing 2 noodles, Datu looked at Su Wanwan with an unsatisfied look. Su Wanwan didn't dare give Datu more food. It would be difficult to deal with if you get an upset stomach. In today's world, there are no veterinarians out there, and even if there are, they are on the run. The public security in Jingang City is relatively good. It was chaotic for a while before, but it is very safe now. But theft and robbery still happen. There is no way. Food is limited. If you want to survive, you have to stock up on food. She has already stockpiled the goods, so there is no need to compete with others for them now. In her previous life, when there was a shortage of goods, she went out to snatch things from others. Not only did she not get anything, she was also pushed and fell badly. I can't beat others at all. Finally, I don't have to compete with others for things in this life. There is everything. She has something that others don't have. She bought a lot of things, even small things like ear cleaning. The main reason is to eat more. After all, the extreme weather in the end times will prevent crops from growing, and poultry and animals outside will not be able to survive. On extremely cold nights, even people can freeze to death. Not to mention animals. Except for ants, which can live very deep underground. It is difficult for other creatures to escape extremely cold or hot weather. After eating the noodles, Su Wanwan washed the dishes. She plans to watch TV for a while and then play some games. The online games that were popular before now have few people online. Most people in Jingang City have fled here, especially the rich ones. They feel that it is not safe here and only North City is the safest place. The rest are all poor people and old people. They don't want to leave Jingang City even if they die, and they can't leave Jingang City. When May and June came, the temperature outside had already broken through 65 degrees. She keeps the air conditioner on all day and all night. Otherwise, she would be so hot that she would become a puddle of water. I only feel a little better if I set the temperature to 18 degrees every day. The supermarket downstairs and the water bar on the 2nd floor are all air-conditioned. Training base. Li Juanxing ran back from outside and drank gulps of ice water. He wiped the sweat from his face, looked at the melted soles of his shoes, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Boss, the hospital is full. I don't think many people can be saved. Well, go and enjoy the air conditioning for a while. Fu Jingyu nodded and asked Li Juanxing to go and use the air conditioner. He had only been standing outside for a while, and his whole body was already drenched in sweat. The weather now is really like being in a steam oven. The current high temperature is most likely caused by previous volcanic eruptions. Last year, more than a dozen volcanoes, large and small, erupted. The ozone outside has been destroyed, causing the weather to get hotter and hotter. This planet actually has the ability to repair itself, but before it can repair itself, various disasters will inevitably occur and cleanse the world. In this kind of weather, he didn't dare let his men go out for training. If the temperature is too high, people will die. Su Wanwan couldn't help but appear in his mind. He took out his cell phone, which was very hot. Fortunately, there is signal. Are you okay? Is the air conditioner on at home? Su Wanwan made him very worried. After all, she lived alone with only a cat by her side. It would be terrible if something happened to her. Naturally, he had to be more careful. Su Wanwan was taking a bath in the spiritual spring in the space at this time. Although there was air conditioning at home, the air was not circulating and she dared not open the window. After a long time, it will naturally not be fresh enough. So, I brought Big Head into the space. The air in the space is fresh. It feels like a paradise. After taking a bath, the water from the spiritual spring will be automatically purified. She lay in the rocking chair, wearing sunglasses, basking in the 26-degree sun. Anyway, there was no one around, so she was naked. It felt so good. Clothes were a burden after all. The weather is not cold. If you feel cold, just cover yourself with a bath towel. Big Head was sleeping comfortably in the sun. At this time, I saw a message coming to my phone. Well, the air conditioner is on. I can't stand it without it. Su Wanwan replied and ended with a sweaty emoji. Then, her jade-white fingers tapped the screen. How are you doing over there? Are you all right? Training has been stopped and the wards in the military hospital are full. Fu Jingyu was also helpless. At this time, he could only protect his own people from getting into trouble. Others were really powerless. At night, everyone crowded into the air-conditioned room to enjoy the air conditioning. I really hope this hot weather will pass soon. I don't know how many people have died of the heat outside now, and the bodies on the streets are almost dried up like mummies. Originally, after a person died, the body would easily rot and be eaten by maggots. But now the maggots have been killed in the 60-degree temperature, and there is not even a single mosquito or fly to be seen, as they have all been killed in the sun. As long as the temperature is above 48 degrees, the maggots cannot survive. Then you have to be careful. The hot weather right now can easily cause water shortages. You have to pay attention to this aspect. Su Wanwan replied again. Because there was a spiritual spring in her space, she didn't stock up much mineral water. But Fu Jingyu has no space, and he doesn't know whether he has stored water resources. Yes, I understand. Fu Jingyu was relieved when he knew that Su Wanwan was fine. Seeing that Fu Jingyu did not send any other messages, Su Wanwan put down her phone and continued to sunbathe. The human body needs sunlight to supplement calcium. The sun outside can kill people, but the sun here is just right. The wind blew through the leaves with a rustling sound, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. This quiet time allowed Su Wanwan's tense spirit to relax like never before. Chapter 23, Searching for Water. Fu Jingyu received a call from Fu Xinzi. Brother, something terrible has happened. What's the big deal? Fu Jingyu asked, frowning slightly. All the water in our water tanks has evaporated, and the tap water is no longer flowing. Now our family can only use the mineral water we previously stored. Fortunately, the goods were placed in the basement to avoid exposure to sunlight. Some goods are placed in those empty rooms. Although there are many rooms in the hotel, most of them are actually used as storage space. Is there nothing left? Fu Jingyu frowned slightly. This water was not used directly for drinking, but for washing dishes, washing hands, flushing the toilet, etc. It is too luxurious to use mineral water to do these things. No. Fu Xinzi spoke very confidently. Fu Jingyu thought about it and said, okay, then I'll think of a way. Then Fu Jingyu hung up the phone. After standing outside for a while, his hair was already wet with sweat. You can see how hot the sky is. He turned around and walked into the room and asked Li Juanxing, where is the key to the water truck? Upstairs, Captain. Do you want to go out to find water? Li Juanxing stood up and looked at Fu Jingyu eagerly. Fu Jingyu nodded and responded, there is a water shortage at the base and at the hotel villa. So of course we have to go find water. No one knows how long this weather will last. We must be prepared and wait until the rainy season arrives. So, we have to go out and find water. Li Juanxing said, Captain, let me go with you. They brought their families to Jinggang City and arranged them in some residential houses. They also listened to the captain's instructions in advance and stockpiled a lot of supplies. That's why they have no worries now. Of course, Some family members are unwilling to come and cannot be contacted now, and everyone has prepared for the worst. Now, the end of the world has come, and everyone has worked together to develop a careful plan. We plan to build Jingang City into a safe zone so that everyone can survive in the end times. They have families here, so they are naturally willing to follow the captain to build a new home. However, their strength of 100 people is still too little, and they need to expand their team. Captain, let's go too. Several more people stood up and spoke. Fu Jingyu nodded and said, 10 of us will be enough, including me. Go in pairs. Remember to wear cooling clothes and set off at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The temperature began to drop around 4 o'clock. Of course, it wasn't that cool. It was still 50 degrees at night. Yes. There are 5 water trucks in total, all of which are fully fueled and air-conditioned. Only then can you hit the road, otherwise you will be killed by the heat. This was also their first time going out to look for water. The signal would be poor if they were too far away, so they all set out together. To prevent tire blowout, Fu Jingyu brought a spare tire in advance. While driving, Li Juanxing clearly saw that the river in Jingang City had dried up and all the fish had been killed by the sun. Oh my god. Actually, he couldn't bear to watch it and quickly looked away. The sigh was not caused by the sight of the dried fish, but by the sight of the dead bodies of children and the elderly. They were all tanned beyond recognition. In fact, this is not the first time I have seen it, but I still feel a little bit uncomfortable. When natural disaster strikes, only the fittest will survive. Those who are weak will eventually be eliminated. Those who are eliminated the most are always the elderly, children, and women. Fu Jingyu had a blank expression on his face, seemingly indifferent to all this. Captain, why don't we go to Sun Moon Lake? There might still be water there. Li Juanxing suggested. Let's go and take a look. Good. Li Juanxing drove the team, and the water storage trucks followed closely behind. When they arrived at Sun Moon Lake, they found that there was very little water left in the lake. Some residents were fetching water with umbrellas and buckets. Everyone's life is very difficult. Li Juanxing looked at everything outside and said, Captain, should we drain the water? Forget it. The water is so little and so murky. Fu Jingyu spoke lightly and continued. Remember, there is a large reservoir in Beilatin outside the city. Let's go to the reservoir and take a look. Okay. Li Juanxing withdrew his gaze. He felt that the lake water was fine, not as turbid as he had imagined. They had no choice but to go out of the city to find water. On the way out of the city, you can always see animal and human corpses. If you see it enough, you will become immune. But occasionally when I see some scenes, I still feel a little bit uncomfortable. Especially the scene where a mother holds her child in her arms while both of them lie on the ground. The weather is so poisonous, it seems to wipe out all humans. Finally arrived at the reservoir in Beilatin. This is a relatively large reservoir nearby. But the water level also dropped terribly. Fortunately, there is water, and the water is clear enough. Everyone got off the car, took out the pump, and prepared to pump water from the reservoir. There are still dead bodies here. Li Juanxing looked at a male corpse behind a stone next to him with a frown on his face. Judging from the luster of his skin, he must have died only 2 days ago. This man must have come here to find water, and he was just a few steps away from the water source. Unfortunately, it fell next to the water source. Li Juanxing took an empty mineral water bottle and filled it with water from the reservoir. Put the bottle of water in the man's arms. He didn't know why he did these meaningless things. Maybe he wanted to make this man feel at ease, and also to make himself feel at ease. Although the weather is bad, we still have to get on with it. Survival is human instinct. Others understand Li Juanxing's behavior. Fu Jingyu said to everyone, let's start pumping water. Yes. At this time, the sun was about to set. It takes some time to pump the water, so Fu Jingyu and the others can only wait slowly. At this moment, a team member suddenly screamed. What's wrong? What's the fuss? Li Juanxing couldn't help but yelled. It was so scary. He thought the dead body had come back to life. Here is a rock. Li Juanxing rolled his eyes and said, it's just a piece of stone. What's the big deal? He stood up and walked over. Could the stone be jade? Jade is worthless nowadays and is worse than food. When he walked over, he found a line of words written on the stone. When you saw me, there was a severe drought in the world, and the world was over. Looking at the ancient text above, Li Juanxing suddenly felt a cold sweat on his back. Captain, you, look at this stone. Li Juanxing stuttered. I feel this stone is so weird. Fu Jingyu walked over, looked at the stone, and frowned slightly. Yeah, the world is ending. He said something meaningful. The end of one civilization is actually the rise of another. I don't know who left this message here. Chapter 24 Monster of the Opposite Sex. Fu Jingyu didn't pay much attention to this sentence. Now that the disaster has come, why should he care about this sentence? The most important thing now is to survive. As night fell, the temperature dropped a lot, but it was still very hot. It's just a little better than in the afternoon. They had almost finished the drinking water they brought in the car, and even though they were wearing cooling suits, they still felt hot. It's 50 degrees outside, and their bodies have to withstand at least 37 or 38 degrees. This is already very good. After pumping the water, everyone prepared to return to the city. Captain Xiaolu and his crew's car didn't catch up. The intercom in Fu Jingyu's hand rang. Li Juanqing next to him slowed down and slowly stopped in the middle of the road. When the cars behind saw the car in front stopped, they also quickly stopped their cars. Everyone's eyes turned to the last car. I saw the last car was about 10 meters away. It was very dark and the lights on the roadside were no longer useful. Quietly and eerily, Fu Jingyu took out a pistol from his waist and stared at the car in the distance. The car was covered in black. The others also silently took out their pistols. The atmosphere felt a little off. Li Juanqing hurriedly got into the car and found a high-power flashlight behind the seat. He immediately prepared a flashlight and used it to see what the monster was. I don't know how Xiaolu and the others are doing. They are brothers who have trained together, so naturally there is some affection between them. My mood suddenly became heavy. Fu Jingyu didn't dare to shoot until he figured out what that thing was, lest you end up making things worse and angering the monster. Li Juanqing took out a flashlight and shone it towards the car over there. Those black things were moving, like dense hairs. The entire water truck was tightly wrapped in that black hair. Seeing this, Fu Jingyu could only fire the first shot. With a bang, the monster seemed to be frightened and quickly abandoned the car and left. It rolled into a ball and rolled down the mountain. No one had any idea what that thing was. It was something no one had ever seen before. Fu Jingyu walked towards the car behind, and the others followed closely behind. Xiaolu and Wang Hu had fainted, but were still breathing. Junxing, take Xiaolu to the car in front, and I'll drive the car at the back. Fu Jingyu explained calmly. Okay, Captain. Li Juanqing handed the flashlight in his hand to Fu Jingyu and carried Xiaolu to the front car. Everyone else is back in the car, ready to go? Yes, Captain. Everyone responded and got on the bus. What happened tonight also left them with some trauma in their hearts. If it was a wild beast like a tiger or a lion, they would not be afraid. But this was a creature they had never seen before. It can actually wrap such a water storage truck tightly. What kind of monster is this? Fu Jingyu walked around the car with a flashlight and checked it. The lid of the water tanker was open, and at least 1/3 of the water was missing. The monster was actually trying to steal the water. He closed the lid, got in, and followed the car in front. The roads here are all mountainous, with many twists and turns. Driving on them during the day doesn't feel like a big deal, but at night, looking at the dark forest, the shadows of the trees move with the headlights, like moving monsters. The people walking in front and at the end are the most afraid. People in front are more likely to encounter danger, and people behind are more likely to be targeted by danger. Fu Jingyu was considered to be a brave man and he had a gun on him, so naturally he didn't feel there was anything to be afraid of. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when the car drove out of the mountain road. Mountain roads are dangerous and complicated, and naturally cannot compare to wide roads. The road outside the city was deserted, and there was no light. Those who wanted to leave Jingang City have already left, and those who remain in Jingang City now are also unwilling to leave Jingang City. Fu Jingyu distributed the water in 3 trucks to the families of his subordinates and his own family, and placed the remaining 2 trucks of water at the base. Later, 10 people will have to fetch water again, but not from the previous reservoir, but from another reservoir. Just store the water. I hadn't expected the temperature to be so high. Wang Hu and Xiaolu had been sent to the hospital and woke up not long after. When Li Juanqing and the others came back, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Captain, the water has been divided. You guys go and have a rest. 10 more people will come with me to fetch water. Fu Jingyu spoke, with no extra expression on his cold face. Captain, let me go with you. I'm not sleepy. I slept for so long during the day, and I'm still very energetic. Li Juanqing insisted. He also wanted to go out to fetch water. Okay, then you follow me. After gathering 10 people, they set off again wearing cooling suits. Fu Jingyu was in the car, thought about it, and sent a message to Su Wanwan. Wanwan, do you need water over there? At this time, Su Wanwan came out of the space to watch TV, watching the cartoon, The Mole Story. This was her favorite cartoon when she was a child. I thought it was quite interesting when I was a kid, and as I grew older I felt that the plot was good, very imaginative, colorful, and nice to watch. but I don't like it as much as before. After finishing reading The Story of the Mole, I started reading Big Ear Tutu. These cartoons are said to be very old, very, very old, but she likes them very much. Big Head lay in her arms and watched cartoons with her. Hearing the phone ringing, Su Wanwan took a look. Seeing that Fu Jingyu sent the message himself, she replied to him immediately. No, I have water here. The water here is inexhaustible. Okay, now you're not asleep yet? You don't have to go to school, so why are you sleeping now? That's right. Don't go out recently. The temperature outside is too high. It's easy to get heat stroke. Yes, I know. The two of them had a meaningless conversation. Su Wanwan felt that Fu Jingyu seemed to care about her a little. After watching TV and playing games, I found that the avatars of my former gaming friends were all gray. After trying for a long time, I still couldn't find anyone to match with, and no one even spoke in the hall. In the end, I could only play her single-player games. In October, the hot weather finally passed. It was 65 degrees yesterday, but only 25 degrees today. There were finally people on the road, but they were all wearing protective clothing. The temperature of 25 degrees was just right for going out. So Su Wanwan not only put on protective clothing but also put on a mask. She wanted to see what the situation was like outside. A truck passed by her, and she saw a lot of dead bodies piled on top of the truck. Only then did they realize that the guards were there to carry away the bodies. Those bodies were killed by being sunburned due to the hot weather. Now that the temperature has dropped, we have to clean up the bodies quickly, otherwise it will easily lead to virus infection. Chapter 25 Goodbye Scumbag. Another car came over, and several people in the car waved at Su Wanwan, as if asking her to come over. Get in the car, let's go, hurry up. As soon as Su Wanwan walked over, she was pulled into a car by several people. And they were wearing the same clothes, so it was impossible to tell who was who. But they knew that as long as they wore such clothes, they would be cleaning up corpses. There were men and women cleaning up the bodies. Jingang City is one of the few cities that still has order, and they want this order to remain the same. So this requires everyone's efforts. Let's build a safe city in the end times together. There are at least 70,000 to 80,000 people alive in the city. Jingang City was originally a city with a population of 3 million, but now there are only 70,000 to 80,000 people left. Most people had already left Jingang City, and some had died. Among the 12 areas of Jingang City, 3 areas are concentrated in one place, which is also the safest. Other areas are farther away and have fewer people, just a few scattered around. The 3 areas are not small. It can be said that the land is vast and the population is sparse. In the past, it was quite crowded. Where are we going? Su Wanwan asked the person next to her, her face full of confusion, and then she went out for a walk to see what was going on around her. Just as I walked over to them and was about to ask something, I was pulled up directly. Of course we are going to carry the bodies. We are in a safe area, so shouldn't we take good care of the environment where we live? Yeah, that's true. Su Wanwan actually agreed with it, but she didn't want to face the corpse. But I can't jump out of the car and leave now. In addition to them, many other people came out to help carry the bodies. Whether they were human or animal bodies, all of them were carried away for cremation. Seeing how united everyone was, Su Wanwan was stunned and began to doubt whether she was living in the end of the world. After the apocalypse in her previous life, she was no longer surprised by such selfish faces. In order to survive, she snatched the last bit of water and bread and did not leave any for the 2 old people. Her survival instinct made her selfish. Everyone wants to live, and she wants to live too. Perhaps this is the difference between a safe zone and a non-safe zone. Or perhaps the current conflict has not yet erupted. Anyway, no matter what happens to other people, it won't affect her. There is a dead child in the river. Come and help. All I heard was a man shouting. Su Wanwan looked into the river. When she took a look, she felt a little uncomfortable in her stomach, but she still endured it. The child took the mummy from the man's hands. It looked light, but it was actually quite heavy. She felt her hands go stiff as she placed the body on the truck. After doing all this, Su Wanwan suffered some psychological shock. I have seen dead bodies in my previous life, but they were not mummies. There is still a difference between the two. It takes several people to carry an adult's body. While she was busy, she seemed to see the blue-haired guy. This guy was also helping to move the bodies. Fu Xinxi seemed to sense that someone was looking at him, so he looked over as well. He met a pair of familiar eyes at first sight. As their eyes met, Fu Xinxi paused slightly. You're here to help too? What a coincidence. Fu Xinxi walked over and greeted him directly. Su Wanwan remained silent. Are you tired? Do you want some water? Fu Xinxi asked considerately, and then said proudly, I brought this water back from the water plant company. It's all stock that was not sold out before. No, thank you. Su Wanwan now just felt uncomfortable in her stomach. Having experienced the end of the world once and experiencing it again, she still felt uncomfortable seeing the corpses. But it's much better now. In my previous life, when I saw a corpse, my legs became weak. By the way, my name is Fu Xinxi. What's your name? We've passed each other several times, so this can be considered fate. Fu Xinxi took the initiative to speak. For the first time, I saw this woman chasing after thugs with an axe. The second time, I saw this woman riding a small electric scooter on the road. The third time, they cleaned up the mummies here together. In fact, Su Wanwan's appearance here was completely accidental. Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan spoke. Su Wanwan, what a nice name. Where do you live? Why should I tell you? Su Wanwan spoke in annoyance. This guy was getting too aggressive. Okay, just don't tell me. Can I call you Wanwan? Whatever. Su Wanwan spoke weakly. At this time, another voice came over. Wanwan, is it really you? There was a hint of surprise in the voice. When Fu Xinxi heard Su Mu's voice, he said with displeasure, Su Muz, are you sick? You suddenly screamed. Uncle, this is my girlfriend, Wanwan, Su Wanwan. Su Muja came in front of Su Wanwan with a look of infatuation on his face. Su Wanwan was still weak at first, but when she saw Su Muz, the evildoer, she immediately stood up from her chair. Why are you here? Who is your girlfriend? Don't talk nonsense. Your girlfriend is by wire. Who knew that I would meet Su Muja here? Wanwan, it was all my fault before. I have already broken up with by wire, and I don't know where she is now. Wanwan, let's start over. As he said that, Su Muja was about to pull Su Wanwan's hand. Su Wanwan slapped him directly, feeling that Su Muja was much more disgusting than a mummy. Get out of my way. Don't get in my way. I don't need you anymore. I want to start over. Go and dream on. Do you deserve it? She was sharp-tongued. Do you really think she is a cat or a dog that can be summoned and dismissed at will? Don't overestimate your abilities. Fu Xinxi frowned slightly and said, Wanwan, this guy is two-timing, isn't he? Yeah, I broke up with him a long time ago. Su Wanwan looked at Su Muja hatefully. Now in her eyes, Su Muja is the plague god. Su Muz, she broke up with you. Can you please stop disturbing her? Fu Xinxi pulled Su Muja away. Although he has always been known for his career, he has never played two women at the same time. Every relationship ends clearly. Su Muz had a painful expression on his face and said with sad eyes, Wanwan, I really love you. Love, stop being funny. Your love makes me sick. Do you want to embarrass yourself here? I won't keep you company. Su Wanwan's face was full of disgust. His eyes fell on Fu Xinxi, who was standing aside. It seems that you know Su Muz. Can you take him away? I'm his uncle, of course I can take him away. As soon as Fu Xinxi finished speaking, he said to Su Muz, let's go. Don't bother them if you've broken up. A good ex should be as good as dead. Don't suddenly come back to life. It's disgusting. Chapter 26 I Know Your Brother. In order to prevent Su Muja from disgusting Su Wanwan, Fu Xinxi dragged him away. Of course Su Muja was unwilling, but he now lived in Fu Xinxi's territory, and he had to bow his head under the eaves. No matter what you do, you have to consider other people's feelings. Fu Xinxi called over an underling and said, take this guy to another area to carry the bodies. Don't leave him here. Okay, Mr. Fu. The other party pulled Su Muja into the car and left. The most important thing for them now is to clean up all the bodies in the 3 safe zones, and then go to other areas to clean up the bodies. Ensure that the entire Jingang city returns to normal. Now that the weather has returned to normal, corpses are prone to stink, but this is still the lightest concern. The most worrying thing is that corpses will breed viruses. It is already difficult to survive, and if the virus is allowed to breed, it would be like adding fuel to the fire. Su Muja was forced to get in the car. Looking at Su Wanwan outside, he still did not give up. An idea popped into his mind. He didn't want to live under someone else's roof and have to look at Fu Xinxi's face. Now that the temperature was normal, he had to find a chance to leave Fu Xinxi's house. I am ordered around like a slave every day. He was already very unhappy and resentful. Su Wanwan watched the car carrying Su Muz leave and couldn't help but say, what bad luck. I didn't expect you to have talked to Su Muz. Fu Xinxi walked over with an expression of amazement on his face. This is really fate. That was all because I was blind before. Su Wanwan disliked Su Muja from the bottom of her heart. Then, he asked, isn't this guy in Haicheng? Why did he come to Jingang City? To be honest, I was the one who took them into Jingang City. Actually, I didn't want to take them in, but I brought them back to Jingang City because of my grandfather's instructions. Su Muse is better. At least he knows what it means to live under someone else's roof. His weird mother is simply the epitome of high aspirations but low skills. Her ambitions are as high as the sky, and her life is as fragile as paper. You are just a poor beggar now, yet you still want to show off in my territory. Fu Xinxi gets angry when he talks about this. Su Wanwan had never met Su Muge's mother, but from what Fu Xinxi said, she must be a very difficult woman to deal with. I went to one area, and then to another area to pick up the bodies. In fact, everyone just picked up the bodies they saw on the road, and naturally the bodies in the rooms were not discovered. The sky darkened, the wind started to blow, and the sky in the distance was pitch black. I'm afraid it's going to rain heavily. Fortunately, everyone had almost cleaned up the bodies. If the rain had soaked the bodies, they would have been more likely to rot and decompose. It's going to rain heavily, everyone go back. The leader shouted to everyone. Fu Xinxi glanced at Su Wanwan and said, Wanwan, where do you live? Can I take you home? No, I'll ride my bike back. Su Wanwan refused directly. Unexpectedly, he was rejected again. Fu Xinxi opened his mouth but hesitated to speak. He touched his hair and said, Wanwan, do you hate me very much? Reject yourself again and again. He's not a bad guy. I don't hate it, but I don't like it either. Su Wanwan rode her bike back from here, which only took about 30 minutes. There were few cars on the driveway now, so she went straight to the motorway. There is no need to look at the traffic lights, just go straight through. It's going to rain soon, and you'll get wet if you ride your bike. Even though Fu Xinxi said this, Su Wanwan still insisted on her own idea. Get on the bike and set off directly. Who knows how long and how heavy this rain will be? It's hard to say in a year of natural disasters like this. It may rain for 2 hours, or 2 days, or even 10 days or half a month. Both are possible. After riding a long way, Su Wanwan found Fu Xinxi following behind. That guy drives very slowly. When she was almost home, she finally couldn't help but stop the car, turned around and said unhappily, Why are you following me? Do you know that your behavior is very disgusting? Fu Xinxi rolled down the car window and said, My home is also on this road. I noticed that you are on the same road as mine. Do you live near my home? He had a surprised expression on his face. Su Wanwan pursed her lips. Was she overthinking? Her tone softened a bit, and she asked tentatively, Where do you live? The hotel in front was bought by my brother, and now our family lives there. Fu Xinxi pointed to a hotel not far ahead. There was originally a fountain outside the hotel. There is no water in the fountain now. Did you take over that hotel? Su Wanwan looked at the hotel. The hotel was separated from her home by just a street and 2 green belts. Before, that hotel was just an ordinary star hotel. I didn't expect it had been taken down. From this, we can see that the man in front of us is quite rich. To be precise, it was my brother who bought it. My brother was really prepared for a rainy day. He knew the end of the world was coming, so he asked me to empty my family's savings to buy supplies and stockpile goods. He stockpiled more than $1 billion worth of supplies. Fu Xinxi said this with emotion. Su Wanwan glanced at Fu Xinxi and asked, Who is your eldest brother? Is there anyone else who has been reborn like me? My eldest brother's name is Fu Jingyu. Fu Xinxi spoke proudly. He thought his elder brother was crazy at first because he took out all the money in the family to buy things. Unexpectedly, it really came in handy. Fu Jingyu? Are you and Fu Jingyu brothers? There was a flash of disbelief in Su Wanwan's eyes. These two people were not alike at all. Seeing Su Wanwan's reaction, Fu Xinxi couldn't help but ask, You don't know my brother, do you? Is it really such a coincidence? Su Wanwan nodded. I know your brother. Oh my god, this is fate. It turns out we are all one family. Fu Xinxi exclaimed and couldn't help but sigh. But I think you and your brother don't look very much alike. Su Wanwan expressed her doubts, otherwise she would have asked him if he knew Fu Jingyu. Both of them have the surname Fu, but because they don't look alike, no one has linked them together. Fu Xinxi responded, My mother is from abroad, and I am mixed race, so naturally I look very different from my eldest brother. You have the same father but the same mother? Yes. Fu Xinxi responded frankly. Su Wanwan frowned slightly. Is the father of these two brothers a cheating man or a scumbag? The age difference between Fu Xinxi and Fu Jingyu is at most 3 years. When Fu Jingyu was 3 or 4 years old, his father had an affair with another woman. Of course, these are just her guesses. She shouldn't ask too much about other people's family affairs. Would you like to tell me where you live now? Fu Xinxi asked. Chapter 27 Heavy Rain. Do you really want to know where I live? Su Wanwan asked curiously. frowning slightly. He looked Fu Xinxi up and down. Fu Xinxi nodded and said without hesitation, "This world is so boring nowadays. We can play games together when we have time. I don't have any friends here." Fu Xinxi sighed. "Just because of this? Play games?" The corners of Su Wanwan's mouth twitched. Fu Xinxi responded as if it was a matter of course. "Otherwise, do you think I have bad intentions towards you? Or do you think I want to steal your supplies? I have stockpiled over 1 billion worth of supplies, so there is no need to rush for them. So, you don't have to worry about me stealing your supplies. Besides, you know my brother. If I steal your supplies, won't he beat me to death? There are still sufficient supplies now, so there is no need to steal other people's supplies. You can't tell what will happen in the future. After all, the human instinct for survival is terrifying." Su Wanwan glanced at Fu Xinxi with a complicated expression. She really didn't know whether this guy came here for vacation or to seek refuge. He has a completely different personality from Fu Jingyu. "My house is across from yours. Don't bother me unless you have something to do." After saying that, Su Wanwan rode her bike back quickly. Even if she doesn't tell him now, this guy will know it later. After all, her house is too close to the hotel. "Wow, your house is really close to mine." When Fu Xinxi heard this, he exclaimed, his face full of surprise. "This is too close. It is separated by a road and 2 green belts. It's really close." Fu Xinxi wanted to chase after it to take a look, but raindrops soon hit his car. He looked at the increasingly dark weather, and the strong wind blew over, bringing with it a sinister aura. So Fu Xinxi hurried back. Su Wanwan returned home and couldn't wait to take a bath. "After taking a shower and putting on new clothes, I felt much better." When she came out, she only heard heavy rain outside. She stood in front of the window, watching the heavy rain outside and wiping her hair. Is this considered a blessing after a long drought? But Su Wanwan didn't think this was a good thing. It was very likely a disaster. Continuous high temperature and drought will cause the soil to lose water and become loose, or to become lumpy and hardened. There is a large accumulation of energy in the atmosphere, making it easy for severe convective weather and concentrated short-term heavy rainfall to occur, and it is very easy for flash floods and various extreme disasters to occur. Big Head was lying on the table and combing his fur with his tongue. He was really a clean kitten. After working during the day, Su Wanwan is already hungry. No matter how much it rains outside, the disaster that is bound to come will always come and she can't stop it. "I want to eat barbecue in the evening. I haven't eaten skewers for a long time." She has a charcoal fire, but she can't grill in the room because the smell will be too strong. Take Big Head directly into the space. The sun is shining and the breeze is gentle, which is very suitable for open-air barbecue. I took a handful of bamboo sticks and strung the sliced pork belly and beef into bunches, and also added some cabbage and leeks. Because I don't have a big appetite, I ordered 5 skewers of pork belly and beef, and 2 skewers of the other dishes, including cabbage, leeks, and mushrooms. To be honest, it's a bit of a waste of charcoal to only grill this little bit. Anyway, there are plenty of resources, so there is no need to worry about wasting them. Set up the barbecue grill and light the charcoal. Prepare some oil, cumin powder, chili powder, and other seasonings. Next comes the barbecue part. The barbecue couldn't be finished in a short time, so she brought over a transparent red wine glass and poured some iced grape juice into it. Life suddenly became comfortable. Big Head could only watch helplessly. When Su Wanwan turned around to barbecue, Big Head quietly jumped onto the table, lightly towards. The wine glass passed by. Su Wanwan didn't notice Dada's actions at all. Hearing a bang, Su Wanwan quickly turned around. Then I saw Big Head squatting on the table, wagging his tail as if nothing had happened. "Big Head, you bad cat." Su Wanwan couldn't help but roar. In fact, this was not the first time that Dada did this. Every time he does something bad, he looks so innocent. "Go down." Su Wanwan threw the Big Head down directly. You can't really beat the cat. After all, it's a cat. It doesn't have human thinking and doesn't know what it can and cannot do. And they shed hair all the time. So people with obsessive-compulsive disorder should not easily keep cats. Otherwise your body will be covered with cat hair. Big Head was thrown down, but he didn't seem to feel anything and just wagged his tail leisurely, walking in a cat-like manner towards the cargo area not far away. There was a big-headed cat storing food over there. Su Wanwan was barbecuing while watching the cat. Fortunately, Big Head just went over to take a look. Don't eat too many cat strips, just one every few days is enough. While the barbecue was still not cooked, Su Wanwan quickly cleaned the table and poured another glass of juice. I was so hungry, but the barbecue was not cooked yet, so I could only drink some juice to fill my stomach. At this time, The pork belly and beef were already sizzling with oil. Many people like to eat lamb skewers, but she doesn't like it at all. She can't get used to it, and she can't accept the taste of lamb. People who like to eat it love it very much, and people who don't like it can't touch it. Finally, the skewers were all grilled. Su Wanwan put the skewers on a plate and sprinkled them with cumin, chili powder, pepper, and some sauce. Big Head saw Su Wanwan eating and quickly ran back from the bushes. Meow. Big Head sat upright on the ground, raised his head and called out. His voice was particularly beautiful, with a hint of babyishness, which made people's hearts melt. You want to eat? This is not for you. Su Wanwan looked at Datu and said helplessly. But Big Head looked pitiful, so Su Wanwan got some raw beef and raw pork for Big Head. Big Head sniffed it with his little nose and started to eat it voraciously. Seems to be very happy. Watching this scene, Su Wanwan felt that she loved Datu even more. What a cute little thing. I eat it voraciously. For some unknown reason I like Big Heads more. With Big Head around, I don't feel lonely at all. While eating the skewers, drinking juice and looking at the cute appearance of Big Head, my appetite was greatly improved. People say that keeping a cat is very healing. She didn't think so before, but now she agrees with this statement. Cats are just naughty sometimes, making people love and hate them. Compared to other cats, Big Head is relatively well-behaved and has a good temper, so Su Wanwan likes him very much. After eating, Su Wanwan looked at the goods placed on the ground. She had to find some time to sort the goods so that it would be more convenient to find things. In fact, Su Wanwan has time. She doesn't have to work or go out. How could she not have time? It's just that I'm very lazy now and don't want to clean up, so I found an excuse for myself. When I suddenly feel diligent one day, I will naturally clean and tidy up this place. Chapter 28 Flood Cleansing. Su Wanwan brought Datu outside, where it was still raining heavily. It's only 6 o'clock in the evening, but it's already as dark as 8 or 9 o'clock. Except for the lights on in the hotel opposite, most other places are dark. At night she hid in the space to sleep. The rain outside was too loud and sounded very noisy. She is a light sleeper, and she couldn't fall asleep because of the loud rain outside. The sky inside the space also darkened, but it did not rain inside. The evening breeze was gentle and accompanied by cool breezes. She lay on the bed and slept comfortably. There is no need to worry about ferocious beasts, poisonous insects, or other people appearing here. Big Head was sleeping next to her, curled up together, and his little appearance was adorable. If Big Head wasn't around, life in the apocalypse would be extremely boring. I couldn't go out to play, and there were no online games. I would get sick from being bored all by myself. But with Big Head around me, I feel very warm in my heart. Even if she faces an unknown disaster, she will not be afraid. In my previous life, I had experienced many disasters, but they lasted for a long time. In this life, it seems that some disasters have happened ahead of time. Moreover, I moved across a city, almost across 2 provinces, so the disaster should be different. Haicheng is close to the sea, and apart from the backflow of seawater, disasters such as mudslides and flash floods are basically unlikely to occur there. Jingang City is located in a mountainous area, but the mountains here are not very tall, and mudslides and mountain torrents rarely occur in such places. Everyone has fled, and I can't even watch the news. You can only see what others post on your phone. Although we have entered the end of the world, the signal has not been completely cut off, it is just intermittent. Most of the people were wailing, and many people who had previously been looking forward to the end of the world now regretted how naive they were in the past. Su Wanwan slept soundly in the room. When she woke up, it was already dawn. After washing, she got some cows and goat's milk and some bread. Big Head woke up a long time ago and started dancing on the bed. The quilt was covered with large heads of hair. In order to protect the environment in the space, Su Wanwan took all the garbage out. This place is so beautiful, we can't let garbage ruin the environment. When I got outside, it was still raining heavily. The road was flooded, and the worst was that the houses in the distance were flooded. Su Wanwan stood at the window, looking into the distance with a telescope. However, those communities have long been uninhabited, and most people have moved to safe areas. She had to be thankful that she had chosen the house here in the first place, as it was an element of luck. This is also a safe area. Heavy rain had been falling for 10 days, and the accumulated water on the ground had already submerged the staircase on the first floor, about 20 centimeters. If you walk on the road, it will be at least knee-deep. As expected, severe floods occurred in some places, submerging 5 or 6-story buildings. Some places were hit by mudslides, and the entire town was swept away and submerged. These things were all seen on the internet, and no one went to rescue. Crying to the sky will get no response, and calling to the earth will get no help. In Jingang City, after about a week, all the accumulated water receded, and the city seemed to have been cleansed. The river in the city was also filled with water. It was extremely hot before, and the silt in the river was dry. The gaps between the drying racks were at least as wide as a palm. The sun was no longer as warm, and there was a chill in the air. Some pedestrians can be seen on the road. They are all going to the outside areas to look for supplies. Everyone can gain something more or less. Don't go to the river in the city. It's very weird there. An auntie spoke with a mysterious look on her face and started talking with several aunties next to her. They were holding urea bags in their hands and seemed to be looking for supplies. Su Wanwan followed not far behind them. She no longer needs to collect supplies. She has stockpiled so many supplies that they are enough for her to eat for several lifetimes. Just want to go out for a walk and see what's going on outside. What's going on over there? Another aunt asked curiously. My son was driving past the river in the city last night when a child stopped him. Because it was raining, my son didn't get out of the car. The child said he was very thirsty. Is it so weird? This is too scary. Did he die of thirst before? I guess so. It was really too hot during that time. Su Wanwan felt uneasy when she heard what the aunts said. There were indeed dead bodies of children on the other side of the river in the city, and there was more than one. It's really scary. Luckily, she never goes out at night. Taking advantage of the fact that the weather was not hot and it was not raining, many people went out to collect supplies. Most of them ride bicycles. After all, gasoline and electricity are precious and cannot be used up now. What will they use in the future if they are used up now? Everyone went to shopping malls, wholesale markets, and supermarkets. Everyone took food. Su Wanwan is not interested in food now, so she wants to see if she can find anything else. Passing by a gold shop, Su Wanwan stopped. There was no one around, so she took a saw from the space. The saw is quite heavy. Afterwards, Su Wanwan put on goggles and directly destroyed the rolling door outside. It is the end of the world now, and these abandoned stores have long been unmanned. There is no need to worry about anyone coming to arrest you. The only thing you have to worry about is being seen by people who are also collecting supplies. She likes to choose things quietly by herself and doesn't like to compete with others. There is a glass door inside the rolling door, and the door is locked. Su Wanwan put away the electric saw and took out a safety hammer, which was specially used to break this kind of glass. Looking at the small hammer, Su Wanwan didn't know why she hoarded this hammer in the first place. Now it finally comes in handy. She knocked gently on the glass door, and a snowflake appeared on the door instantly. After a few random knocks, the glass door broke into pieces and scattered on the ground. He calmly took out a pair of white gloves from the space and put them on, which would make him look more professional. I held a flashlight in my hand. It was too dark inside. There was a shallow layer of water on the ground, so she stepped carefully to avoid falling. The ground is quite smooth. What came into view was a glass counter, but there was no goods on it at all. It must have been taken away by the owner himself, as the other things were still quite flat. If someone had visited here before, it wouldn't be so neat. The joy in my heart disappeared without a trace in an instant. She took a flashlight and looked around to see if there was any fallen gold. I searched the cabinets one by one and found some packaging boxes under them. Apart from a blue and white porcelain ornament and a crystal diamond ornament, there was nothing else to take away. Chapter 29. Picking up supplies from the gold shop. There is a staff lounge at the back and an iron door. No one knows what is behind the door. There were some clothes and a few bags of medicine in the staff lounge, but nothing else. All that was left was the iron door, which looked like a warehouse door, except there was no key. Su Wanwan didn't worry about whether she had the key or not, since she had a saw anyway. When I was about to cut it open with a saw, I found that the iron gate was actually open. Has anyone been here before? With a nervous heart, Su Wanwan slowly pushed the door open. The door was a little heavy. A foul smell hit me in the face. Su Wanwan quickly took a few steps back and took out her gas mask. It smells so bad in there. There's a chance there's a dead body. In this situation, she hesitated whether to go in or not. Since she was already here, it would not be worthwhile to leave just like that. So, Su Wanwan plucked up the courage to walk in and push the door open. She had already thought of countless terrible scenarios in her mind. The hand holding the flashlight was already sweating. She shone her flashlight on the wall inside and down it. Seeing the scene inside, Su Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that there were not human corpses, but 5 or 6 big rats. She pushed the door open completely. The room was in a mess, and there seemed to be nothing valuable in it. It seems that she was happy too early. Just as Su Wanwan was about to leave, a box caught her attention. She dragged the box out, which seemed to weigh dozens of kilograms. Drag the box outside. This box should contain something. When he used an electric saw to saw the box open, sparks flew out and Su Wanwan was startled. This box is really hard to open. I sawed for a long time and only made a shallow mark. Can't waste time here. So Su Wanwan put away the box and planned to open it carefully when she returned. Su Wanwan walked out of the store, took off her gas mask, put on a mask, and still wore white gloves on her hands. This place used to be full of luxury stores, but now there is no one here and no one comes here. After all, luxury goods cannot fill your stomach. People prefer to go to places where there are supermarkets. Even from a distance, one could still hear some sounds of smashing and blasting. Don't panic, someone is just forcing the door open. Su Wanwan only wants gold. There are 2 shops in front, a gold shop and a silver shop. She chose the gold shop directly. Break the door, grab the flashlight, and walk right in. There were also gold ornaments on the counter, and Su Wanwan's eyes lit up when she saw them. Lots of gold bracelets and gold necklaces. She took out a bag from the cabinet and took out gold necklaces one by one, with prices marked on them, ranging from tens of thousands to thousands. When placed under the flashlight, it shines golden and the color looks beautiful. The gold necklaces, gold bracelets, gold rings, gold bracelets, and gold earrings were all taken away. And a blonde hairpin. Holding these things, Su Wanwan felt her blood boiling. Dee. The sound outside scared Su Wanwan so much that she shuddered all over and couldn't help but want to curse. Fu Xinxi got out of the car with an iron rod in his hand. When he saw the figure in the gold shop, he asked, "What are you doing?" What caught my eye was the back of a woman. This woman, instead of going to the supermarket or wholesale market to collect supplies, what is she doing here? Su Wanwan heard the voice, turned around silently, and found that it was Fu Xinxi. Their eyes met, and they looked at each other. Su Wanwan, it's you. What are you doing here? Fu Xinxi looked at the woman in front of him and recognized her at first glance. It turned out to be Su Wanwan. What is this woman doing here? I couldn't help but feel a little confused. Don't you see? I'm gathering supplies here. Su Wanwan didn't feel embarrassed. It was the end of the world, and it would be a waste not to clean up these things. This is normal. While other people went to supermarkets and wholesale markets to buy things for free, she only bought things for free at jewelry shops. All the same, Fu Xinxi walked in, looked at the gold jewelry on the counter, and said, "These things can't be used as food to fill your stomach, nor can they keep you warm. What are you doing with them?" Su Wanwan responded without hesitation. "Is it not okay for me to like it?" Then he continued, "Look at how beautiful it is in yellow." Fu Xinxi shook his head in disagreement, holding a gold bracelet and frowning slightly. "Girls, shouldn't you prefer silver jewelry? Gold jewelry looks tacky and old-fashioned when worn." Su Wanwan retorted, "I think gold jewelry is better, and silver jewelry is not as beautiful as gold jewelry." She took out another golden hairpin and said with a look of delight, "Look, isn't this style nice?" Fu Xinxi shook his head and looked carefully at the hairpin in Su Wanwan's hand. "I really can't appreciate such a hairpin. There's a silver shop over there. You can go in and take a look." Su Wanwan took the gold jewelry and said, "Let's talk about it later. Let's clean up here first." After saying that, Su Wanwan put gold rings on all 10 of her fingers. There are also golden locks, which look attractive. "By the way, what are you doing here?" She glanced at Fu Xinxi and continued to pick up the gold jewelry and put it into her bag. The bag is already bulging. Fu Xinxi leaned on the counter and watched Su Wanwan busying herself. "It's a rare good day, so of course I went out for a walk to see if I could pick up some supplies. I didn't expect to meet you. Next time you go out to pick up supplies, you can call me. I'll come out with you, so we can both take care of each other, right? Picking up supplies alone is boring and dangerous. If you happen to meet some criminals, they might do something bad to you. In today's world, there is nothing to restrain human nature. If you're a little irritable, you will just pick up your fists and start fighting. So it's better to be careful. What you said makes sense, but I don't want to go to your place." Su Wanwan spoke without hesitation and directly stated that she didn't want to go. "Why?" Fu Xinxi lay on the counter, looking at Su Wanwan with a puzzled look on his face. "Am I really annoying?" Su Wanwan had put all the gold jewelry into the bag. The bag was not very big, only about 10 pounds. It's not very heavy, but it's not very light either. Seeing Fu Xinxi's confused face, Su Wanwan said, "Isn't Su Muse living at your place? Why would I go over there? He is the person I hate the most. If you look at it for a second longer, you will feel that your eyes are being insulted. If you can avoid seeing him, then do so. He's just a scumbag." Fu Xinxi then nodded in understanding and said, "So that's how it is. I thought you hated me. Why don't you leave me your contact information? If you need to go out to collect supplies, we can go together so that we can look after each other. Chapter 30 Jintai Department Store. After Fu Xinxi finished speaking, he took out a cell phone from his pocket. Prepare to add Su Wanwan as a friend. Su Wanwan glanced at Fu Xinxi and walked out with the bag. She had already cleared out everything here. The signal is intermittent now. Are you sure I can receive the message you sent me? Fu Xinxi's car was parked on the road outside. Fu Xinxi followed Su Wanwan and said persistently, add her as a friend first. Look, the signal is full now. Seeing the man in front of her, he was determined to achieve his goal. She had no choice but to say, 188. Hearing Su Wanwan speak so quickly, Fu Xinxi quickly said, wait, who are the last two? It's too fast. I can't keep up with the pace. 43. Fu Xinxi was very happy, as he finally became Su Wanwan's friend. Okay, I've sent the friend request, please accept it. Su Wanwan was carrying a bag of gold jewelry. She glanced at Fu Xinxi and coughed lightly, saying, I'm so sorry, I don't have my phone with me. Actually, I brought it with me, but I just put it in the space. Now that Fu Xinxi is here, she can't just go into the space and take things. Fu Xinxi said with a strange look on his face, you go out without your cell phone? It's so inconvenient without a mobile phone. Why bring a cell phone? Now everything is free purchases, no need for mobile payment. Besides, I don't have many contacts, and the signal is not good. So what do I need a cell phone for? Su Wanwan gave several reasons why mobile phones are useless. For her, a mobile phone is just a tool for reading news. Listening to Su Wanwan's words, Fu Xinxi nodded thoughtfully, touched his chin, and said, what you said seems to make sense. However, I still have to carry my phone with me in case my eldest brother or my grandparents come looking for me. Su Wanwan glanced at Fu Xinxi and couldn't empathize with him. One has a family, one has no family. If you have family, you have concerns. If you don't have family, you have no concerns. By the way, why don't I see your brother? Is he still at the training base? What kind of world is this now? Why are you still in the training base? Su Wanwan muttered a few words, somewhat unable to understand. In the last days, human nature is selfish. It's good enough to be able to survive. Fu Xinxi put away his phone and said, it is because of the end of the world that my elder brother is needed more. He is now leading people to plan and build a siege city and establish a new civilized order. He has always understood what his elder brother did, and that he did it to protect his family. There will definitely be incidents of looting supplies in the future, and Jingang City will also welcome some robbers. If the wall is not built, it will be easy for the robbers to come in. Other cities had no order and no military protection, so burning, killing, and looting were common. At present, the remaining people in Jingang City can help each other and collect supplies together. Su Wanwan was silent. The reason why Jingang City became a safe zone in the previous life was perhaps because of the existence of Fu Jingyu. Thinking of this, Su Wanwan began to look at Fu Jingyu with a new respect. I can also understand what Fu Jingyu did. He protects more than just his family. Then, Su Wanwan changed the subject and asked, can you open the door of that silver shop? Fu Xinxi looked back at the roller shutter door outside the silver shop, knocked on it with his hand, and shook his head. You can't open this door. Didn't you open the door next door? Can't you open the door here? I turned my head to look at the rolling door next to me and saw that it was open. I don't know what tool Su Wanwan used to open it. Looking at her, it seemed that she only had a high-intensity flashlight. I didn't open the door next to it. It was already broken. I just pulled it and the shutter door came down. Su Wanwan spoke with an innocent look on her face. Anyway, he won't admit that he was the one who destroyed it. Well, I thought you opened it. Fu Xinxi believed what Su Wanwan said. Maybe it was because Su Wanwan pretended too well. He didn't doubt it at all. Looking at the rolling door in front of him, Fu Xinxi touched his chin and looked as if he was thinking. Have you thought of any good ideas? Su Wanwan asked quickly. His eyes were fixed on Fu Xinxi. Fu Xinxi seemed to have thought of something and hurried to open the trunk of the car. Wait, I remember there is an axe in the trunk of the car. He took out an axe from the trunk. The reason why he put an axe in the trunk was because he was inspired by seeing this woman taking out an axe from the trunk to deal with the thugs. It feels normal to have an axe in the trunk. Maybe it can come in handy. Now, it really comes in handy. Fu Xinxi weighed the axe in his hand, then nodded repeatedly, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Move aside. I'm going to work. As he spoke, Fu Xinxi swung the axe and chopped directly on the rolling door. 1, 2, 3 times. There seems to be no reaction at all. Seeing this, Su Wanwan said, why don't we just forget it? Bring a chainsaw tomorrow and go look somewhere else today. She suggested. Okay, let's go to the Jintai department store. There seems to be a place that specializes in selling gold and silver. Seeing that the axe could not split the shop door open in one go, Fu Xinxi had to give up. Just bring an electric saw and cut it open tomorrow. It's just a silver shop anyway. It seems a bit far over there. Su Wanwan thought about it and spoke slowly. After arriving at Jingang City, I have only been to Jintai department store twice, both times to purchase supplies. But when I got inside, I found that most of the items were luxury goods. Not only were they expensive, they were also not very useful. Apart from looking good, they were useless. Things like jewel necklaces, pearl necklaces, brand-name clothes, shoes and bags, luxury perfumes and cosmetics, famous watches, and all kinds of toys. It's okay. I'll drive there. It'll only take about 30 minutes. Fu Xinxi said, opened the car door and continued, get in the car. Okay, thank you for your help. Su Wanwan nodded. Fu Xinxi drove very fast and arrived at Jintai department store in less than 30 minutes. The outer door of the department store was closed. Fu Xinxi looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes full of excitement, and said, it seems that this place has not been destroyed yet. We should be the first to come here. He picked up the axe and hit the iron door. But the iron door was too strong. Su Wanwan took out the small hammer from her pocket, a hammer specially used to break glass. Let me try. She walked to the glass wall and hit it with the small hammer in her hand, but only produced a small snowflake. Chapter 31. This is too expensive. These glasses are probably bulletproof glass. They are extremely hard. Wow, you actually have such a good thing on you. Fu Xinxi exclaimed, with an incredible expression on his face. Su Wanwan did it a few more times, and then said to Fu Xinxi, I'm almost done. You can knock this off with an axe. Good. Fu Xinxi took the axe and knocked on it, finally making a hole. By pushing the glass on the hole, an entrance was created. It's just enough to accommodate one person. The two walked in one by one. Haha, I finally got in. This is an optical shop. Let me see which glasses are suitable for me. Fu Xinxi spoke with excitement. Now it feels better to buy things of your choice at will, without spending any money than before when I chose things with my own money. Su Wanwan picked up the glasses from the shelf, looked down, and found that the pair of glasses cost 2,000 yuan. Is this made of gold? It costs $2,000. She had bought a few pairs of sunglasses before, all costing around $15. No more than $50. This is too expensive. Su Wanwan couldn't help but say something. Fu Xinxi, who was standing by, put on a pair of sunglasses and said, it's a bit expensive, but there's a reason for it. There's a saying that good things aren't cheap, and cheap things aren't good. This pair of glasses looks really cool on me. He admired himself in the mirror. Su Wanwan said to Fu Xinxi, if you like it, just pretend. You're right, hurry up and put it on. Give my brother a few pairs of glasses too. It was extremely hot before, and the sunlight was very glaring. It would be nice if he had sunglasses like these. As Fu Xinxi spoke, he looked for a bag to put his glasses in. Su Wanwan also took some. It would be a good idea to pick the expensive ones. All the gold jewelry was placed in Fu Xinxi's car. Sure enough, it is more convenient for her to pick up supplies alone, as it is inconvenient for her to do it with a group of people. The bag is too small. This little bear ornament looks great. I want to take it away too. Fu Xinxi could only hold the teddy bear ornament in his arms. I've only visited one store, and I'm already leaving with nothing. Su Wanwan then said, why don't you put the things in the car first? That's all we can do. Fu Xinxi responded, and then said to Su Wanwan, you go pick up the supplies first. I'll put the things away. Okay. Su Wanwan nodded and watched Fu Xinxi leave. After he left, Su Wanwan found another pile of glasses and glasses cases in the storage warehouse. She quickly put the glasses in the space. She didn't need so many, but she didn't mind collecting more. Only part of the glasses remained on his hand. Not long after, Fu Xinxi came in from outside. Okay, let's go to the next one. Fu Xinxi held an axe in his hand and chopped open the glass door inside. Glass doors opened better than glass walls. Fu Xinxi pointed to the store across the street and said, that's a perfume store. Girls should like perfume very much. Don't you want to go and take a look? Okay, don't you want to come and see it together? Su Wanwan glanced at the perfume shop and turned back to ask Fu Xinxi. After all, perfume is a luxury item and is quite expensive, so she doesn't stock up on such things. I did stock up on some things like toilet water. Although she didn't know whether she would need the perfume in the future, Su Wanwan didn't seem to be opposed to collecting it. It's okay if you don't let others smell it, but you can smell it yourself. Fu Xinxi waved his hand and said, I'm not interested in perfume or anything like that. If I need it in the future, I can just borrow it from you. I like the sneakers over there. I'm going to look at some shoes. After saying that, Fu Xinxi had already gone to a sneaker store. Su Wanwan had no choice but to go to the perfume shop alone. In fact, it not only sells perfumes, but also branded lipsticks and cosmetics. The brand seems to be Kiki. A box of lipstick costs 9,000 yuan. A bottle of perfume costs 3,000 yuan. It's more expensive than the glasses I bought before. Su Wanwan took a lot, and it would be a waste to leave it here anyway. Fit it all into the space. Finally, I took a few bottles and put them in the bag to make it look like there were some. Next door is a women's shoe store, which also sells bags. These shoes seem to cost tens of thousands a pair, and the bags also cost tens of thousands. After all, they are luxury goods and are always so expensive. Su Wanwan can still wear high heels for fun. After all, she has never worn high heels in her life. She has always worn white sneakers, big-toed shoes, and leather shoes. You can only see other people wearing these very feminine high heels. She put on a pair of high heels, looked at herself in the mirror, and felt pretty good. So, I picked up a dozen pairs of my favorite high heels and a few bags that I liked. I didn't take much else, especially the small bag, which was too small and could barely fit a mobile phone. This kind of bag is only used to match clothes. It is too useless, so she didn't take it. I just left a bag outside, hanging on my body, which contained a flashlight, a small hammer, perfume, and glasses. In front is a jewelry store, which sells diamond rings. The first silver ring that catches your eye costs tens of thousands. There are also hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Over there, Fu Xinxi came out with more than 20 pairs of shoes. Have you chosen? Is this all you have? Fu Xinxi frowned slightly and continued, don't be too polite when you come here. Even if you don't take it, someone else will take it sooner or later. I just picked out some that I liked, that's about it, and I can't eat them anyway. Su Wanwan responded. In fact, she almost emptied out all the stores. Fu Xinxi nodded thoughtfully and said, you are right, but if I like anything, I will take it away. I'll take these things out first. Fu Xinxi said something and went out with his things. Su Wanwan watched Fu Xinxi leave and took out a few expensive diamond rings and put them on her hands. Diamond rings were sought after by many people in the past, but now they are not as precious as gold. So, I just took a little bit, and there were limited edition pearls, and planned to make a pearl necklace for Datu. She rarely wears jewelry. Fu Xinxi came back and said to Su Wanwan, my car is too small. There are so many goods here. I'm afraid I can't load them all. Then you can go and see if there are any trucks or vans nearby. Can't we use them to load the goods? Su Wanwan suggested. Listening to Su Wanwan's words, Fu Xinxi felt that it made sense, and then he said with an embarrassed look, what about my previous car? Don't want it anymore? Su Wanwan rolled her eyes and said, are you stupid? I can drive too. You drive the truck and I drive your car. Hey, that's a good idea. Fu Xinxi suddenly understood that this method was indeed good. So he walked outside and said, I'll go find a car, and you pack the goods here. Chapter 32, Searching the Floor. Su Wanwan watched Fu Xinxi leave, and she came to a gold shop. The price of gold here was not as expensive as diamonds, but in the end times, diamonds are worthless. She cleaned up the gold items here and put away all of them, half in her hands and half in her own space. The second floor is for buying clothes, cookware, quilts, and other things. Looking at a pink silk quilt, Su Wanwan was moved and took the quilt away. The rest were packed and placed on the ground, waiting for Fu Xinxi to come and put them directly into the trailer. As for pots and pans, she took a few that she liked and packed up the rest, as it would be a waste to leave them here. Take them all away and give them to Fu Xinxi when the time comes to see if he needs anything. What she needed had already been selected. There are also musical instrument stores and toy stores on the third floor, and the rest are either men's or women's clothing stores, as well as some shoe stores. The fourth floor is similar to the third floor, there is no difference. The fifth and sixth floors were originally restaurants. Except for drinks in the refrigerator, everything else in these restaurants was tableware. Not what she needed. The seventh floor is the game room. It is pitch black in the room, and there are many dolls inside the claw machine. Su Wanwan looked at the doll in the claw machine, took the hammer in her hand, and smashed it directly with the hammer, and the glass instantly turned into pieces. She pulled out a doll. She picked up a doll and bought one for 100 yuan. Suddenly I found that this direct method is the most comfortable. She didn't need much, just a doll. A little brown bear. The little bear is so cute. The eighth floor is a cinema, and there are no stairs going up. The cinema was pitch black. She just stood at the elevator entrance, took a look, and then went down. What would a movie theater have available? A fire extinguisher? A movie screen? She turned and left. About an hour later, she had already visited the entire Jintai department store. She took everything she could use. There were 10 silver rings and 10 gold rings on 10 fingers. There is also a jewelry store here, which also sells luxury items. She took them all, including the jewel necklace on the model. Nothing is left. Even if you don't need to use it, you can still enjoy it for yourself. Another half an hour later, Su Wanwan finally heard some movement downstairs. Wanwan, I'm back. Fu Xinxi shouted loudly, holding several large bags in his hands. Su Wanwan stood by the fence on the third floor and asked, "Why did you take so long?" Looking down at Fu Xinxi downstairs, Su Wanwan's voice echoed in the huge Jintai department store. "I looked around and saw the bus, but I didn't have the key. So I had to drive back and get the hotel's truck out." Fu Xinxi chuckled, walked towards the elevator, and continued, "Look, I brought a lot of big bags to put things in. Our mission today is to clean the Jintai department store." Su Wanwan came to the second floor and took 2 large snakeskin bags from Fu Xinxi. She said, "No wonder you took so long to come back. I thought something happened to you. Where is the gold I put in your car?" "You won't swallow my gold?" She raised her eyebrows and asked curiously. "Don't worry, I won't. Why would I swallow your gold? I have no interest in that stuff. You might as well give me a few pairs of sneakers." Fu Xinxi chuckled and indicated that he was not interested in gold. I don't know why Su Wanwan is interested in gold. Maybe all women love beauty and like jewelry. That was all Fu Xinxi could think of. There are several shoe stores on the second and third floors. You can go and have a look. Although Su Wanwan didn't understand Fu Xinxi, she didn't say anything. Everyone has their own preferences. You may not understand them, but you must respect them. Not everyone has the same preferences. Okay, then I'll go check out the shoes, you go check out yours, and when we're done we can just throw the stuff downstairs, as long as it's not fragile. When Fu Xinxi mentioned the shoes, his eyes lit up instantly. Originally he had a lot of shoes, including many limited editions. But when I moved here later, I didn't bring those shoes with me. It hurts to think about it now. Nowadays, although the shoes you buy here are pretty good, there are still no limited editions. Not as good as his previous shoes. The two of them acted separately. Su Wanwan passed by a bridal shop and looked at the exquisite wedding dresses inside, some of which had tiny diamonds on them. She picked out 2 and put them in the space, leaving the other one untouched. She definitely won't be able to use this dress, but she can wear it for fun at home. Enjoy it yourself. Thinking of this, Su Wanwan turned around and picked up a few more wedding dresses. It's just gathering dust here anyway. After one round, 5 or 6 bags had been thrown downstairs. Wanwan, let me take all the things to the car first. You continue to pack, and I'll get some more bags by the way. Fu Xinxi said this and walked downstairs. There are already a lot of things downstairs. Got to put some back in the car. Good. Su Wanwan responded and walked into a store that sold tents, jackets, and various outdoor products. Regardless of size, just stuff them all into the bag. Most of the shops on the second floor were ransacked. The rest are toy stores and skincare product stores. Su Wanwan rarely uses skincare products as her skin is already in good condition. So, she doesn't use any cosmetics or anything like that. Forget about the toys. She's not a child. There is also a blind box shop. Su Wanwan dragged the bag to open the blind box. She didn't like the toys inside the blind box, but she liked opening the blind box. She opened all the blind boxes and placed the doll ornaments on the shelf. Walking into a music store, she picked up a guitar and tried to play it, but found that she didn't know how to play it. I had to give up guitar and other instruments. After dragging the bags around, Fu Xinxi came up with many bags. He was so tired that he was sweating profusely. It's getting late. Shall we just pack these last bags and head back? Fu Xinxi said. It's already 3:30, and they have to be back in the safe area before 6 o'clock. Jintai department store is not located in a safe area. Apart from the 2 of them, it seemed that no one else came here. The department store and the farmer's market are not in the same place. The farmer's market is closer to the safe zone and is only a 5-minute walk away. Most of the people went there. There used to be 2 large supermarkets there. They are the only ones who come here to get the goods. It is also a risk of some kind. What if there are bad elements here? In the past, those bad elements were restrained by morality and law, so they behaved well. Now, they are no longer restrained and do not care about human lives at all. Good. Su Wanwan responded. Chapter 33. My brother is here. In fact, she had almost packed her things. You can leave here at any time. By 5 o'clock, Jintai department store had been almost completely cleared out by Su Wanwan and Fu Xinxi. The 2 men dragged their things out. They left the same way they came in, Fu Xinxi was outside receiving something, and Su Wanwan handed it to him. The two of them worked together very quickly. The truck was packed full of everything. There were even a few quilts that could not fit into the bags and were stuffed directly into the car. At this time, it was already dark inside the Jintai department store. The sun was about to set, and the sky was dyed red. Su Wanwan came out from inside. Fu Xinxi closed the door of the truck. We really gained a lot today. He spoke with excitement on his face. It's so cool. How about we continue to come out and collect supplies tomorrow? Fu Xinxi looked at Su Wanwan with anticipation on his face. Su Wanwan also experienced the joy of picking up supplies. Besides, Fu Xinxi was not a bad person. She felt that she had more thoughts than cunning ones. So, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go tomorrow. Send me a message in advance." "Okay, let's get in the car now." Fu Xinxi agreed happily, opened the car door and got in. Su Wanwan didn't hesitate and got into the car directly. She was quite tired today. "Keep walking upstairs and downstairs. My feet are a little sore." Su Wanwan watched Fu Xinxi start the truck and said, "I didn't expect you could drive a truck." "Hey, it's nothing, it's simple. We can drive a sports car, and a truck is almost the same." As soon as Fu Xinxi finished speaking, the car drove out. The car shook a little when going down the stairs, and Su Wanwan was scared. "Just broke this guy." Fu Xinxi stepped on the brakes, coughed lightly, and said, "Just now it was just an accident. Now I can see my true strength." Listening to the words of the man next to her, Su Wanwan silently fastened her seatbelt to avoid being thrown out by this guy. The car was driving in the middle of the road. It was such a large main road, but this guy directly occupied 2 lanes. Fortunately, there are no cars on the road now. If it were in the past, this guy would definitely be fined and criticized. The car was driving when I heard the sound of a motorcycle from behind. After a few bangs, Su Wanwan looked at the broken rearview mirror and immediately said, "Drive quickly, they have guns." Fu Xinxi had no choice but to step on the accelerator to the bottom, and his expression became solemn. He tried to calm himself down and said to Su Wanwan, "Take the phone out of my pocket and call my brother. These people must be here to steal things." Su Wanwan quickly took out the cell phone from Fu Xinxi's pocket. Fu Xinxi turned the steering wheel, the car tilted, and Su Wanwan hit the car window heavily, and her cell phone fell to the ground. She bent down and picked up the phone. With a bang, the bullet hit the car window next to Su Wanwan. Wow. There were 2 people on the motorcycle, both of them imitating the calls of monkeys, and seemed very excited. If Su Wanwan hadn't bent down to pick up her phone, she might have been hit by a bullet. So Su Wanwan squatted in the car and turned on Fu Xinxi's mobile phone. She found her eldest brother Fu Jingyu's phone number on the phone page and dialed it without hesitation, anxiously waiting for the voice on the other end of the phone. If the other party is holding a knife or an axe, they are not afraid at all. But the other person was holding a pistol. 5 shots were fired in total, and now it was parallel to the van. But they didn't shoot, they just shouted excitedly. It's like catching its prey. Training base. Fu Jingyu's cell phone suddenly rang, and he found out it was a call from Fu Xinxi. Looking at the phone, he hesitated for a moment before answering it. "I don't know what's going on with Jingyu." "Hello. Fu Jingyu, hurry up. Fu Xinxi and I were in Jinji Street. They have guns." A familiar female voice came from the other end of the phone, but the voice was intermittent because the signal was poor. When Fu Jingyu heard Su Wanwan's voice, he immediately became nervous and asked quickly, "How many people are there on the other side?" "So far, I've only seen 2 of them, riding." The sound behind it disappeared again. "Okay, I'll be right there, don't hang up." After Fu Jingyu finished speaking, his face became serious, and he got into the car and drove out. The phone has been hung up. It wasn't that Su Wanwan wanted to hang up the phone, but Fu Xinxi was driving too fast. When turning a corner, she fell out and her phone fell heavily into the car, with the screen going black. She didn't mean to do that. The 2 biker gangs outside were still chasing. They were very fast and didn't seem afraid of death at all. After hearing Fu Jingyu's reply, Fu Xinxi was no longer as panicked as before. Big brother's voice can be soothing. Even if he died unfortunately, his elder brother would definitely avenge him. Su Wanwan couldn't stand up at this time because the car was going too fast and was shaking. I could only squat under the seat. Finally, Fu Xinxi saw a jeep coming towards him. One car was also driving very fast, so the jeep took a detour to avoid hitting the truck. "My brother is here. My eldest brother is here." Fu Xinxi spoke excitedly. Big brother is a reassurance. As long as big brother appears, there is no need to worry. Fu Jingyu drove the car with one hand and shot at the motorcycle with the other hand, hitting the wheel of the motorcycle with one shot. The two people on the motorcycle flew off the vehicle because of the speed. The two men rolled to the ground and couldn't get up. Fu Xinxi stopped the truck and got out with Su Wanwan. I want to see how arrogant the two guys who were chasing them just now are. I was almost hurt by those two guys. Fu Jingyu slowly stopped the car in front of the two people on the ground. One of them quickly stepped back and shot at Fu Jingyu. But before he could shoot, Fu Jingyu shot the man in the shoulder without hesitation. "Ah!" He screamed and the gun fell out of his hand. Fu Jingyu kicked the man's gun away, picked it up and looked at the gun and sneered. "Where did you steal it from?" This gun is the most basic configuration of JC, a Type 92 pistol with a total of 20 rounds of bullets. Don't bring it up in reality. The man gritted his teeth and said with a painful expression, "I picked it up." He didn't expect that the man also had a pistol in his hand. "Looks better than your own. What do you want to do? Holding guns in an unsafe area, chasing people, trying to rebel?" Fu Jingyu looked down at the man, without a trace of pity in his eyes. The other man was seriously injured. "I don't know if he is awake now." "Brother, you're finally here. I was scared to death. These two psychopaths kept chasing me and Wanwan." Fu Xinxi came over and looked at the two people on the ground fiercely and complained. Chapter 34. You're dead. At this moment, Fu Xinxi wanted to kick those two arrogant guys twice for making them chase and shoot him before. Fortunately, he was calm and wise and asked Su Wanwan to call for help. These guys are too arrogant. Do they really think that when the world is in chaos, no one can control them and they can do whatever they want and be lawless? Fu Jingyu glanced at Fu Xinxi and Su Wanwan, curious about how the two knew each other. "And how do we get out of the safe zone together? These two are really too brave." Fu Xinxi said with a face full of resentment. "Brother, don't let them go. Leaving them here will only cause trouble. The two of them want to kill people." The man said with a painful look on his face. "No, don't kill me. We just wanted to scare people and get some supplies. We really didn't dare to kill anyone. If I dared to kill someone, I would have killed him long ago." Fu Jingyu put away the gun in his hand and asked, "Who are you? Who else is in your family? Where do you live? Do you have any other accomplices?" The man covered his wound and tears fell. "Please save me first. I don't want to die. I feel like I'm going to die, please." As he spoke, his nose started to run. Fu Xinxi snorted. "Are you scared to death now? Aren't you guys very fast on motorcycles? I'm glad I didn't throw you to death." Looking at the two young men in front of me, they are probably only in their early 20s. "The wound is not vital. You won't die for now. You have to answer my questions first. If you don't want to answer, then just keep bleeding. There's no one in the hospital right now. I estimate that within 2 hours, you will go into shock from excessive blood loss." Fu Jingyu threatened. The man was frightened when he heard this and said immediately, "We are just ordinary people. We met when we dropped out of junior high school and worked part-time. His name is Wang Lei and mine is Ma Chao. When the apocalypse came, we collected supplies everywhere and found some guns. We live in the suburbs. There is no one there, just the two of us, and no other accomplices. Please, save me and Wang Lei. I promise I will never do such a thing again." Ma Chao said this with tears in his eyes, without any of his previous arrogance. While Ma Chao was speaking, Fu Jingyu checked on Wang Lei, who had fainted. With current medical equipment, it may not be possible to save Wang Lei. He stood up and responded indifferently. Ma Chao cried even harder. "We must save Wang Lei. His family is all gone, and so are my family. We are sworn brothers, and if he dies, I must die too." Listening to Ma Chao's words, Fu Xinxi felt a little funny. At the same time, I feel that this guy seems to be quite loyal. If I had known this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Fu Xinxi looked at the two guys, feeling helpless. I thought these two guys were not afraid of death, riding their bikes so fast. Fu Jingyu looked at Su Wanwan and Fu Xinxi and said, "Do you think we should save them? If we do, get them in the car. If we don't, we'll leave." He left the fate of the two to Su Wanwan and Fu Xinxi. "Please, save me and Wang Lei. We promise to turn over a new leaf and turn over a new leaf." Ma Chao looked at the man and woman in front of him with longing. Su Wanwan looked at Ma Chao coldly. "Who knows whether what you said is true or false?" Anyway, Su Wanwan didn't dare to believe other people's one-sided words. Even Fu Jingyu and Fu Xinxi only gained some trust in them after many negotiations. "I will really behave myself in the future. If I don't, big brother, you can just shoot me." Ma Chao swore to the sky. His face was full of determination. Fu Xinxi sighed deeply and said, "You'd better tell the truth, otherwise you're dead." Immediately, Fu Xinxi said to Fu Jingyu, "Brother, give them a chance. Then take them in the car." Fu Jingyu also didn't want Ma Chao to die. This guy said he had collected guns, and those things were exactly what he needed. This guy is still useful to keep. Ma Chao limped to his feet and said, I can walk by myself? Please take my brother to the car. Fu Xinxi helped Wang Lei up with some difficulty. Wang Lei was a little fat, and his weight was a bit too much for Fu Xinxi to handle. But he also said to Ma Chao, do you know why I am helping you despite the past grudges? Because you're a good person. Ma Chao thought about it and responded. Fu Xinxi shouted coldly, wrong. He is not a good person. In my heart you are a good person. Ma Chao wiped away his tears. Fu Xinxi stuffed Wang Lei into the car, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, the reason I helped you is because you value friendship. If you only asked me to save you, I would not help you. I think a person who values brotherhood can't be that bad. A real bad person has no feelings and no relatives. Bad guys like that are scary when they become bad. Fu Jingyu looked at Su Wanwan in front of him. His voice softened and asked, why are you with my brother? We happen to meet. Let's pick up supplies together. Is there a problem? Su Wanwan responded relaxedly. Looking into those deep eyes, it was like a dark black hole that seemed to suck people in. No problem. I just think it's a little weird. Fu Jingyu shifted his gaze and fell on Fu Xinxi. This guy never said that he knew Su Wanwan. How long have you known each other? Fu Jingyu had just asked, and before Su Wanwan responded, Fu Xinxi came over and said, brother, those two guys are in the car. Please take them to the military hospital. But it's really not easy to make him so tired. Wanwan, come with me. I'll take you back later, okay? Fu Jingyu looked at Su Wanwan and took the initiative to invite her. Brother, is it more convenient for me to take Wanwan back? Fu Xinxi spoke quickly. He felt lonely driving alone. To go back from here, you still have to cross a few streets. You drive a truck, which is not safe. It's safer to be with me every night. Fu Jingyu has good reasons. Listening to what his elder brother said, Fu Xinxi thought about it and felt that what his elder brother said seemed to make some sense. I had no choice but to say, yes, brother, you are right. Then I'll drive the truck back, and I'll leave Wanwan to you, big brother. Fu Xinxi didn't suspect anything and went straight to drive the truck. This side is closer to the training base. Su Wanwan sat in the passenger seat, and Fu Jingyu drove towards the training base. Ma Chao said from behind, brother, am I really not going to die? I feel like I am bleeding more and more. I really regret pulling out the gun. If you don't want to die, shut up. Fu Jingyu scolded in a low voice. This guy is afraid of death and talks too much. Only then did Ma Chao shut up. Training base. Li Juanxing watched Fu Jingyu drive back and quickly surrounded him. Captain, what did you do when you went out? Chapter 35, Big Black Bird. At that time, I saw the captain answered a phone call and drove out in a hurry. I don't know what happened. He looks very nervous. Carry the two guys at the back to the hospital. Fu Jingyu got out of the car and asked Li Juanxing and a few people nearby to carry Wang Lei and Ma Chao into the hospital. Whether he can be saved depends on the luck of these two people. Ma Chao has a higher chance of being saved, but the same cannot be said for Wang Lei. Li Juanxing saw that the two people were seriously injured and had no time to ask any more questions. He quickly carried the two people into the ward and then went to find Dr. Lin. Now, there are only a few doctors left in the army. When everyone realized that something was wrong with the environment, most of the doctors and nurses resigned and left, or applied for transfer. Except for the hospital, it's the same in all walks of life. Even many of their brothers have left. Those who remained also brought their families to Jingang City. Because a detailed description of the military might involve politics, I didn't write something so sensitive. Currently, there are about 100 people in the training base, including doctors and nurses. Originally, there were more than 500 people. It's better to leave, since resources are quite tight right now anyway. Who are these two people? Lin Qingfeng looked at the two young men who were carried in, raised his glasses, and asked with some confusion. One of them had gunshot wounds. What happened? I don't know. Go see if you can save the people the captain brought back. Li Juanxing shook his head. He was also confused. Where did the captain rescue the people from? Lin Qingfeng, wearing white gloves, said, you go out first. I'll check them and see what's going on. The hospital has limited staff now, so it's really difficult to handle this. Any surgery that is even slightly more difficult cannot be performed because all the anesthetics and disinfectants are almost gone. Okay, then I'll leave them to you. Li Juanxing walked out. Fu Jingyu got into the car again, ready to send Su Wanwan back. On the way, he said, if you are short of supplies, you can tell me and I will send them to you. It is dangerous to go out to collect supplies now. If you can avoid going, it is best not to go. so as to avoid any danger. I see. After what happened today, Su Wanwan really didn't dare to leave the safe zone casually. Just stay in the safe zone. Fortunately, Fu Jingyu is here today. Seeing that Su Wanwan was so obedient, Fu Jingyu had nothing else to say. It's not impossible to pick up supplies, but it would be better if I could send a few people to follow you. It's safer this way. After all, his men are all trained and are more than capable of dealing with ordinary people. In fact, he now occasionally takes people outside to pick up supplies. After all, there are so many people and everyone needs to eat. In addition, a wall is still under construction. The wall cannot be built overnight. Due to bad weather, construction could not begin. Now that the weather is good, they have to check in the materials first. More than 100 people wish they could be used as 500 people. Oh. Su Wanwan responded and looked out the window. When they were almost home, Su Wanwan suddenly spoke up and said, "Let's go to your house first." From a distance, I could see the truck that Fu Xinxi was driving back parked at the door. Two people were helping to unload the cargo. These things were picked up by her and Fu Xinxi together, so naturally she had a share too. Fu Jingyu was about to ask what was wrong, but when he saw Su Wanwan's eyes staring at the truck, he immediately understood. So he drove the car to his doorstep. After Su Wanwan got off the car, Fu Xinxi waved at her and said, "Come here quickly, it's time to distribute the things." She walked over and asked, "Where is my gold?" "What's the use of gold? Come and see what you need. Just take it." Fu Jingyu put his hands on his hips, looking like a wealthy young man. Looking at the things in the truck, I felt a sense of accomplishment. He worked hard to get this. I only want the gold. For the rest, just give me the ones I packed before. Her purpose is clear. Seeing Su Wanwan's determined face, Fu Jingyu walked towards his car. All of Su Wanwan's gold had been placed in the sports car. He pulled out a bag full of gold jewelry. There was another bag in the truck, which he took out as well. "Here, these are your gold and silver jewelry." "Thank you." Su Wanwan took the bag from Fu Xinxi. "Heavy. When we return, we will melt the gold at high temperature into gold nuggets. By the way, there are some shoes, clothes, and other things. You can take them. They're all for girls." As soon as Fu Xinxi finished speaking, Wang Jelly came out holding a luxury bag. She said with surprise, "Wow, there are so many perfumes in this bag. Is it for me?" Fu Xinxi looked at Wang Jelly, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "By the way, you have to take the perfume." After saying that, Fu Xinxi came to Wang Jelly and snatched the bag from her. He turned around and handed the bag to Su Wanwan. "This is yours, take it. If you don't take it, no one else will take it away. Even if it was lost, I would not give it to Wang Jelly." Fu Jingyu looked at this scene. It turns out that girls all like these things. Wang Jelly looked at the things in her hands being snatched away and couldn't help but ask, "Where are mine? There are so many things. Isn't there anything mine? There are so many things. Why is hers missing?" Fu Xinxi also said without giving any face, "If you want something, go out and pick it up yourself. These were picked up by Wanwan and I." This woman daydreams all the time. Wang Jelly looked at Su Wanwan and said, "You can't use so much by yourself. Why don't you give me some?" Su Wanwan asked next to Fu Jingyu, "Who is she?" "She's just a distant relative of ours. Don't worry about her." Fu Jingyu spoke loudly, just loud enough for Wang Jelly to hear. When Wang Jelly heard Fu Jingyu's voice, her face looked a little bad. Su Wanwan also understood. "If you want it, go pick it up yourself." "Fu Xinxi, I'm going back." After saying hello to Fu Xinxi, Su Wanwan prepared to go back with her things. "Do you need help getting you back?" Fu Xinxi asked, looking at Su Wanwan, who was carrying so many bags that she seemed to be having a hard time. "No, I can take it back myself." Su Wanwan shook her head and refused, and said to Fu Jingyu, "I'm really sorry to trouble you." Fu Jingyu took some things from Su Wanwan and said, "Let me take you back. After that, I will go back to the base." Fu Jingyu took the things and left. What else could Su Wanwan say? At this moment, a big black bird landed on the tree and cried twice. Everyone was stunned, looking at the big black bird in front of them. "Oh my goodness, is this an eagle? It actually survived the extremely hot weather. This shouldn't be possible." Fu Xinxi looked at the big bird and was a little dumbfounded. Chapter 36, Homecoming. So many people died in the previous hot weather, and there should be no animals left alive. I didn't expect to see a big bird here. The bird was pitch black, about the same size as a goose, and had a short neck. Its claws were sharp and were now tightly grasping the branch. Because the bird was so heavy, the branches were bent a lot. It looked shaky. "Wow." The big bird called again. Su Wanwan looked at the big bird and said slowly, "This is not an eagle at all. I think it is more like a crow, but a crow that has grown in size. Even the sounds are similar. Crows, bad luck, too bad luck. Drive the crows away quickly. Wang Jelly's face was full of disgust, and what she hated most were crows. Not only do crows hold grudges, but they are also very ugly. At this time, the crow swooped towards Wang Jelly, scaring her so much that she screamed, "Get out of here, you damn crow!" Wang Jelly picked up the mop next to her and hit the crow with it. The crow was also hit. It also angered the crows. You know, crows are birds that hold grudges, so the crow flew towards Wang Jelly and pecked at her with its sharp beak. Everyone around was stunned. They didn't expect the crow to pounce towards Wang Jelly. Oh, my eyes, my eyes. Wang Jelly fell to the ground, covering her eyes and rolling around, her hands covered in blood. Sumuja, who was behind, heard Wang Jelly's voice and ran out immediately. As soon as he came out, he saw a big black bird on his mother. He was a little afraid to go over because the crow looked so fierce. That crow is horrible. The crow flapped its wings and flew away, disappeared from everyone's sight. Just now, the crow was so fast that it not only pecked Wang Jelly's eyes, but also her face. Eye injuries are the most serious. Mom! Sumuse ran over and shouted, "Mom, what's wrong with you? Mom, are you okay?" When Su Wanwan saw Su Muja, she immediately understood. The woman just now turned out to be Su Muja's mother. "Uncle, please save my mother." Su Muja looked at Fu Xinxi and pleaded loudly. His mother looked very painful. She had to go to the hospital for treatment immediately. Fu Xinxi and Fu Jingyu are Su Muja's uncles. This relationship is complicated. Su Wanwan was too lazy to pay attention and said to Fu Jingyu, "You can take me back?" She really didn't care whether others were dead or alive, especially Su Muja and his mother. "Get in the car." Fu Jingyu took Su Waming into the car at night. He ignored what was happening here. "Because it's very close to my home, it only takes 3 minutes to get there. Do you want me to help carry it upstairs?" Fu Jingyu asked proactively. No, I can send the things back myself. You can go and do your thing." Su Wanwan waved her hand. She would just throw these little things into the space when no one was paying attention. "Okay, I'm leaving now." Fu Jingyu didn't stay too long, as he had to go to the hospital to see the 2 guys he brought back today. Su Wanwan watched Fu Jingyu's car leave. After looking around again and making sure that there was no one around, Su Wanwan dragged the things inside and threw them all into the space. After doing all this, Su Wanwan hurried upstairs and pretended nothing had happened. Her only goal in this world is to live well. Keep yourself well fed and clothed. After going upstairs and opening the door, she saw Big Head squatting at the door, looking at her eagerly. At this time, the sky outside had turned dark, and there were no lights on the road. It was pitch black. She doesn't plan to pick up supplies tomorrow. She is very tired today, and something dangerous happened. "I'm a little hungry and want to eat pickled fish tonight." Big Head had already eaten the cat food by himself. When Su Wanwan came into the room, Big Head rubbed against her feet. A lot of hair rubbed off her trouser legs. It seemed like he was asking where Su Wanwan had been since she hadn't come back all day. In fact, it seemed like it was just the scent of Big Head that he left on her. I originally wanted to put the Big Head in the space, but she was afraid that Big Head would run too far away and she wouldn't be able to find him. The space is like a paradise, very spacious, with mountains, water, trees, flowers, sky, sun, moon, stars, breeze, and white clouds. There are no animals. A large place may be able to accommodate a city. She had never been to the end of space and didn't know what was at the end of space. It's right next to the spiritual spring when you go in. It is just like the world in a game. As soon as you enter, you are at the starting point. Even if you walk far away and leave the space, when you enter again, you will be next to the spiritual spring. So magical. A car drove out from the opposite direction, and Su Wanwan couldn't help but take another look. It should be Fu Xinxi who sent Su Muja's mother to the hospital. She was too lazy to care about these things. Filling her stomach was more important. Su Wanwan took out a frozen blackfish from the refrigerator. The fish was frozen hard. Just thaw first. He took out a packet of pickled fish seasoning from the cupboard. After all, she didn't make sauerkraut, so she could only rely on the seasoning packets. While the fish was thawing, Su Wanwan steamed a pot of rice, just enough for one person. Big Head jumped lightly onto the stove, and Su Wanwan quickly drove Big Head off. This rebellious son is not afraid of being burned. Dada jumped up, but was pushed down by Su Wanwan. Then he rolled over and lay on it with his legs spread out as if he was acting coquettishly. After the black fish was thawed, Su Wanwan began to fillet the fish. The black fish had been processed, and the internal organs and scales had been scraped off. After the meal was ready, Su Wanwan ate it voraciously. Data jumped onto the table and sniffed at the sauerkraut fish. No, don't do that. If you want to eat, I'll pick it up for you. Even though he had dried fish and canned food, he liked to snatch the food from her. Big Head looked at her eagerly, watching Su Wanwan's every move. Su Wanwan gave Data some fish meat, but she didn't give him much because she was afraid that he might not like it. As a result, Datu wolfed down the fish meat voraciously, his actions exactly the same as Su Wanwan's. After dinner, Su Wanwan felt full and prepared to take a good bath to relieve the day's fatigue. Living alone in a room in this building, one would feel scared. After all, humans are social animals. Maybe it's okay not to see anyone for a while, but after a long time, a person will feel endless desolation and the horror of loneliness. If you have people or animals around you, the feeling of loneliness will naturally decrease. Su Wanwan was very glad that she brought Data home and made Datu an indispensable part of this family. Wherever you go, Big Head will follow you like a clingy little cat. Therefore, when she left the Big Head at home, she was eager to return home. Big Head has already got hold of her. It seemed a little cold at night, so Su Wanwan covered herself with the quilt and immediately felt much warmer. Chapter 37. Let's Eat Hot Pot. Big Head also felt cold, so he crawled into the quilt and fell asleep next to Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan opened her eyes drowsily, looked at the little guy under her arm, then closed her eyes and fell asleep contentedly. Training base. Lin Qingfeng hurriedly found Fu Jingyu, looking flustered and a little anxious. Jingyu, something important has happened. Come with me to the ward. Lin Qingfeng spoke anxiously, with a strange look on his face. Fu Jingyu stood up and asked calmly, "What's wrong?" Something big must have happened to make Lin Qingfeng so anxious. You'll find out if you follow me. Having said that, Lin Qingfeng turned around and left in a hurry. Fu Jingyu hesitated for just a moment and immediately followed. In the ward, the two injured men sat on the bed. When Ma Chao saw Fu Jingyu coming, he quickly stood up from the bed, his eyes full of fear of this man. Another Wang Lei also stood up. Lin Qingfeng said to Fu Jingyu, "Look at them." Fu Jingyu stared at Wang Lei and Ma Chao, then looked at Lin Qingfeng with a puzzled look. "Aren't they fine?" "They're fine. I haven't even started the operation on them yet, but they recovered on their own." Lin Qingfeng stood at the door, not daring to approach these two young men who were medical miracles. They are simply two monsters. Seeing the fear on Lin Qingfeng's face, Ma Chao tried to prove his innocence. "Well, we two are really not monsters. Look, we are both flesh and blood people." Fu Jingyu then remembered that a few hours ago, one of them was half dead, the other was shot and fell badly, but now they were standing in front of him safe and sound. He put his hands on his waist out of habit. This action scared Ma Chao so much that his face turned pale. He stretched out his hands to stop the void. Don't shoot. We are really not monsters." Ma Chao thought Fu Jingyu was going to pull out a gun, so he was scared. "I'm not going to shoot. Tell me, what's going on?" Fu Jingyu approached Ma Chao, and everything was normal with Ma Chao at this time. Lin Qingfeng said from behind Fu Jingyu, "This guy might have mutated. How can a normal person's wound heal in such a short time? Or else, it's a monster transformed into a human." Ma Chao immediately refuted what Lin Qingfeng said, denying it. "Nonsense, we are just humans. How can we be monsters? As a doctor, shouldn't you believe in science? You actually said that we were transformed from monsters. This is outrageous. I have never seen anything so outrageous. They themselves found it outrageous. In today's world, I believe in science and metaphysics." Lin Qingfeng had an unfathomable look on his face, and he pushed the frame of his glasses on his nose with his slender middle finger. Ma Chao glanced at Lin Qingfeng. His eyes fell on Fu Jingyu, and he said firmly, "I am really an ordinary person. Believe me, I am not a monster. As for whether I am a mutant, we don't know. Wang Lei and I didn't do anything." He felt very innocent, and his wounds healed slowly on their own for no apparent reason. Fu Jingyu saw the confusion in Wang Lei and Ma Chao's eyes and knew that these two guys were not lying. "Has Wang Jelly's wound healed?" he asked Lin Qingfeng, who was beside him. Previously, Wang Jelly had her eyes and skin pecked by crows, and was later sent here by Fu Xinzi. In the entire Jingang city, this is the only place with doctors and nurses. Lin Qingfeng shook his head. "No," she kept screaming in pain. "There is not much anesthetic available now, and she is only slightly injured. Just bear with it. If she encounters a pregnant woman giving birth, she will need anesthetic the most." There are still about 10 to 20,000 people in Jingang City now, including men, women, young and old, and even pregnant women. Fu Jingyu also couldn't understand why Wang Lei and Ma Chao recovered so quickly. Now that the two have recovered, they can only stay in the training base for close observation. The temperature is getting colder and colder. In just a few days, the temperature has dropped by 5 degrees. Su Wanwan was no longer surprised by such strange weather. In today's world, there is no such thing as normal weather. It may be cold today and hot tomorrow. It catches people off guard. Su Wanwan turned on the air conditioner to feel a little warmer, but Data just stayed in her bed and refused to get up. I get up in the morning, pour cat food for Datu, then wash up and prepare breakfast. While cutting tomatoes, she accidentally cut her finger. She rinsed the wound with cold water, dried it with a tissue, and then put a band-aid on it. It wasn't a serious wound, so Su Wanwan didn't care at all. The wound just hurts a little. After breakfast, Su Wanwan went to the room where Datu ate to clean up the cat poop. This is probably how the term poop scooper came about. Big-headed cats eat a lot and poop a lot, and the smell is even worse than human poop. Su Wanwan had no choice but to open the window to get some fresh air, and then scooped out the cat feces from the litter box while wearing a mask. Throw it into the garbage bag like a biological weapon. Big Head stood at the door and watched all this in a daze. Su Wanwan looked over and saw Data quickly walked away, as if he was afraid of being seen. After shoveling away the cat poop, Su Wanwan quickly tied a knot in the garbage bag and sealed the opening. Clean and spray some deodorant. She walked outside with a garbage bag, ready to throw away the trash. Throw away trash in the trash can. No one comes here to collect the garbage now, and the trash can next to it is full. It had been filled several times before, and she had just put it aside and burned it. Although this was not a good method, there was no better way at the moment. The air outside was so cold that Su Wanwan shivered. It wasn't raining, but the air was dry and cold. When she turned around to go back, she suddenly found a man lying in the grass. Su Wanwan didn't dare to go over. It is said that you should not rescue a man lying on the side of the road casually, as it will cause trouble. The man was wearing thin clothes, all in black, and it was unclear whether he was dead or alive. It should be a dead person. Su Wanwan said to herself, in this weather, if you wear so little clothes, you will freeze to death. She stood there for a while, then turned around and went home. When I went back upstairs, I saw a car parked downstairs. Su Wanwan heard the noise and glanced out the window, just in time to see Fu Xinxi getting out of the car. Fu Xinxi was wearing a down jacket and rubbing his hands, but his blue hair was still so attractive. Come down, let's go to my house and eat hot pot? He waved at Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan opened the window, leaned over it and sniffed. Why eat hot pot so early in the morning? I just had breakfast. I've never seen anyone eating hot pot at 10 in the morning. Have lunch. I came to tell you that I was planning to call you, but now there is no signal. Fu Xinxi said loudly from below. It's really cold today. The temperature has dropped so much in just a few days. It's really hard to accept. Chapter 38 Mom, I'm scared to death. Su Wanwan declined the offer to go eat hot pot with Fu Xinxi. She didn't want to live under the same roof with Su Muzha. Forget it, I still don't want to eat hot pot. Thank you for your kindness, you can eat it by yourselves. Fu Xinxi, who was downstairs, looked up and hesitated for a moment after hearing Su Wanwan's words. You really don't want to eat? No. Okay, I'm going back then. Just as Fu Xinxi was about to get in the car, the man in the grass suddenly crawled up, saw Fu Xinxi, and pounced towards him. At this time, Fu Xinxi did not see the man. But Su Wanwan noticed it and quickly shouted to Fu Xinxi downstairs, there's someone here, be careful. After Su Wanwan's reminder, Fu Xinxi raised his head and looked at a man coming towards him. He was so scared that he quickly opened the car door. When people are panicked, they can't do anything. Fu Xinxi couldn't even open the car door. Su Wanwan was getting anxious upstairs. This guy was so panicked at the critical moment. Having watched too many apocalyptic movies, Fu Xinxi mistook the man in front of him for a zombie. As soon as the car door was locked, Fu Xinxi was knocked to the ground by the man. The man's body was cold, his voice was trembling, and his hands were groping Fu Xinxi's body. Energy, 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 I need energy. The man's eyes were glowing green. Fu Xinxi punched the man again and again, but the man was not moved at all. Su Wanwan turned her head and looked around the room to see if there was anything that could be used as a weapon. Her eyes fell on the kitchen knife on the table, but she quickly rejected it. What if the man isn't hit by the throw, but Fu Xinxi is hit instead? It's not like she's a thrower who never misses a shot. In her previous life, she had never experienced zombies, but only various natural disasters. Everyone was scrambling for supplies like crazy, and those people would do anything to survive. She can't beat others and usually develops in a wretched manner. But in the end it was gone. After all, she was just a female college student who weighed less than 100 pounds and was less than 1.7 meters tall. Fighting with some boys for supplies is tantamount to seeking death. There is a huge difference in physical strength between men and women, so a head-on fight is impossible. She was already considered amazing because she had not become a plaything of some men in her previous life. Areas without anyone to protect them are so chaotic that most women will become playthings, and those with strong tempers will choose to commit suicide. Smart people will do everything they can to protect themselves. The man searched Fu Xinxi's body and didn't find what he wanted, so he looked at the car next to him. He went straight in, broke the socket with a punch, put his hand on the wires, and slowly closed his eyes. Su Wanwan was stunned when she saw this scene. Fu Xinxi lying on the ground was fine, and Su Wanwan silently put down the kitchen knife in her hand. Fu Xinxi stood up slowly, not daring to approach the car. Walk upstairs. It's so scary. What the hell is this? Could it be a robot? Su Wanwan opened the door for Fu Xinxi, who was very frightened and cold. Mom, I'm scared to death. As soon as Fu Xinxi entered the room, he quickly hugged Su Wanwan and sniffed. Su Wanwan's mouth twitched, and she pushed Fu Xinxi away. Come on, you're fine, and besides, I'm not your mother. Fu Xinxi wiped away his tears. He was simply frightened. I thought it was a zombie before, but I don't want to become a zombie. I'm so handsome, I don't dare to think about it if I become a zombie. Fu Xinxi looked like he was crying. Chapter 39, Are You an Alien? Su Wanwan ignored Fu Xinxi. She ran to the window and saw that the man was still in the car. It looks like it's charging. Seeing that Su Wanwan ignored him, Fu Xinxi hurried to the window to check. What kind of monster is that guy? Fu Xinxi was beside Su Wanwan with a serious expression. She stared at the man in the car and continued. When that man touched me before, I found that his body was like ice, without any temperature. He is definitely not a normal person. So who do you think he is? Su Wanwan pushed Fu Xinxi away, as this guy was almost pushing her to the side. Fu Xinxi moved to the side and said slowly, in my opinion, that guy might be the zombie king. Su Wanwan was silent. After a moment, he said, if that man was the zombie king, you should have been eaten just now. You've watched too many movies. Su Wanwan pursed her lips and glanced at Fu Xinxi. So what do you think he is? Fu Xinxi asked Su Wanwan curiously. Robots, only robots need to be charged. Su Wanwan touched her chin and expressed her guess. Zombies eat people, and robots charge themselves. It must be the robot. After all, it was the first time she encountered such a thing, and she could only guess that it was a robot issue. I think it's unlikely. Fu Xinxi's face turned serious, not joking. He analyzed, I've visited robot exhibitions before. With current technology, robots can't do this. The so-called robot programs are all set by programs, but that guy just now obviously had emotions, and the emotions of robots are simple and single. He spoke very logically. He looked like he understood. I know robots. Fu Xinxi nodded slightly, looking proud. Su Wanwan said silently, then can you build a robot? I only know how to watch robots. Fu Xinxi coughed lightly and said awkwardly. After hearing what you said, I thought you could build a robot. It seems you don't know how to do it either. Su Wanwan sighed. Every profession has its specialties. I studied finance in college, but I am personally interested in mechanics. Fu Xinxi explained that he had originally planned to study abroad. The world is even more chaotic abroad these days. It's better to stay in Jingang City, honestly. Did you take Su Mu's mother to the hospital before? How do you know? I saw it before. Su Wanwan responded indifferently. It seems that she guessed right. How is Su Mu's mother? Hearing Su Wanwan's question, Fu Xinxi did not respond immediately, but asked curiously, you are not concerned about him, are you? If I cared about him, I would just ask him about his situation. I'm just a little gossipy. I want to watch the excitement. It's so nice to watch the excitement. Wang Jelly is blind in one eye. With current medical equipment, it is impossible to save her eye. Fu Xinxi didn't feel any pity and his expression remained calm. It's not like my eyes are blind anyway. I'm very curious. Why did you accept Su Mu's and Wang Jelly? Not only do they take up resources, but they will also cause trouble. Why would you do that? Su Wanwan said she couldn't understand or agree with it. It's okay if these two people have good personalities, but they don't have bad personalities either. This matter concerns my father. Moreover, it was my grandfather who asked me to bring them back. Given my personality, I definitely would not be happy to bring two burdens with me. I can't help it. I can't refuse what my grandfather asked me to do. His grandfather was so good to him, and he has been filial to him since he was a child. Of course, you have to listen to what Grandpa says. Su Wanwan originally wanted to complain that Fu Xinxi's grandfather was old and confused. She held the words back when they came to her mouth. After all, he was someone else's grandfather, and what he wanted to do was none of her business. Fu Xinxi didn't say anything, and it was even harder for her, an outsider, to say anything. What kind of person would talk about someone's grandfather in front of him? They will cause you trouble. Su Wanwan said lightly. So, I keep an eye on them all the time. There are also several pairs of eyes watching at home. I don't think they dare to do anything. Fu Xinxi was not too worried about this matter. I hope so. Su Wanwan responded indifferently. While the two of them were talking, the man in the car had already gotten out. The two of them shut their mouths instantly and stared at the man downstairs. The man twisted his neck and stretched his muscles. He raised his head slightly, and both Su Wanwan and Fu Xinxi forgot to speak. She and the man downstairs looked at each other. That guy, there seems to be something wrong with his eyes. Fu Xinxi looked into the man's eyes and found that he had no pupils and his pupils were pitch black. The man had short black hair, deep features, and angular facial lines. He was wearing clothes made of special material, which were a bit tight, mainly gray with orange lines. He is about 188 centimeters tall. The man raised his hand, waved at the two of them, and said, "Hello, Fu Xinxi, Su Wanwan." Hearing the man's voice, the two people upstairs were stunned. "Do you know that guy?" "Of course I don't." Fu Xinxi asked, and Su Wanwan answered. The two of them stared at the man downstairs. Fu Xinxi bravely asked loudly, "Who are you? How do you know our names?" "You're being weird. What the hell are you doing? If you do anything weird again, I'll call my brother to come over. I have never seen such a strange man. His car was smashed by this man. You don't have to be afraid of me. I'm not a bad person." The man spoke quickly, his voice unusually calm. Fu Xinxi and Su Wanwan both didn't believe that the man was not a bad person, and their faces were solemn. "Who are you? Tell me now." Fu Xinxi scolded, not looking happy at all. "I'm not from here. My name is Osinli, and I'm not an ordinary human either." Osanri introduced himself to the two. After listening to this, Fu Xinxi looked at Su Wanwan. "So you're a robot. It needs energy to recharge its body. If it's not a robot, then what is it?" "No, to be precise, I am an alien." "It's not a robot." Osanri corrected that robots have no self-awareness. "But he does. Just from another galaxy." "Are you an alien?" Su Wanwan looked a little surprised. She had never seen aliens in her previous life. This can't be a prank. Do aliens really exist? The man in front of him was not the same as the alien he had imagined. "To you, yes, you are aliens to me too," Osori explained. It can be seen that these two people seem to be very afraid of him. Chapter 40. Insufficient Energy. Although Osinli has revealed his identity as an alien, Su Wanwan and Fu Xinxi still don't believe this guy. After all, this is the end of the world, and other people's words cannot be trusted, especially such outrageous words. "Just a few words. I don't believe you are an alien." "If you really are an alien, then you must have something extraordinary," Fu Xinxi asked, with a cunning flash in his eyes. No one could deceive him. "How can you convince people if you don't show some hard skills?" Su Wanwan also nodded in agreement. Osenli thought about it, and suddenly an idea came to his mind and said, "You probably won't do this, but I can." I saw Osanli breaking his fingers one by one, and then straightening them one by one. "Oh, you are really amazing." When Fu Xinxi saw this scene, he felt pain in his fingers. Su Wanwan shook her head and said, "No, I still can't believe you. Some people can break their own fingers. This is not surprising. Those who can shrink their bones are even more powerful." Fu Xinxi heard this and said, "Wanwan, you are right, it makes sense." Osanri put his hands on his hips and looked up at the two people upstairs. He jumped up and hovered directly in front of Fu Xinxi and Su Wanwan. He crossed his arms and stared at the two people in front of him, saying, "Now you should believe me." After saying that, a sound of insufficient energy, rang in Osinli's mind. He rolled his eyes and fell down. Fu Xinxi and Su Wanwan were both stunned. They were actually real aliens. Ordinary people can't fly high. Aliens indeed. This guy won't die if he falls from the third floor. Su Wanwan leaned against the window, looking at Osinli lying on the ground with a big letter X, with a thoughtful look on her face. Fu Xinxi shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be possible. After all, they are aliens. How can they die so easily?" Why don't we go down there and see if that guy is dead? I don't dare go down there alone. That's fine. Su Wanwan nodded and followed Fu Xinzi. Because it was cold outside, Big Head refused to go out. The two came downstairs and Osanri rolled his eyes. Fu Xinzi probed Osinli's nose and said, "This guy isn't breathing. It's normal for an alien to not be breathing. Looking at him like this, I'm afraid he's running out of energy." Su Wanwan responded that she had seen aliens charging in a car before and knew it was not simple. After exchanging a glance with Fu Xinzi, the two of them helped Osanli into the car. "Dude, this is the right thing to do, right?" Fu Xinzi whispered something, grabbed Osinli's hand, and inserted it into the wire. In an instant, Fu Xinzi's whole body twitched. He was actually numbed by the electric shock, but luckily he broke free. I felt really uncomfortable in secret. Osanri's eyes returned to normal, and he no longer rolled his eyes. Looking at the man and woman in front of him, Osinli said in a low voice, "Now you believe that I am an alien, right?" "I believe it. I believe it. Now, how come you fell down out of nowhere?" Fu Xinzi nodded, looking curious. "There's not enough energy." Osori sighed. "Didn't you charge the battery for a long time before? How come the energy is insufficient?" Fu Xinzi felt that the battery in his car was gone. "Because you have too little energy here, it will run out quickly." "Oh my god, you think it's not enough? We don't even have enough for ourselves." Fu Xinzi couldn't help but complain. Chapter 41. This is my favorite car. While charging his battery, Osanri chatted with the two of them. "These energies can only sustain me talking and walking, but not for doing other things. But thank you anyway. These two people should be good people. If they were bad people, they would not let him charge." "You're welcome, but I want to know why you came here. Are you the only one here without any other companions? You guys aren't planning on invading this planet?" After all, Fu Xinzi has seen many movies, and the alien invasion must be about invading this planet. This beautiful blue planet must be very attractive to aliens. "You're overthinking it. I was just passing by this planet and found that it was suffering from a disaster, so I watched out of curiosity. As a result, I was pulled in by a force of energy, and my spaceship was destroyed. I can't go back home." It turns out that we shouldn't just watch the fun. Osenli spoke with a look of regret, saying that if he had known this would happen, he would not have watched the fun. "Now, I have lost sight of myself. It's too late to regret. Then how did you know our names before?" Su Wanwan asked curiously. "This alien looks exactly like them. There is no difference." Osenli then responded, "Because I read some of the information in your brain. Don't worry, I won't read your messages all the time, because it consumes energy and I don't want to end it yet." Seeing how worried the two looked, Osenri quickly explained. "So where are you going next, and what are you going to do?" Fu Xinzi asked curiously. "Of course I want to survive on this planet and see if I can find my spaceship, but I think that's difficult enough." Osori sighed. "If it weren't for my body's defense system, I would have been torn into pieces. After all, it's so high up in the sky. By the way, you speak so fluently. Where did you learn that?" Fu Xinzi couldn't help shivering due to the wind. "I feel like the weather this time must be extremely cold. The weather in this end of the world has been so strange and unpredictable. It's simply squeezing people to death. The disaster has already killed so many people, and it's not over yet. It's such a headache." He had made preparations early on, including electric blankets for everyone and generators. "No need to learn. When I come here, I will learn your language system. If I speak our language, you probably won't understand me. Why don't I speak your language?" Osanri said as a matter of course. "That does make sense." Fu Xinzi nodded. "Your car is out of energy. As long as you don't do anything else, the energy in me should be able to last for a month." Osenli took his hand out, looked at Fu Xinzi, and said, "Thank you so much. You destroyed my car. I can't be happy. This is my favorite car." Fu Xinzi sniffed and said with a sad face, "I'll give you a better one if I have a chance." "Okay, I'll remember that. Don't try to deny your debt." Fu Xinzi showed a triumphant smile on his face, looked at Su Wanwan and said, "Wanwan, let's go to my house to eat hot pot. It's a good opportunity to bring him along." "You want to keep Osinri in your home?" Su Wanwan asked, but she didn't dare to stay. Fu Xinzi has a large family, so he can be kept. Chapter 42. Planting vegetables. Fu Xinzi's situation is different from his own, and it would be better for Osanli to stay with him. After all, she lives alone and is a girl, so she naturally cannot live in the same room with a male alien. Of course, this guy is not an ordinary person, but an alien. It's so cool to have an alien at home. Fu Xinzi didn't care at all about bringing Osanli home. Osenli also immediately said, "Don't worry, I won't use your energy for nothing. I can help you with the work. You can also exchange labor for energy here, right?" Fu Xinxi nodded. "You see, this guy is quite smart. Wanwan, let's go to my house and eat hot pot." Su Wanwan shook her head. "Forget it. You guys eat. I'm going back." Then, as if he had thought of something, he continued, "I see the weather got cold suddenly. You have to be careful of extreme cold weather." "Well, I know. No matter how cold the weather is, I'm not afraid." Fu Xinxi took Osanli back. "Because the car broke down, I had to take Osanli across the road. It's actually faster this way." He just drove out because it was too cold. But I didn't expect to encounter this accident in Osenli. When Su Wanwan saw Fu Xinxi and Osenli leave, she shuddered and hurried back to her room. "It's really cold outside. The wind blowing on my face felt like a knife scraping at my face. It hurt so much, and my nose was so cold that I couldn't help sniffing. It's so uncomfortable." At night, there were gusts of wind outside. Because the temperature in Jingang City never drops below -5 degrees Celsius, there is no heating in the entire city. In winter, we rely on heating and air conditioning. Suwanwan has a generator at home, so she doesn't have to worry about not having heating or air conditioning. People like those living in the community can only survive by relying on warm clothes and quilts. The temperature kept dropping at night, and Big Head curled up in the quilt early. Seeing that Datu was so afraid of the cold, Su Wanwan took Datu to a warm place. "The space is also dark, but it's warm in here. The air is also very good." She had a dreamless night and got up early in the morning. Su Wanwan left the space and looked outside for a while and found that it was even colder outside and it was raining. The rain froze instantly, which shows how low the temperature is. She shivered and returned to the warm space. She had picked up an iron box in a jewelry shop before, and that iron box has not been opened yet. Su Wanwan simply made some instant noodles, took a bottle of milk, and made a bowl of cat food for Datu. After eating, she started to work. Working is also a form of exercise, holding a chainsaw in hand, wearing glasses and noise-canceling headphones. Use a sharp saw to cut open the iron box. This iron box is quite difficult to saw open. The loud crackling sound scared Big Head so much that he hid under a pile of clothes. Only a big round head is exposed. After about 10 minutes, Su Wanwan finally sawed open the iron box. It was actually full of gold, mostly bracelets. Looking at the golden thing, Su Wanwan was full of love. She put all her gold in one piece. Even if you can't spend it, it feels good to hold it in your hand. Afterwards, Su Wanwan took some watermelon seeds, coriander seeds, and a hoe. "We are planning to cultivate a piece of land next to the spiritual spring for growing crops." The fresh vegetables were almost all eaten, with only some cabbage and radishes left. You can't eat cabbage and radishes every day. That's so greasy. Chapter 43, Planting Watermelons and Coriander. Su Wanwan selected a piece of land and started her farming career. Choose a site next to a spring so that watering will be more convenient. In the past, when I was living in the countryside, I had to fertilize the vegetables. These so-called fertilizers were actually feces and urine. For the vegetables planted in the space, watering should be enough, right? Su Wanwan thought secretly. "We can't just start shitting and pissing here." Su Wanwan picked up the hoe and dug into the ground. After digging for a few minutes, Su Wanwan felt that her waist was not working and was a little sore. Facing the lus and with his back to the sky, he picked up the hoe and worked hard. After digging for a while, Su Wanwan stopped to rest. When Big Head was thirsty, he drank water from the spring nearby. "I wanted to dig a fish pond here before, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult. The land here is actually black soil. Black soil is the most fertile, and the watermelons grown here will definitely be big and sweet." Thinking of this, Su Wanwan worked even harder. An hour later, she finally dug out the outline of a vegetable patch. A long one, very neat. She is a coriander lover, so she uses half of her land to grow coriander and the other half to grow watermelons. These two are her favorite foods, and she never gets tired of them. Su Wanwan scattered the coriander seeds in the soil without having to dig a hole too deliberately. After planting the coriander, Su Wanwan picked up a hoe, dug a hole, put the watermelon seeds in, and then covered it with soil. After finally finishing it, she was so tired that her back and waist ached. Farm work is really tiring. She found a shower head, filled it with some water from the spiritual spring, and started watering the plants. At this moment, she is a hardworking, diligent, and genuine small farmer. Looking at the land I have reclaimed, I feel a sense of accomplishment. At this time, most of the day had passed and her stomach was growling with hunger. The big head was also rubbing against her feet. Let's go eat. Su Wanwan put the hoe and shower head aside and didn't plan to go out to get food, so she just cooked inside. Anyway, everything is available here. She took a small pot and prepared to make a hot pot for herself. I found the hot pot ingredients in the house and cut a lot of beef and pork into thin slices. And cabbage. Because she only has a small appetite, she didn't make too much. As long as you can eat your fill, that's enough. Put a packet of hot pot ingredients into the pot, plug it in, and soon it will start bubbling. It feels really good to eat hot pot outdoors. She opened a can of cat food specifically for Datu and let him eat cat food. Put the sliced pork and beef into the hot pot. The hot pot ingredient is red 999, and there are some hot pot ingredients fished from the bottom of the river, but they were not found. There are too many things, and it's hard to find them. 30 seconds later, Su Wanwan took the meat out of the hot pot. The feeling of eating big mouthfuls of meat made Su Wanwan feel very refreshed, and she instantly felt full of energy. Datu finished his cat meal and climbed onto the table to eat Su Wanwan's hot pot. Su Wanwan quickly drove Datu away. Datu jumped off the table and looked at Su Wanwan eagerly. Didn't you just eat cat food? What a greedy little cat. Su Wanwan had no choice but to put some raw beef in Datu's dish. Big Head sniffed the fresh raw beef and ate it with relish, seeming to be very happy. You can't just eat meat, you have to eat vegetables. So Su Wanwan ate the vegetables in big mouthfuls, so that she wouldn't get constipated when she pooped. Chapter 44. The Cat Speaks Human Language. After eating hot pot, Su Wanwan began to clean up the table, picking up the non-degradable garbage together, and taking the garbage out and throwing it away when she went out. Wash pots, pans, chopsticks, and bowls with spring water. She didn't rest in the afternoon and continued digging. It's too cold outside now. It should be dozens of degrees below zero. She picked up the hoe she had used before and searched for some strawberry seeds, cucumber seeds, corn seeds, and sweet potato seeds. Getting ready to plant some more things. It doesn't matter anyway, just treat it as exercise. I dug the ground diligently, but this time I dug the ground more casually. I was tired after digging for so long. As long as you plant something that can grow fruit, that's enough. One person can't eat a lot, and you don't need to plant too much, just enough to eat. It doesn't matter to her whether other people eat it or not. After planting the seeds and watering them, Su Wanwan hunched over and lay down directly on the grass. It's so comfortable to lie on the grass. Things here were almost over. Su Wanwan slowly got up from the ground and prepared to take Datu out. At this time, Big Head had already run into the forest. Since coming here, Su Wanwan has never been to the forest. This is a good opportunity to go to the forest and take a look. Big Head, don't run too fast. Su Wanwan shouted loudly from behind, feeling helpless as she watched Datu running away. This Big Head. There are bushes and wild fruits in the forest, some of which Su Wanwan has never seen before. Big Head took a bite of the wild fruits that fell on the ground. These wild fruits were all ripe, and some were even rotten. Seeing that Big Head was eating with gusto, Su Wanwan hurriedly stopped him. I don't even know if this fruit is poisonous, and you just eat it carelessly. Su Wanwan quickly took Datu away and patted his cat paws. Looking at the rotten wild fruits, Su Wanwan couldn't help but wonder. The frozen meat she brought in was still frozen and had not deteriorated. Only when she needed to eat it, she could wash it with water and the frozen meat would thaw. She couldn't figure out the relationship variables between the two. Big Head cursed, "The shit shoveler is so annoying. Eat, eat." Hearing the childish voice, Su Wanwan was so scared that she threw the Big Head in her hand away. "Ouch!" Big Head exclaimed. He stared at Big Head with eyes wide open and spoke human language. The cat speaks human language. After eating these fruits, the cat began to speak human language. "Big Head? Is that you, Big Head?" Su Wanwan swallowed hard. Strange things happen every year, but especially in recent years. When a cat speaks human language, no one believes it. How can a cat speak human language? Big Head stared at Su Wanwan, shook his fur, and simply lay on the ground. "If I'm not Big Head, who else could I be? What's wrong with the shit scooper?" Big Head's little voice rang out, and he lay on the grass licking his fur. Su Wanwan looked at Big Head and then at the wild fruits. "I feel like my cognition has collapsed. It's better when I don't speak. After I speak, I feel really weird." But Datu didn't realize that he was speaking human words. Su Wanwan picked a wild fruit. The fruit was as red as a tomato, with a shiny and bright skin and attractive color. It looked delicious. When I brought it close to my nose, I could smell the fragrance of the fruit. This made Su Wanwan swallow her saliva involuntarily. However, she did not dare to eat this thing because its origin and effect were unknown. If cats eat it, They will speak human language. If humans eat it, will they speak cat language? Finally, Su Wanwan couldn't resist her curiosity and took a bite of the fruit. The fruit was sweet, and the taste was indescribably good. Su Wanwan likes to eat very much. After eating one, Su Wanwan didn't notice any changes in her body. Everything works fine. Is this fruit only useful for cats? Su Wanwan looked thoughtful. Big Head raised his head and said, Poop Shoveler, what are you doing? What is useful for cats? Is it true that only cats can speak human language after eating this fruit? Su Wanwan looked back at Datu and said to him. Big Head was stunned. His round eyes were filled with shock. His pupils shrank, and he jumped up from the grass in an instant. Oh my God, the shit shoveler heard me. In the past, the owner always misinterpreted what he meant. Big Head, I don't understand what you said. It's you who spoke human language. Su Wanwan said earnestly that she had accepted the matter. The big-headed cat's eyes widened. Oh my God, I'm speaking human language. I'm actually speaking human language. Why is this happening? This is so weird. Su Wanwan walked over and said, I'm curious how a cat like you can have such a large vocabulary. Big Head raised his furry, round head proudly. I'm a cat who has been in college for a long time. I interact with people every day. I'm smart, so it's normal for me to have a large vocabulary. Chapter 45. You only care about eating by yourself. Big Head could speak human language now, and Su Wanwan was shocked. But in this way, she can communicate better, but she can no longer keep Big Head as a pet cat. But there seemed to be no change after she ate the wild fruits. Is it true that only animals can speak human language after eating it? Su Wanwan didn't know. After a busy day, Su Wanwan was also tired, and said to Datu, Forget it, let's not dwell on this matter anymore. I just want to have a good sleep now. I can talk about other things tomorrow. Master, it's a good thing you didn't sterilize me. Thank you so much. Big Head said with a grateful look on his face. Su Wanwan heard this and said slowly, You're welcome. I'm just too lazy to sterilize you. Sterilization is a good thing for you. It can prolong your life. I don't want it. I don't want to be sterilized. Big Head shook his head, indicating that he didn't want to be sterilized. But what will happen to a little male cat after being neutered? The sky and the space gradually darkened, but Su Wanwan soon discovered that her eyes were exceptionally bright. Even in the dark, she could see everything clearly. The night before, everything in front of my eyes was pitch black. Now it's no different from daytime. Could this be the result of eating the fruit? If that's true, then the fruit is a good thing. It can make people have great power at night, just like during the day. Anyone with such eyesight can be a sniper. Snipers have good eyesight during the day, but not so good at night. But her vision at night is the same as during the day. Su Wanwan likes this kind of good eyesight very much. As long as it helps her body, she likes it. Su Wanwan fell asleep quickly while lying on the soft bed. Now she didn't need to exercise deliberately. She did farm work all day, and her body was in great shape. Of course, running is still necessary. Now that Big Head can speak, Su Wanwan feels like she has a new companion by her side. Sleeping in the open air in this space all the time is not a solution. So Su Wanwan plans to build a cabin. She has a saw, a hammer, a shovel, and nails. I went outside during the day and looked around for a while. I was shocked when I saw it. The trees outside were all covered with frost, and the ground was covered with snow. It had snowed heavily before, but the end of the world had not yet completely arrived. Now, the snow isn't that heavy, but the frost is just horrible. In just a few nights, the branches of the tree were broken by the ice, and a leaf that was less than 1 centimeter thick was covered with nearly 1 centimeter of ice. This is a serious ice disaster. I experienced this once in 2008 when I was in primary school, so my description is not an exaggeration. Su Wanwan was stunned when she saw this scene. It was still very cold outside, but fortunately the temperature in the room was still acceptable. Perhaps this kind of weather is not worth mentioning in the north, but it is indeed rare in the south. Jinggang City is in the south, and it rarely snows there. This was simply beyond Su Wanwan's comprehension. Wow, it looks really cold outside. Big Head leaned against the window and could already feel the biting cold outside. Su Wanwan turned on the air conditioner. It was much warmer inside than outside. Su Wanwan looked down at the Big Head on the ground and asked, Do you want to go out? No, I'm most afraid of the cold. Big Head shook his head. Can you hear me when I call you normally? Su Wanwan asked curiously. Big Head wagged his tail and said, Of course I can hear it. Then why did you ignore me so many times? Su Wanwan snorted. I just simply don't want to pay attention. There's nothing wrong with you calling me. Big Head spoke confidently, and what he said was the truth. You. Su Wanwan clenched her fists. As expected, cats are aloof animals. Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with the cat. Her stomach growled, and Su Wanwan asked, do you want cat food, cat strips, or can cat food? I want to eat raw beef. Big Head tilted his head back and looked at Su Wanwan eagerly. Well, the raw beef still needs to go to the space. I don't want to go now. You can change to something else. Su Wanwan walked towards the kitchen and took out some glutinous rice, meat floss, cucumber, seaweed, sausage, bread, lettuce and eggs from the refrigerator. Salad dressing and ketchup. Then I'll just eat cat food. Big Head jumped onto the stove with ease and asked, Master, what are you doing? I want to eat a sandwich, so make your own sandwich and make some sushi at the same time. Then you can eat sushi at noon, and you don't have to cook. Su Wanwan responded. Wow, sandwiches, sushi, I want to eat them too. Big Head looked very happy. The sushi was still delicious. Su Wanwan glanced at Datu and said, eat your cat food. I'm afraid you'll die if you eat anything else. No, I have a good appetite. Big Head is very confident in his appetite. At most I'll let you have some sushi. Su Wanwan responded, and then started making her own breakfast and lunch. Fry the eggs, put them on the hot bread slices, then put the sausage slices on top. The sausage slices are also fried in butter, and they smell particularly delicious. Put some lettuce in it, and add the kimchi you made earlier. A Su Wanwan brand sandwich is ready, with one layer of sandwich on top. You can put your favorite sauce on it according to your preference. What about salad dressing, ketchup, blueberry jam, strawberry jam? It all depends on what you like. Su Wanwan likes to eat strawberry jam, but she doesn't buy it. She hopes that when the strawberries she grows are ripe, she can make her own strawberry jam. Add a little salad dressing and ketchup. Su Wanwan finished a bottle of milk and a sandwich happily. Then we started making sushi. After the rice is cooked, spread it evenly on the seaweed. Add meat floss, cucumber, a little tomato sauce, and some sausage. Just roll it up like this and a rice roll is ready. Cut the rice roll little by little, and the sushi is ready. She placed the sushi neatly in a transparent glass lunchbox, closed the lid, and said to the Big Head beside her, Let's go to the space. But you seem to have forgotten one thing. Big Head looked at Su Wanwan with a look of injustice on his face. Su Wanwan raised her eyebrows in confusion and said, Oh, what did I forget? Where's the canned food? Where's my catkin food? You haven't given it to me yet, and you just ate it yourself? Big Head spoke with a wrong tone. He was waiting for the woman to remember to give him canned cat food. Su Wanwan then remembered that she seemed to have not fed Datu with canned cat food yet. He slapped his head and said, Oh, I almost forgot this important thing. No wonder you always look at me with a resentful face. It turns out that I forgot to feed you. Chapter 46, Building a Wooden House. Afterwards, Su Wanwan quickly arranged for Datu to put canned food in. A man and a cat entered the space, where the sun was shining brightly and the air was fresh. Big Head was eating canned food on the side, while Su Wanwan took a shovel, an electric saw, a hammer, an axe, nails, a tape measure and other items and walked towards the open space next to the spiritual spring, planning to build a small wooden house on the open space of Lingquan. The red brick house was not under consideration. After all, I didn't have any red bricks, and the goods I stockpiled at the beginning were mainly food. Who is hoarding supplies and bricks in the space? But a rubber boat is fine. Su Wanwan measured the length she needed, which was about 20 square meters. It shouldn't be too small, nor too big, as long as it could accommodate a bed and a table. Besides, it's not easy to build a house by herself. If it's bigger, wouldn't she be exhausted to death? Master, what are you doing here? Big Head walked towards this side with a cat-like gait, his posture elegant and noble. Sitting upright on the grass beside him, licking his paws, he watched everything silently. Su Wanwan rolled up her sleeves and said, Let's build a house. We can't sleep outdoors every day. Even though it's just you and me here, I'm still a little uncomfortable with it. It would be best to have a place that is sheltered from the wind and rain. It has never rained in the sky in her space. It has always been sunny. Occasionally white clouds float by. Can I help you? Big Head asked considerately. Su Wanwan glanced at Datu, smiled and shook her head. You only weigh 12 pounds. Can you help me carry the tree or do other work? I can help you dig the hole. Big Head showed his claws. Forget it. Cats like to be clean. It's too dirty to touch the dirt. I'm too lazy to give you a bath. You should just go and play. Just don't run too far. I can't rely on Big Head anymore, so I have to go alone. Su Wanwan didn't know why, but digging the foundation was so easy. Not only was the soil here easy to dig, but her body didn't feel particularly tired. When I was planting vegetables and digging the ground before, I would get tired after a while. There are no strong winds or waves here, and no dangerous factors, so Su Wanwan dug a 30-centimeter foundation and planted flower seeds on the excavated soil. Not only did Su Wanwan not feel tired, but she was digging the ground so quickly that she felt like she could fly. In one morning, Su Wanwan dug a 20-square-meter foundation. Looking at the foundation she had dug, a hint of disbelief flashed in Su Wanwan's eyes. Is her hands-on ability so strong? Perhaps it has something to do with the wild fruits I ate yesterday. What a wonderful baby. During the lunch break, Su Wanwan ate the sushi she had made in the morning and gave one to Datu, who ate it with great relish. Delicious, delicious, Big Head said vaguely. Eat slowly. Also, you eat here while I go to the woods to find some tree trunks to fill the ground. After eating, Su Wanwan took a saw and rode her electric scooter deep into the forest. By the way, I picked some wild fruit to eat to replenish some energy and relieve my fatigue. After eating, Su Wanwan felt as if she had endless energy and had the urge to lift a barbell. In the forest, Su Wanwan looked at the evenly spaced trees and began to saw them. You don't need a tree that is too big, just one that is roughly even. This was the first time that Su Wanwan saw trees in the forest like a man. Not to mention, after possessing such powerful strength, sawing trees seemed quite easy. I thought wild fruits could relieve fatigue, but I didn't expect they could also increase strength. This wild fruit is really a treasure. Chapter 47. Human and Animal Husbandry Hut. Building a log cabin definitely requires a lot of wood. But soon, Su Wanwan saw a bamboo forest not far away. Her eyes lit up instantly and a better plan came to her mind. Building houses with bamboo seems to be more convenient, more labor-saving, and looks more beautiful. After cutting down 2 trees, she picked them up and dragged them back. The tree weighed nearly 200 kilograms, but when she held it in her arms, it seemed like she was only carrying a 20-kilogram object. It was not heavy at all. Big Head looked at Su Wanwan coming back, holding 2 big trees, and said in surprise, "Master, you are so amazing. You actually brought back such heavy trees. Thanks to the wild fruits." Su Wanwan responded with a smile. This was truly an unexpected gain. After bringing the tree back, Su Wanwan went straight to the bamboo forest. First cut the bamboo back, pick up 7 or 8 bamboos at a time, and go back and forth 4 or 5 times. Apart from feeling thirsty, Su Wanwan didn't feel tired at all. Then, he poured himself a glass of water. Big Head. I looked around and found that Big Head was gone. Su Wanwan shouted loudly. Now this Big Head has understood human nature, he should not run away, right? I saw the Big Head coming from a distance at a very fast speed. He came down in a few steps and arrived in front of Su Wanwan. He jumped onto the table. Meow. Speak human language. Don't you know how to speak human language? Su Wanwan frowned tightly and couldn't help but say something. Meow. Big Head pushed Guazi and meowed twice. Su Wanwan looked at the wild fruit and said slowly, "You can't speak after eating the fruit?" Meow. Big Head nodded. After eating the fruit, he couldn't speak anymore, but now he could run fast. Su Wanwan touched her chin. Could it be that the effects of this wild fruit could not be superimposed? And the effects were very random? So Su Wanwan asked Datu, "What is your special ability now?" After Big Head understood, he jumped off the table and ran forward quickly. It was like a flash of lightning. When Su Wanwan saw this, she understood instantly. Big Head, come back, I know what's going on. She shouted quickly and called Big Head back. I saw Big Head running back and jumping onto the table. The reason is probably that when you eat a fruit, you will immediately gain a special ability. When you eat the second fruit, the previous ability disappears, and you gain a new special ability. That must be it. Su Wanwan's analysis was very logical. This is the case based on the current situation. Meow. Big Head looked as if he understood and looked down at the fruits on the table. He said, "Let's eat another one and see if I can speak human language. It doesn't need to run very fast. It's safe here." What it wants most is to be able to speak human language and communicate with its owner. Su Wanwan seemed to understand Dada's idea and said, "Then try eating another one." Big Head lowered his head and took a bite of the fruit. It was finished in a short while. Meow. Big Head meowed, looking disappointed. It seems that it still did not succeed. Hey, you still don't speak human language, so what is your special ability this time? Su Wanwan asked curiously. Big Head jumped off the table, but he wasn't running as fast as before. Then Big Head jumped up, also to a normal height. There are many abilities here, but none of them have any effect. Finally, Big Head got so angry that he showed his claws, which were extremely sharp, much sharper than before. With this new discovery, Big Head returned to Su Wanwan and showed his claws. It seems that your claws have become sharper this time. Su Wanwan thought of something. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes and said, "Great. This way you can help me with the work." Meow. Really? He doesn't feel like working. He is a proud cat. Don't eat the fruit yet. I'm afraid that eating too much will be bad for your health. Let's take it easy. As Su Wanwan spoke, she grabbed the flesh on the back of Dada's neck and carried him towards the pile of bamboo. He threw the big head on the ground and said, "Come, work with me and build a hut for people and animals." Meow. Big Head looked unhappy. Human and animal hut? Human pet cottage. Su Wanwan coughed lightly. She found that even though Datu couldn't speak human language now, she seemed to have a telepathic connection with him and could know what he was thinking. Meow. Only then was Big Head satisfied. Su Wanwan felt that she was judging Dada's emotions based on the tone of his voice. Then get back to business. After eating these fruits, there is a particularly obvious change. You will not feel tired easily. Su Wanwan took out a tape measure, measured the dimensions, and marked each section. You can use your claws to cut the bamboo into sections along the black lines. Okay, my dear Big Head? Su Wanwan turned around and glanced at Datu. Meow. Big Head responded. Then he showed his cat claws, and his sharp nails easily cut through the bamboo. Seeing this, Su Wanwan couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The big-headed creature's claws are really sharp. If it scratches someone, it will definitely break their arm. After finishing the work, let Big Head eat a fruit. Having other superpowers is better than having this one. Such special abilities are too dangerous at the moment. The man and the cat worked very quickly and all the bamboos and trees were sawed down. For now, she will not eat the second fruit until the house is built. Now she is full of energy and rolls up her sleeves to get to work. First put the wood at the bottom and lay it very flat. Then arrange the bamboos in rows, leaving only one door and 2 windows. After all, she is not a construction specialist, so she just keeps it simple. When the sun set, Su Wanwan had already finished the floor and walls. She also had no plans to rest and would try to finish building the house as soon as possible. Meow. Big Head was already lying on the ground to rest. Now all the wood and bamboo had been cut by him, and the rest depended on the owner himself. After all, he was just a kitten, and there wasn't much he could do to help. This is also his small contribution. As it got dark, Su Wanwan felt that her eyesight was indeed failing. But it doesn't matter. She has already erected a pillar next to it with 2 solar light bulbs hanging on it. Under the light, people work more vigorously. Eat some compressed biscuits when you are hungry. The compressed biscuits taste really bad and dry. Fortunately, it fills my stomach. Even if it doesn't taste good, Su Wanwan will eat it as long as it can provide energy. She never liked eating dry things. If you like to eat something, it's best to drink more water. After eating and drinking, Su Wanwan started to make the roof, leaving a skylight on the roof. The material of the skylight was tempered glass to make the room brighter and more spacious. Chapter 48, Turkey Noodles. We built the house overnight. Because it was small, it was very easy to build. Except for these places which still need reinforcement, the work is basically done. The next step was to repair the floor and see what needed improvement. The floor was too dirty, so she laid a layer of bamboo on the floor to make it cleaner. The house is not too tall and is more than enough for 1 person and 1 cat to live in. Meow. Big Head followed in, and at night, Big Head seemed to be more energetic. No wonder cats are said to be nocturnal animals. This is truly a nocturnal animal. The house will be ready in a little while, and we'll put your little nest in later. Su Wanwan was talking to Datu while laying the floor. She now knew that Big Head could completely understand what she said. Big Head walked out and walked into the bamboo house carrying his nest in his mouth. The bamboo house was blocked from the wind and was quite warm. Seeing Dada being so proactive, Su Wanwan's mouth twitched slightly. Soon, the ground was paved. Looking at the small house that I built with my own hands, my heart is filled with pride. The only things missing now are 2 windows and a door. Windows and doors are not necessary. After all, she was the only one in the space, and there was a cat. Su Wanwan made the bed and put pillows, dolls, and a quilt on it. Then I picked up all the valuable gold jewelry from outside and brought it in, so that I would feel safe. As long as there is no strong wind or heavy rain, it is still very nice here. The solar light outside was brought inside, and the room instantly became brighter, dispelling the darkness. Okay, that's all for today. Let's take a rest. Su Wanwan took off her clothes and was left wearing only a small vest. The underwear was too restrictive, so she didn't wear it either. It doesn't matter anyway. There's not many people here. Not wearing underwear seems to liberate myself. Su Wanwan turned off the solar light, lay on the bed and said to Datu, "Good night, Datu." Meow. Big Head was lying in the nest, looking at Su Wanwan stealthily. After making sure that Su Wanwan was asleep on the bed, Datu walked out of the den and headed towards the depths of the woods. After experiencing the joy of speaking, he now wants to speak human language. Instead of being an aggressive cat, Big Head would like to be a talking cat. I want to communicate with my master without any obstacles. After eating a fruit, Big Head made a sound, but it was still a meow. There was no choice but to eat another one. Owner. He finally made human sounds and went back satisfied. Wait until dawn and give the owner a surprise. Big Head thought happily that he wanted the day to come soon. After Data returned, he lay down in the nest. Outside, Fu Xinxi came downstairs to Su Wanwan's house and shouted, "Wanwan, are you home?" He endured the 20-degree heat and came downstairs to Su Wanwan, shouting loudly. He sent messages to Su Wanwan these days, but there was no reply from Su Wanwan, so he put on a thick cotton jacket and came to check. What is Su Wanwan doing these days? Why don't you reply his message? Or maybe she encountered some danger. A girl living alone fell down and fainted at home, or was poisoned, or choked to death while drinking water. The thought of this made him feel very uneasy. So, you must come and see. Wanwan, if you're home, just let me know. Fu Xinxi shouted worriedly. But there was no response. It's already 10 o'clock, so it's impossible to go to sleep, right? After thinking about it, Fu Xinxi looked around, walked to the green belt next to him, and grabbed a frozen leaf. Smashed it towards the window on the 3rd floor, trying to attract Su Wanwan's attention with sound. There is no need to worry about the glass being broken, because Wanwan once said that the glass is bulletproof. After throwing 2 or 3, Su Wanwan didn't react at all. At this time, Su Wanwan was still in the space, and was surprised to find that the things she had planted before had begun to sprout. The growth rate is very fast. Especially the watermelons, the leaves have grown out. Su Wanwan worked hard to water the plants and felt very happy knowing that she would soon be able to eat watermelon. She rubbed her hands together. Big Head, do you want to eat watermelon? Su Wanwan looked at Big Head who was sitting beside her and couldn't help but ask. Big Head responded, I want to eat. Su Wanwan was stunned for a moment, staring at Datu. How come you can speak human language again? Are you surprised? Big Head narrowed his eyes. Indeed. Su Wanwan nodded. Because I secretly went to the grove last night to pick some fruits to eat, and finally I can speak human language again. It feels better to speak human language. I feel like I must have been a human in my previous life. Big Head said with a smile. Come on, let's go out and have dinner. I'm starving. Su Wanwan muttered a few words, touched her belly, and picked up Big Head from the ground. When they were leaving, Su Wanwan said, You can only speak in front of me now. Don't speak in front of other people. It will scare people, understand? New. Big Head agreed readily. Su Wanwan and Datu came outside. The air conditioner in the room was not turned off, so it was still warm. Fortunately, it is only for my own use. If more people come, I won't be able to afford it. Su Wanwan went to the kitchen to cook turkey noodles. She had made kimchi before, so she put the turkey noodles in the pot, poured seasoning and water on it. After the turkey noodles were cooked soft, she put in the kimchi and some sausage slices. Also used 2 poached eggs. The reason we didn't raise poultry in the space at first was mainly because we didn't want to clean. Besides, there were so many supplies on the ground, and it would be too dirty if the chickens and ducks pooped on the supplies. Not to mention cattle, sheep, and pigs. She couldn't do it alone. The pig pen was not stable, so the pigs would easily run out. Also, pigs like to roll around in places with water, which would bury the spiritual spring. Although the spiritual spring has a purification function, it is still disgusting to think of pig feet rolling around in pig shit in the spiritual spring. We also have to deal with the feces. Pig feces are not so easy to clean. The more they eat, the more they poop. If they poop everywhere in this space, where will the fragrance of flowers be? The air will only be filled with the stench of feces. The same goes for cows, except that their shit is much bigger. Besides, it is not easy for her to slaughter larger pigs, cows, and sheep. It would be almost the same if I had help. Forget it if you're alone. After the turkey noodles were cooked, Su Wanwan opened a can for Datu as well. At this moment, there was a rapid knock on the door. Su Wanwan hesitated for a moment, looked outside through the peephole, and found that it was Fu Jingyu and Fu Xinxi. After opening the 3 doors, Su Wanwan stood at the door and asked, What do you want? She blinked and looked at the 2 men in front of her. Seeing that they were wearing very warm clothes, it must be very cold outside. So I quickly let them in. Chapter 49. I really thought something had happened. It was much warmer inside the room than outside, and Fu Jingyu and Fu Xinxi soon no longer felt the cold. Why are you two here? What's going on? Su Wanwan looked at the two of them in confusion. Seeing how hurried they were, it seemed like something important must have happened. His brows were tightly furrowed. Wanwan, why are you so quiet at home? Fu Xinxi breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried for so long. Ah, I didn't hear you. Are you here to see me? I had been busy in the space before, so naturally I didn't know Fu Xinxi had been here. It was really a bit embarrassing. Well, I picked up some ice and smashed your window a few times. I shouted for a while but didn't hear your voice. I thought you were in danger. So I quickly went back to call my brother. I was so worried. She was a single woman and she didn't reply to my messages. I really thought something had happened to her. Su Wanwan smiled a little embarrassedly. Hee hee, I'm so sorry. Maybe I slept too deeply. I'm fine. I just got up and made some turkey noodles. It's really embarrassing. These days I have been building houses and farming in the space. Except for eating, I spend the rest of the time in the space. And you don't even reply to my messages. Look how many messages I sent you. Fu Xinxi muttered a few words. After all, Wanwan is a girl with no relatives or friends. She is also my friend, so I should care about her. My phone is out of battery. I'm charging it in my room. Su Wanwan didn't dare say that she had never turned on her cell phone. I'm glad you're okay. Fu Jingyu was relieved to see that Su Wanwan was fine. Seeing that the two were there, Su Wanwan said, Would you like to have some turkey noodles? They are delicious. Okay. Need not. Fu Xinxi nodded quickly, not knowing how to refuse. Fu Jingyu was very polite and worried that Su Wanwan might not have enough supplies. Brother Fu, just have some. I made it myself. Su Wanwan advised. She is such an emotional person. I treat others the way they treat me. Fu Xinxi on the side also said, Brother, just have some. It's the turkey noodles that Wanwan made herself. I don't think we have any turkey noodles in stock at home. When the weather gets better, I'll have to go out and see if I can find some turkey noodles. Fu Xinxi spoke slowly. Then you guys sit here for a while. I'll make some turkey noodles. After saying that, Su Wanwan went to the kitchen. Fu Jingyu was not as shameless as Fu Xinxi and said, Let me help you. No, I can do it alone. Su Wanwan quickly waved her hand to refuse. But Fu Jingyu was too proactive and could not be refused. The man cooked turkey noodles. Su Wanwan opened the kimchi jar, looked at Fu Jingyu and said, Would you like to put some kimchi in your turkey noodles? Can. Fu Jingyu responded and continued to ask, Are these kimchi also bought? No, I made it myself. I made a lot. Do you want to take some? Su Wanwan looked at the jar of kimchi next to her. She definitely couldn't finish it all by herself. It would become inedible if left out for too long. She hasn't finished the whole jar and has only eaten 1/10 of it so far. Besides, who would eat kimchi every day? Eat once every few days. It is also usually eaten with noodles. Before Fu Jingyu answered, Fu Xinxi next to him immediately said, Kimchi? I really like kimchi now. Then you can take the unopened jar of kimchi and eat it. I'm worried that it will become unpalatable if I don't eat it for a long time. I did too much at the beginning. When she first started, she felt she could eat a lot. Now I find that I can't eat that much. If you leave it for a while longer, it will definitely not taste good. It would be better to give it to Fu Xinxi and the others. That's great, Wanwan. I'm so lucky to have a friend like you. By the way, do you have Laotin pickled cabbage beef noodles? I really want to eat Laotin pickled cabbage noodles. In the past, I would never touch it, but now, I miss Laotin pickled cabbage beef noodles so much. Fu Xinxi spoke pitifully. Seeing how much this guy cared about her, Su Wanwan said, Yes, there are, but we stockpile them in bags. Bags are fine too. I just miss the taste. Just give me 2 or 3 bags. Fu Xinxi didn't want to ask for more. After all, it wasn't easy for others to stock up. Okay, I'll get it downstairs for you after you finish eating the turkey noodles. Su Wanwan said slowly. Wanwan, I feel so embarrassed to only take yours. If you have anything you want, I can give it to you. Fu Xinxi asked quickly. We can't let Wanwan suffer any loss. Su Wanwan thought for a while and said, I don't think there is anything I want at the moment. I'll tell you when I think of it. Whatever it was, she had it all. Nothing else is needed. Okay. Fu Xinxi nodded. Listening to the two people talking, Fu Jingyu felt that he couldn't get a word in. I had no choice but to cook turkey noodles silently. The delicious turkey noodles are cooked quickly. The turkey noodles are ready. Fu Xinxi said lightly, and poured the turkey noodles in the pot into the bowl. The three of them sat at the table eating turkey noodles. Fu Xinxi gave a thumbs up and said, "It tastes amazing. I never knew turkey noodles could be so delicious. Wanwan, your cooking skills are really good." Su Wanwan smiled awkwardly and said, "You should praise your eldest brother. It was your eldest brother who did it. I was just passing things around. I don't care. Wanwan will get your share too." Fu Xinxi spoke somewhat stubbornly. Big Head watched the three men eat noodles silently. He didn't say anything so as not to scare the two men. He also promised his master that he would not speak in front of strangers. After eating the turkey noodles, Fu Jingyu cleaned up the dishes, and Su Wanwan said to Fu Xinxi, "Come with me downstairs to get the old-style pickled cabbage beef noodles." "Okay." Fu Xinxi readily agreed and followed quickly. "The second floor is actually a coffee shop? Are you planning to open a coffee shop?" When Fu Xinxi passed by the second floor, he raised his eyebrows slightly when he looked at the appearance of the second floor. "No, I just like the atmosphere of a coffee shop, so I transformed the second floor into a coffee shop." Su Wanwan paused slightly and explained to Fu Xinxi. "Oh." Fu Xinxi nodded. He couldn't help but pull his clothes closer, feeling that this layer was a bit cold. Afterwards, the two came to the supermarket on the first floor. "Wow, there are so many foods here. Are you going to the supermarket?" Su Wanwan took 2 or 3 bags of laut and pickled cabbage and beef noodles and said, "How can I open a supermarket in the end times? The purpose of opening a supermarket is to make a profit. Now that money is worthless. Why would I open a supermarket?" "And you?" "I just like the feeling of having a supermarket and using it to stock up." Chapter 50. Organizing the Space. Fu Xinxi suddenly felt very impressed with Su Wanwan for being so romantic. Standing in this supermarket, you will indeed feel a sense of accomplishment if it is yours. There are quite a lot of goods, and they are quite complete. Fu Xinxi looked at the spicy noodles next to him and asked, "Can you give me 2 more bags of spicy noodles? I haven't eaten spicy noodles for a long time." "Help yourself. Whatever you want to eat, take it yourself." Su Wanwan nodded slightly, walked to the refrigerator and looked at the drinks inside. Fortunately, the drinks had not yet frozen. These things are enough for her to eat for a long time, and there is still a lot left in the space. "Then I'll get another box of coffee powder and a piece of gum." Fu Xinxi didn't take more, as he would have felt embarrassed if he had taken more. Then, Fu Xinxi said, "Wanwan, when the weather gets better, do you want the two of us to go out and collect supplies? Have you forgotten the dangerous situation last time?" Su Wanwan wanted to go, but when she thought of the danger she experienced last time, she began to back off. "I almost died last time. Don't worry, we'll bring Osinri with us this time. He's an alien and can protect us." Fu Xinxi was not worried about this. He used to think that his elder brother was making a fuss by asking him to stockpile so many supplies. Even if there is a disaster, there is no need to stockpile more than 10 billion supplies. Only now do I realize that he was too young and had not stocked up on many supplies. So now if he wants to eat laut and pickled cabbage beef noodles, he has to come here to ask for it. When the weather gets better, I will go pick up supplies even if it means walking a long way. Listening to Fu Xinxi's words, Su Wanwan nodded and said, "Okay, then come and call me when the time comes." "Okay, it's a happy decision." Fu Xinxi had a smile on his face. Afterwards, the two went upstairs together. Fu Jingyu had already washed and cleaned up the dishes from before. "Brother, we can have pickled cabbage beef noodles together tonight." Fu Xinxi took out the bowl of pickled cabbage and beef noodles in his hand and shook it. "It's like getting some treasure." Seeing this, Fu Jingyu said, "Eat it yourself." He doesn't like eating traditional pickled cabbage beef noodles. Knowing that Su Wanwan was fine, the two brothers left. When Fu Jingyu left, he said to Su Wanwan, "If you have any questions, you can call me. If the signal is not good, you can also go over there to find Xiaozi." "Okay." Su Wanwan nodded in agreement and watched the two of them leave. Because it was too cold outside, she didn't go out. Then, the 3 doors were closed. They finally left, and I can finally speak. Big Head jumped onto the table and lay down on it leisurely. Su Wanwan frowned and asked, "Did you poop?" "Yeah, I poop after eating. It feels so good." Listening to Dada's words, Su Wanwan came to the cat litter box and regretted not buying Dada the kind of cat litter box that automatically separates out the cat feces. Su Wanwan frowned and said, "Fuck, your shit stinks too much, and why don't you cover your own shit? If you don't believe me, I'll kill you and stew you." Big Head wagged his tail, and the tip of his tail was bent into a hook. He said slowly, "The reason for covering the shit is to block the smell and prevent it from being discovered by natural enemies. Now there are only you and me here, and I don't have any natural enemies. I'm too lazy to bury it, and it stinks. You also know your shit stinks. Su Wanwan was speechless. This guy knows that his shit stinks. From today on, you'll have to poop in the toilet. You can't cover your own shit anyway. She quickly put Big Head's feces into a plastic bag, feeling helpless. Cat poop really stinks. There was a faint stench floating in the room. Su Wanwan couldn't stand it anymore and had to go inside the space. Let's go inside the space. I really can't stand it anymore. Su Wanwan took Datu into the space again. There is still a lot to do next, including sorting out the supplies that are piled together. It is also more convenient to find it. She also planned to dig a pond and put the fish from the spiritual spring in the pond. Su Wanwan got to work right away. She picked up a hoe and started digging a pond on the open space. The pond was located next to the vegetable field. The fruit I ate before is still effective. I still have a lot of strength and don't feel tired when doing work. Master, look, the things we planted before have already grown leaves. Big Head came to the vegetable garden and spoke with some surprise. While digging the pond, Su Wanwan glanced at Datu and said, "Yeah, it should be harvested in a few days, right? Logically, it would take at least several months for it to bloom and bear fruit. But here, the time is greatly shortened. Those things are growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pond is 5 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 1 meter deep." When it was almost done, Su Wanwan dug a passage between the pond and the spiritual spring. The water flow quickly flowed into the pond. The pond is located in a low-lying area, so Su Wanwan is also afraid that the spring water will flow back. When the water was almost full, Su Wanwan fished out all the fish and dumped them into the pond. Big Head seemed to be particularly fond of it. He quickly came to the edge of the pond and looked down at the fish in the water. Big Head said quickly, so many fish, so many fish. Want some fish?" Su Wanwan asked. "Think. Then go and catch it yourself." Su Wanwan instigated. "Forget it. I'm afraid of falling." Big Head began to back down. After the pond was dug, Su Wanwan prepared to spread the fresh soil outside the bamboo house and then sprinkle small flower seeds on it. Sprinkle some tomato seeds along the way. The red lanterns scraped against the green are particularly beautiful and can be eaten. Plant some more sunflowers so that you will have seeds to eat. Su Wanwan felt that she was a girl with strong hands-on ability and she would do things as soon as she said she would. Use a wheelbarrow to load the soil and push it to the side of the bamboo house. Except for being a bit lonely, it's pretty good here. Fortunately, I have Big Head. Big Head can talk and I can chat with him. After going back and forth 5 or 6 times, all the soil was finally spread next to the small bamboo house. Sprinkle a variety of flower seeds and plant cherry tomatoes and sunflowers. Master, what are you going to plant? Big Head followed Su Wanwan's footsteps closely. Wherever Su Wanwan went, it went. Flowers, tomatoes, sunflowers. Su Wanwan spoke briefly and to the point, with hope and expectation in her eyes. Hope she gets a good harvest from what she plants. Oh. Big Head nodded, not quite understanding. All this happened last night, near dusk. Su Wanwan found a good place and separated the supplies. The meats I stockpiled earlier are still very fresh, no different from when I first got here. A man and a cat are sorting supplies in the pile. Chapter 51 New Year. It is very simple for Datu to distinguish supplies. He separates what he needs from what the master needs. Throw away a bunch of things that the master wants, and throw away a bunch of things that you want. There are also lots of canned food, lots of cat strips, and lots of cat food. You don't even need to use your hands to play with toys. I don't know when the weather outside will get better. In this kind of weather, the car will slip on the road and I can't travel far. It is easy for people to fall when walking on the ice, and they can't even leave the house. So Su Wanwan kept herself busy and forgot about time. It took Su Wanwan 3 days and 3 nights to build some simple warehouses, all of which were built with trees and bamboos and covered with a layer of film. It's great that she can do this. Since she couldn't go out anyway, after she finished building the warehouse, she began to explore the space. Riding a small electric scooter and taking a Big Head, I went for a ride. I rode very far, but not only did I not see any human beings, I didn't even see any animals. Inside the space ring is a completely different world. It took 5 or 6 hours for the man and the cat to reach the foot of the mountain, where there was an endless sea of flowers. Big Head dived straight into the flowers, jumping and fluttering around excitedly. Master, it's so fun here. Big Head exclaimed. Su Wanwan stopped the car and looked at the sea of purple flowers in front of her. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Everything here is beautiful. Su Wanwan closed her eyes and opened her arms, feeling the blue sky and white clouds, the sunshine, the gentle breeze, and the fragrance of flowers. It's simply a paradise. The top of the mountain in front is covered with a layer of white snow, like the milk cap in milk tea. So, it's a bit cold here too. Su Wanwan wanted to know what was behind the mountain. Was it another world, or was it just like this one? A world without people? But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. It's such a high mountain. It will take a long time to climb, right? This mountain is estimated to be about 5,000 meters high, towering majestically, and the clouds above it are ever-changing, like a goddess with a veil. Su Wanwan was filled with awe for the mountain in front of her. It would take at least 3 days to climb the mountain. Master, come and play with us. What are you looking at there? Dada walked out from the sea of flowers, looked at Su Wanwan in a daze, and couldn't help but ask a question. Su Wanwan glanced at Datu, looked at the snow-capped peak, and said slowly, I want to climb over this mountain. Why climb this mountain? Big Head looked at the mountain, but couldn't see the top because he was so small. Su Wanwan put her hands in her pockets and said, I'm curious. I want to see what's on the other side of the mountain. On this side of the mountain and the other side of the sea, there is a group of elves. This song suddenly came to my mind. It looks very dangerous up there, Master. If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. Big Head said in a serious tone. Su Wanwan lowered her eyes to look at Datu and said, I think what you said is very right. Let's just forget it. I won't go on like this. At this time, the sun was setting and the sky was dyed with an eerie red. Come on, let's go back. Apart from the beautiful scenery, there was nothing else to see. There is not a single animal here. I didn't see any wild rabbits, squirrels, mosquitoes, or earthworms. Master, do you still know the way back? Forehead. Su Wanwan looked back and could no longer see her small bamboo house base. Forgot it? Big Head had a look on his face that I already knew. Su Wanwan coughed lightly and said, It's okay, come here. Hearing Su Wanwan's words, Big Head jumped over with his tail wagging. Su Wanwan held Big Head, rode on the electric scooter, and left the space directly. She and Big Head appeared in the room. Wow, we're actually back here. Big Head looked surprised. Routine operation, just fixed the bug. Su Wanwan discovered that this was the biggest bug in the space. So no matter where she is in space, she won't get lost. Even if you get lost, as long as you leave the space, you will return to the outside world, and when you enter again, you will still be at the starting point. Big Head jumped down, walked to the window quietly, and looked at the outside world with his round eyes. It was all ice and snow outside. Master, it's snowing outside. I see. Su Wanwan put the electric scooter back into the space and came to the bed. Counting the days, Chinese New Year is only 2 days away. Unexpectedly, a year has passed. In the past, the Chinese New Year was very lively, with fireworks, lion, and dragon dances. There are also a variety of activities, and each place has its own characteristics. Now, there is no one outside. There is a sense of desolation everywhere. Let's count the days. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and the day after tomorrow is New Year's Day. Although there are only 2 of us here now, we still have to have some sense of ceremony. Su Wanwan lowered her head and glanced at the Big Head next to her. New Year's Day? Big Head said in a confused tone, but he still knew about human festivals. The Chinese New Year seems to be the most lively festival. Children like it very much because they get lucky money. Since her parents passed away, Su Wanwan has been living alone. Every Chinese New Year, she watches other families reunite, but she is alone. As our life was not rich, we only had a bowl of noodles during the Chinese New Year. Occasionally, when I feel like splurging, I might buy a bag of pork dumplings. In fact, she couldn't eat too much by herself. Yes, Big Head, I will make you a cat meal this New Year. Su Wanwan immediately had an idea in her mind. Fortunately, I have a cat, which has saved me spiritually. If she were alone, she would definitely get sick. Cat food, it sounds delicious. Big Head stuck out his pink little tongue and licked it, looking forward to the cat meal. It must be delicious. What I made must be delicious. Su Wanwan smiled, then went to the space to get some ingredients. Chicken breast, pork, beef. It's Chinese New Year, so dumplings are a must. I'm going to make some dumplings with pork and beef fillings. You need to add something else in it, just pure meat dumplings will do. She especially likes to eat dumplings filled with pure meat. Fu Xinxi sent her a message on the phone. Wanwan, come to my house for dinner the day after tomorrow. It's New Year's Day, it won't be good for you to be alone. Su Wanwan saw the message and immediately responded, saying, No need, I can do it alone. Don't worry, I'll come pick you up when the time comes. It'll be too lonely for you to celebrate the new year alone. We have a lot of people here, and it's more lively when there are more people. No, really. It's settled. I'll pick you up for the New Year's Eve dinner the day after tomorrow. If you feel embarrassed, just prepare 2 dishes, okay? It was hard to refuse Fu Xinxi's kindness, and Su Wanwan agreed when she thought about the new year. Chapter 52. Pork and Beef Dumplings. Because she was going to have dinner at Fu Xinxi's house during the new year, she specially made 2 kinds of dumplings. There are dumplings with beef filling and dumplings with pork filling. The dumplings aren't very pretty, but they're still tasty. She ate one, making sure it was salty enough, before taking the dumpling out. It was very slow for one person to make dumplings, and he only managed to make about 200 dumplings. After all, it was quite tiring for one person to roll out the dough and make the dumplings himself. The filling inside is very thick and filling. After wrapping the dumplings, put them in the refrigerator and freeze them, and then cook them the day after tomorrow. I only left a portion for myself. Afterwards, I made chicken breast cat food for Datu. I put fresh chicken breast in a pot and cooked it, then chopped it into small pieces and added a little fish oil. Big Head looked at the cat food, sniffed it, and said, "It smells so good, master. It's not only fragrant, but also delicious." Su Wanwan had a faint smile on her face. "Then can I eat it now?" Big Head shook his tail, already a little impatient. The little pink tongue licked her mouth. "Of course, it's a little cool now, not that hot. You can eat it." Su Wanwan nodded and placed the simple cat food in front of Datu. Big Head buried his head in the bowl and started to eat with a slurping sound, his face full of happiness. After finishing the cat meal, Data said to Su Wanwan, "Master, can I go with you the day after tomorrow? I want to see the others too." "Of course, but don't expose yourself," Su Wanwan warned, fearing that Datu would expose herself. "Master, don't worry, I will never expose myself." After hearing Data's assurance, Su Wanwan felt relieved. While Big Head was eating cat food, she was eating the dumplings she had made. They were so delicious. When she took a bite, they were all meat. After eating 5 or 6, she was almost full. On the morning of New Year's Eve, Su Wanwan cut festive paper cuts out of red paper and pasted them on the window glass. It can also be considered a sense of ritual, which gives it the flavor of the new year. She didn't stock up on things like fireworks. After all, they can't be eaten and are not very ornamental, so there is no need to stock up. Take out the remaining dumplings early to thaw them, then cook them in a pot. Then take them out one by one and put them in a box. It took 2 boxes to pack all these dumplings. Then, he took out the space bag and later put Big Head in it. Big Head licked his paws and watched Su Wanwan busy. A voice was heard outside. "Wanwan, I'm here, come down." I saw Fu Xinxi shouting loudly downstairs wearing a thick black cotton coat and even a special warm hat. It was still so cold outside and it was so easy to slip. Su Wanwan put the Big Head into the space bag, walked to the window, and made an okay gesture to Fu Xinxi downstairs. He picked up the dumpling box he had packed earlier, put on his backpack, and went out. There was hardly a single person on the empty street. Many big trees were frozen down. They were not killed by the high temperature, but were broken by the extreme cold weather. These freezes are too strong. Fu Xinxi looked at Su Wanwan coming down, sniffed, and the cold wind made the tip of his nose red. "What delicious food have you prepared?" He hurried forward and took the food box from Su Wanwan's hand. "It still feels a bit heavy in the hand." "They are heavy and all delicious." "These dumplings." Su Wanwan asked Fu Xinxi to take the things and followed Fu Xinxi out. "Great. I love dumplings the most. What kind of filling do you have?" "I like dumplings stuffed with celery and pork." No one in his family makes dumplings. Not many people in his family know how to make dumplings. "I did prepare some meat dishes." "What a coincidence. I also like to eat dumplings stuffed with celery and pork, but there is no celery now, so I can only eat dumplings stuffed with pork. In addition to pork, there are also beef dumplings, 2 kinds of dumplings." Su Wanwan spoke with some regret. "It seems that I should plant some celery in the space next time." She herself also particularly likes to eat celery. Just blanch it in water, add some olive oil and soy sauce, and you can eat it directly. The taste is still very good. When Fu Xinxi heard about pure pork filling and beef filling, he immediately said, "Actually, I also like dumplings with pure meat filling. It feels really good to eat meat. In the past, I didn't know how to appreciate what I had. I didn't want to eat what I had. Now, I'm drooling over food that I don't have." "Yeah, I like it too. We have the same taste." Su Wanwan also responded, but she was not agreeing with Fu Xinxi. She really liked to eat it. The two walked on the icy road, and Fu Xinxi had already tied several hemp ropes on his shoes. He said to Su Wanwan, "Be careful, the ground is very slippery." As soon as Su Wanwan responded, she slipped and fell, sitting on the cold ground. The big head in the space bag was also frightened and meowed twice, almost speaking human language. Because it was a slightly sloping slope, Su Wanwan slid directly down and held the space bag tightly in her arms, so as to avoid letting Big Head get hurt again. "Are you okay?" Looking at Su Wanwan walking away, Fu Xinxi asked quickly. He tied some hemp ropes on the uppers of his shoes to prevent himself from falling. Su Wanwan shook her head and said, "It's just that my coccyx hurts a little. Fortunately, I'm young. If it were an older person, I'd probably break a bone." It had snowed and frozen before, but never as severe as this time. She lay on the ground like a dog and couldn't stand up at all. After finally climbing up a little distance, she couldn't help but slide down again. Even fingernails couldn't hold onto the ice. "The ice is too solid. You go first, I may have to take a long detour." Su Wanwan spoke with a helpless look on her face and could only choose to walk to the other side. It is no exaggeration to say that he crawled to the other side, little by little, with an extremely strange posture. "Okay, I'll go over there and wait for you." Fu Xinxi had no way to go over to help, so he could only go over there by himself. After all, he was holding 2 boxes of dumplings in his hands, and it would not be good to scatter them all on the ground. Food is particularly precious now. Don't waste good things. Fu Xinxi arrived at the hotel and put the lunchbox on the ground. He took a few hemp ropes and tied them around his shoes so that he would not slip easily. "Come, tie the hemp on your shoes so you won't fall." "Okay, help me take the big head over first." Su Wanwan took the hemp rope from Fu Xinxi and handed the space bag in her hand to Fu Xinxi. She followed Fu Xinxi's example and tied the hemp rope around her feet several times. Chapter 53. Treat this place like your own home. After the hemp rope was tied, her shoes were finally not so slippery anymore, but she still had to be careful when walking. She was wearing a pair of snow boots, very warm snow boots with a thick layer of fleece inside. Her toes were cold, without any warmth at all. It seemed like her toes did this every winter. After much difficulty, we arrived outside the hotel. Now this is the Fu family's home. Come on, let's go in quickly. It seems to be snowing again outside." Fu Xinxi urged. He picked up the food box on the ground and walked inside. The space bag was already carried in front of him. Finally, Fu Xinxi brought Su Wanwan to the hall. The hall was much warmer than outside. It felt like 2 different worlds. Su Wanwan saw Su Muzha and Wang Jieli, who was blind in one eye, at a glance. Su Muzha looked at Su Wanwan closely. If Fu Xinxi had not been beside him, Su Muzha would have already walked over. She thought she had let it go, but when she saw Su Muzha, she couldn't help feeling sick. This man is still as annoying as ever. Even if you don't say anything, just a look can be annoying. Su Wanwan closed her eyes and followed Fu Xinxi closely. Wouldn't I be eating the New Year's Eve dinner with him? If that's the case, it would be better for her to leave early. She couldn't eat when she saw Su Muzha. It made her feel sick. "Wanwan, the electricity is quite low right now, so we can only go up the stairs." Fu Xinxi said slowly that before the end of the world, you could still take the elevator up and down. Nowadays, supplies are becoming increasingly scarce, so we should not waste too much and should save as much as possible. In the last days, one's family business depends entirely on saving or robbing. It's not time to rob other people of their supplies yet, so try to be frugal. "Which floor?" Su Wanwan asked. "It's on the 2nd floor. You can just take the stairs to the 2nd floor. Why take the elevator?" Su Wanwan's face was full of confusion. "There is no need to take the elevator to the 2nd floor." Fu Xinxi smiled embarrassedly. "I used to be used to it. I lived on the 2nd floor at home, and I always took the elevator up." "Well, then you really have a big family and a lot of money." Su Wanwan's house is also a villa, but there is no elevator either. For 2 floors, the elevator and stairs are similar. But if there is any cargo, it might be more convenient to take the elevator. Ah, that was all in the past. Life is so miserable now. There was a hint of grievance in Fu Xinxi's voice. "By the way, I won't be eating at the same table with Sumyuz, right? If I eat with him, I won't be able to eat. It's too disgusting." Su Wanwan shook her head, somewhat disgusted. Fu Xinxi smiled and dispelled Su Wanwan's doubts, saying, "Don't worry, they won't eat with us. Even if they want to eat with us, I won't agree." After listening to Fu Xinxi's words, Su Wanwan finally felt relieved. "I thought Su Muzha would have dinner with them." "That's good. That would be great. I don't want to see his face either." Su Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. She despised men like Su Muzha the most. The two finally reached the second floor. The second floor is warmer than the first floor because the air conditioner is turned on. Fu Xinxi turned around and closed the door tightly. Grandpa and Grandma, I brought Wanwan here. Fu Xinxi shouted. He put down the space bag and went to the kitchen with the food box in his hand. At this time, grandparents and eldest brother were busy in the kitchen. Su Wanwan discovered that the room on the second floor had been converted into a living room. There is a staircase inside leading to the third floor. But there are also rooms for living on the second floor, which doesn't seem to have anything to do with the hotel. There was a large round table in the living room, with several dishes on it. Grandma Fu came out of the kitchen with a kind smile on her face. Oh, you must be Wanwan that Xiaozi mentioned. Wanwan is so beautiful. Come and sit down. Hello, Grandma Fu. Su Wanwan hurriedly greeted them. She hadn't greeted a stranger for a long time, so she seemed a little reserved when greeting a stranger. Very embarrassing. Fortunately, Fu Xinxi came over at this time and broke the awkward situation. Grandma, these are the dumplings Wanwan made. Aren't they extra big? Fu Xinxi took a large basin from the kitchen and put all the dumplings in the food box into the basin. Then he took a big bowl and put some more in it, about 40 or 50, and prepared to take it downstairs for others to taste it. Wanwan, I sent these dumplings downstairs. Fu Xinxi asked Su Wanwan for her consent. In addition to Su Muzha and Wang Jiali, mother and son, there was also a cleaning lady, two older brothers who were on duty, and a plumber who knew a little bit about everything. Su Wanwan nodded and said, yes, sure. After Fu Xinxi left, the atmosphere became awkward again. Grandma Fu came to Su Wanwan and said kindly, child, don't be so reserved. Just treat this place as your own home. Thank you, Grandma. Su Wanwan nodded, but she didn't dare to really treat this place as her home. People were just being polite, so she must not take it seriously. Then, Su Wanwan continued, Grandma, can I let my big head out? Big head is a kitten, right? Yes. Let it out. I like kittens the best. Grandma Fu nodded. Big Head was not afraid of strangers at all and was quite brave. After coming out of the space bag, he meowed at Grandma. This kitten is so good. Let Grandma touch it. It seemed that Grandma Fu really liked Datu, and Data took the initiative to jump into her arms. Seeing Datu and Grandma Fu together, Su Wanwan quickly said, Grandma, I'll go to the kitchen to help. No, you just stay here and rest. There are still a few dishes that are not ready. Please wait a little longer. Grandma Fu stroked the kitten gently and stopped Su Wanwan. Did you make all those dumplings by yourself? Grandma Fu saw the dumplings in the bowl. Yeah, it's not well wrapped. Su Wanwan nodded, feeling very embarrassed. She hadn't greeted anyone for such a long time that she didn't know how to say hello. It's just very embarrassing. I think these dumplings are well made. Wanwan, you are so kind. The dumplings are so big. They must be delicious. Grandma Fu praised. It just so happened that their family didn't make dumplings, so it would be nice to have some dumplings for dinner. Su Wanwan was very happy to be praised. The dumplings she makes are really good. Fu Xinxi came in from outside and said, Wanwan, come play a game with me. It's a single-player game, and it's very difficult to pass the level. I think I should help in the kitchen? No, my grandfather and my eldest brother cook delicious food. Fu Xinxi came over and pulled Su Wanwan to play games. Grandma Fu also said, Wanwan, just play games with Xiaozi for a while. Chapter 54. Do not talk while eating or sleeping. Su Wanwan had New Year's Eve dinner with the Fu family and also met Grandpa Fu. Grandpa Fu was a little cold towards Su Wanwan, but still polite. Su Wanwan also felt that Grandpa Fu didn't seem to like her very much. She didn't know how she had offended Grandpa Fu, but Grandma Fu was quite nice to her. At least on the surface it's good. There was a table full of delicious food on the big round table, as well as 2 boxes of dumplings made by Su Wanwan. Wanwan, what do you like to eat? Grandma Fu asked kindly, looking at Su Wanwan with a kind gaze. Su Wanwan is their guest. After Grandma Fu finished speaking, Grandpa Fu at the side spoke up, pick up what you want to eat. There was a hint of unwillingness to entertain in his tone. Fu Xinxi and Fu Jingyu looked at their grandfather. Why did they feel that his grandfather was quite hostile towards Wanwan? When did Wanwan offend Grandpa? So, Fu Jingyu picked up some food for Su Wanwan and said, Wanwan, try this chicken leg. It tastes good. Thanks. Su Wanwan felt a little uncomfortable. This old man Fu brought a sense of oppression. She could have had a leisurely New Year's Eve dinner, but I shouldn't have come here if I had known. No need to look at other people's faces. Wanwan, these meatballs are made by me. Try them. Fu Xinxi couldn't wait to pick up some meatballs for Su Wanwan. These 2 brothers are obviously against the old man. In fact, this is not against it, It is just a normal way of hospitality. But Grandpa seemed to have taken the wrong medicine and was not nice to Wanwan. Thanks. Su Wanwan felt that her heart was comforted a little. Fortunately, not everyone treats her like that. She ignored Old Man Fu. People are always kind. She would treat others the way they treated her. She can't possibly try to please someone who doesn't like her. Not so humble, nor so despicable. By the way, why didn't I see Osinri? Su Wanwan looked at Fu Xinxi curiously. Didn't the alien live here with him? Logically, we should also invite the alien to the New Year's Eve dinner. Oh, that guy is upstairs. Fu Xinxi responded while eating meatballs. This meatball is so delicious. Your mouth is full of meaty flavor. It's a pity that the meat is not fresh enough. After all, it is frozen, which is different from freshly killed ones. Don't talk while eating, don't talk while sleeping. Don't you guys know the rules? Old Man Fu glanced at the two people in front of him with some displeasure. When Su Wanwan heard these words, she felt extremely embarrassed. It seems that he really doesn't like her. Grandma Fu said quickly, "It's New Year's Eve dinner after all. What's wrong with a young kid saying a few words? Just eat your food and ignore others. Try the dumplings Wanwan made. They taste really good." "I don't like dumplings." Old Man Fu refused directly and ate other things. Fu Jingyu's face darkened. "Grandpa, Wanwan is our guest. If you don't like Wanwan, just say so earlier. There's no need to do this in front of her. He doesn't give his grandfather any face at all. The main reason is that Grandpa was unreasonable first and was picking on Wanwan." Fu Xinxi listened to his elder brother and said, "Brother is right, Grandpa. If you don't like Wanwan coming to our house, just tell us earlier." Wanwan didn't come empty-handed. She worked hard to make so many dumplings and brought them here. We should be polite to her. You two have your arms bent outward, right? Old Man Fu was very angry and glared at the two brothers Fu Xinxi and Fu Jingyu. Chapter 55 Grandpa is angry. Su Wanwan really didn't know how she had offended Old Man Fu. He made things difficult for her during the meal. Because of the help of Fu Xinxi and Fu Jingyu and Grandma Fu's mediation, Su Wanwan didn't want to make things difficult for them, so she put down her chopsticks and was too lazy to continue eating. Said to Datu, "Datu, let's go back and eat." Fu Xinxi put down his chopsticks, stood up, and tried to persuade Su Wanwan to stay, saying, "Wanwan?" He wanted to say something to keep her, but he didn't know where to start because Grandpa was so mean to Wanwan. I looked at my grandfather and saw that he was eating by himself, paying no attention to others, and obviously did not realize his mistake. Perhaps he did not think he was wrong, but rather the two grandsons whose arms were bent outward were wrong. "You guys eat. I'm not from your family, so it's really inappropriate for me to stay here for the New Year's Eve dinner. I'm going back." Su Wanwan did not stand up to retort Grandpa Fu, which was already a way of giving face to Fu Jingyu, Fu Xinxi, and Grandma Fu. She couldn't stay in this place for a moment. "I have a 3-story villa and a huge space, so there is no need to squeeze in here. The reason I came here was just because of Fu Xinxi's invitation. If Fu Xinxi hadn't invited her, she wouldn't have come." There was a hint of gloom on Fu Jingyu's handsome face. He was very unhappy with his grandfather's attitude towards Wanwan. At this time, it was already 8:30 in the evening. The sky outside was dark, and there was a biting cold wind. He put down his chopsticks and said to Su Wanwan, "I'll take you home." "Thank you, Captain Fu." "No thanks. You should stay here and have the New Year's Eve dinner with your family." Su Wanwan refused, but she was not angry with Fu Jingyu. It's not like Fu Jingyu is making things difficult for her. "I'll go with you. The road outside is slippery." Fu Jingyu helped carry the space back. Fu Xinxi also stood up and said, "Wanwan, my brother and I will take you back together." He felt very embarrassed because he was the one who asked Wanwan to come for dinner, but when she came, she was treated coldly by his grandfather. "Grandpa, what a fool. Why does he treat a junior like this? It wasn't like this at all before." Seeing this, Grandpa Fu shouted at their backs, "Fu Jingyu, Fu Xinxi, if you dare to step out of this house today, don't come back again." Fu Xinxi heard his grandfather's voice and stopped. Grandpa is too much. It feels like a different person. He could only stop and stand there, looking at Su Wanwan and then at the stubborn old grandfather. Su Wanwan turned around and said to the two brothers behind him, "I can go there by myself?" "No, I'll take you there." Fu Jingyu insisted, his face showing no fear. This was not the first time he had faced such a thing. The last time, he was intimidated by his grandfather and therefore never saw his mother again. But now, he won't. He took Su Wanwan's hand and took her downstairs. He ignored Grandpa Fu behind him. Fu Xinxi looked at his elder brother and Su Wanwan's backs and didn't dare to follow them. Grandpa is so scary. Grandma Fu put down her chopsticks and could not help scolding Grandpa Fu, saying, "What's wrong with you today? What's wrong with you? We can't have this New Year's Eve dinner." Then, Grandma Fu stood up and walked towards the room. "If you don't eat, I'll eat it myself." Grandpa Fu snorted and ate the dishes in big mouthfuls, not touching any of the dumplings on the table. Fu Xinxi looked at his grandfather, sighed, and said, "Grandpa, I am so disappointed. You don't like dumplings, but I do." After saying that, Fu Xinxi took the dumplings and vinegar on the table and walked towards his room. Why did such a nice New Year's Eve dinner end in such a bad mood? Old man Fu didn't think he was wrong. He brings any woman home without worrying that she has ulterior motives. Outside, the wind was biting cold. Fu Xinxi squatted down and said, "Wan Wan, tie a hemp rope on your shoes." "Okay, I'll do it myself." Su Wan Wan reached out to take the hemp rope, but Fu Jingyu was already at her feet. Slowly said, "Let me do it." "Thank you." Su Wan Wan didn't act pretentiously and asked Fu Jingyu to tie a hemp rope on her shoes. The two walked on the ice, walking carefully. This time, Su Wan Wan did not fall, but just walked slowly to the downstairs of her home. "Thank you. I'm home now. Do you want to go home?" Su Wan Wan glanced at Fu Jingyu, thinking about what old man Fu had said before, and frowned slightly. Fu Jingyu probably won't be able to go back. "It's okay. I can go to the base." Fu Jingyu smiled faintly and didn't care too much. Then, he continued, "I don't know why my grandfather suddenly went crazy. I'm really sorry. I asked you to come over for the New Year's Eve dinner, but I didn't expect." He spoke somewhat embarrassedly. "I was almost pissed off by that old man. As stubborn and paranoid as before. I don't know how I have offended your grandfather." Su Wan Wan shook her head helplessly and laughed. Then she continued, "It's so late now. You don't know how long it will take you to walk to the base from here. Why don't you stay at my place for a night? I have an empty room at home. It won't be too late for you to leave tomorrow after breakfast." Fu Jingyu definitely cannot drive to the base now. The road is too slippery, and it is easy to lose control of the car. Walking is slower, and the temperature will only get lower at night. It is easy to freeze to death. Fu Jingyu hesitated for a moment. "If you don't mind, I can stay at your place for one night. Come on, let's go upstairs." Su Wan Wan led Fu Jingyu upstairs. It was not the first time she entertained Fu Jingyu, so Su Wan Wan was quite relieved. It was cold outside, but very warm inside the room. It's completely two different worlds from the outside world. "You're still not full, are you? How about I cook a few dishes? After all, tonight is New Year's Eve." Fu Jingyu took off his black coat and looked at Su Wan Wan. Su Wan Wan knew that Fu Jingyu's cooking skills were good, so she said, "Sure, you shouldn't be full either, right?" Not long after the meal started, old man Fu started to speak in a weird way. Su Wan Wan had no mind to eat. "I can't eat anything either. I should have known not to go. I got into trouble now. At first, I just thought that it would be lively and warm to have more people eating the New Year's Eve dinner, but I ended up being very angry. And because the other party was Fu Jingyu and Fu Xinxi's grandfather, she really couldn't get angry. If it were someone else, she would definitely retort and make the other person feel unhappy. Is there anything in particular you'd like to eat?" Fu Jingyu came to the kitchen with ease and even knew the location of all the seasonings. "It feels so familiar, as if I have arrived at my own home. I don't know what to eat either. Just look at what's in the fridge and make your own." After Su Wan Wan let Big Head out, she also came to the kitchen. Chapter 56 Hot Pot for Two. Fu Jingyu found some meatballs, beef, pork, some cabbage and lettuce in the refrigerator. There are also various ingredients such as sausage, ham, eggs, etc. "It seems that your family has a very rich supply of food." Fu Jingyu nodded, took out some meatballs, beef and pork, and saw some hot pot ingredients. "So," he asked, "how about having hot pot?" "Hot pot? I like it very much." "It's okay." Su Wan Wan quickly said that when eating hot pot alone, one should not put too much of anything, as it would be a waste if not finished. Although she has a lot of supplies, thrift is in her nature. "I've been through so much hard times. My frugal character can't be changed. In fact, it is always better to be frugal than to be extravagant." "That's good. Let's have hot pot then. Do you like tomato hot pot, or spicy hot pot, or clear soup?" Fu Jingyu looked at the various kinds of hot pot bases and couldn't help but sigh that there were quite a lot of them. "Everything is available." Su Wan Wan thought for a moment and said, "Let's have a double-boiled hot pot, one spicy and one tomato. It's New Year's Eve anyway, so let's be extravagant." She wants the sweet and sour taste of tomatoes, but she also wants them to be spicy. She wanted both flavors. "Okay, Let's eat spicy and tomato. Fu Jingyu took out all the ingredients, thawed the beef and pork, and then used his skilled knife skills to slice the beef and pork into thin slices. Each piece is only about 1 millimeter thick. Su Wanwan looked at this scene. Her eyes widened, and she gave a thumbs up. A little bit better than her. This guy's knife skills are really good, and each slice is about the same thickness. She whispered beside him, "More slices of beef. I like beef." "Good." Fu Jingyu agreed immediately and sliced the beef skillfully. Sliced the beef and placed them on the plate one by one. "Do you like pork belly?" Fu Jingyu asked and glanced sideways at Su Wanwan. "Well, it's okay, but I prefer beef. Pork belly is still a little fatty, and it's greasy if you eat too much." After listening to Su Wanwan's reply, Fu Jingyu knew what he should do. Su Wanwan also washed a little bit of lettuce and cabbage. When eating hot pot, you can't just eat meat. You also have to eat some vegetables. Only by eating a combination of meat and vegetables can defecation be smooth. Then, Su Wanwan took out a large bottle of Coke from the refrigerator and asked Fu Jingyu, "Would you like some beer?" "No, plain water or Coke will do." Fu Jingyu didn't want to drink beer. Su Wanwan placed the hot pot on the table and poured water and hot pot base into it, waiting for the water to bubble up. Fu Jingyu had already sliced 4 large plates of beef and 3 plates of pork belly. The sliced meat was served on the table. At this time, the water in the simmering pot was already bubbling. "Let me pour these meatballs in first. Fish balls, meatballs, fish tofu, beef balls." As Su Wanwan spoke, she had already poured the meatballs into the hot pot, half in each. "This tomato soup is delicious. Would you like some?" Su Wanwan acted like a host and made herself a bowl of tomato soup, which tasted just like the tomato hot pot at Hadaleo. It's a pity that there is no chopped celery, but just drinking tomato soup alone is also very delicious. It has a rich, sweet, and sour taste, and is full of tomato flavor. She had stockpiled a lot of such hot pot bases at the beginning, a small portion of which was placed outside, and most of it was kept in the space. "Have a drink." Fu Jingyu nodded, and seemed to be doing well. Su Wanwan scooped a bowl of tomato soup for Fu Jingyu with a spoon. If the soup base is not enough later, add water. Anyway, it's just right to drink it now. Fu Jingyu sat opposite Su Wanwan, and steam was rising from the hot pot. The fog-like heat caused a layer of vapor to appear on the floor-to-ceiling windows. Big Head watched the scene silently and couldn't eat anything. He was very full and didn't need to eat anything. Fu Jingyu lowered his head and took a sip of the soup and felt warm in his heart. He raised his eyes, glanced at Su Wanwan, and said, "This tomato soup is really good." "Yeah, I think it's pretty good too. Sour with a hint of sweetness, it tastes amazing. I have to have another bowl of tomato soup." Su Wanwan said with a smile that one bowl was not enough, and she wanted another one. After drinking it, he was satisfied and continued, "It's so refreshing. By the way, there's no sauce yet. I have vinegar, shallots, sesame oil, soy sauce, ginger, garlic, peanut butter, and fermented bean curd. What do you want?" Su Wanwan asked, almost forgetting the soul sauce of hot pot. This soul sauce is definitely indispensable. Mature vinegar, shallots, soy sauce, minced garlic. Fu Jingyu thought for a moment and spoke slowly. "Oh, I like this seasoning the most, but it's a pity that there is no celery and coriander. If there is celery and coriander, it will be even better." Su Wanwan spoke with some regret. "The coriander has been planted, and I don't know how much it has grown." After Fu Jingyu left, she went to the space to check. It was definitely not possible to check inside the space now. Fu Jingyu listened to what Su Wanwan said and said slowly, "It seems that you and I have the same taste." His taste is almost the same as Su Wanwan's. Afterwards, Su Wanwan came over with the seasonings. The condiment bowl doesn't look like you can dip anything into it. In fact, it's not over yet. Su Wanwan asked Fu Jingyu, "Do you want tomato soup or spicy soup?" The final touch is adding a spoonful of soup from the pot. "Spicy, right?" Fu Jingyu looked at the spicy hot pot and said calmly. He is still used to spicy food. "I want tomato and a little spicy." Su Wanwan said this as she added spicy and tomato soup base to her dipping bowl in a ratio of 3-2. At this time, it was already 9:30 in the evening. Their speed is relatively fast. After all, there are 2 of them, a man and a woman working together, so the work is not tiring. Drinking Coke and eating hot pot, Su Wanwan had a happy smile on her face. Put the sliced beef in the hot pot, cook for 50 to 60 seconds, then take it out and dip it in a little soy sauce. It is said that this sauce is the favorite of most Southerners. Northerners prefer sesame paste and fermented bean curd. This is the last meal of the year. Once it's midnight, It will be the new year. If the end of the world had not yet come, tonight would have been the most lively night. Especially in rural areas, every household sets off firecrackers to welcome the new year. But now, it's dead silent outside. There aren't many people in this area, and the residents of the buildings are scattered. In order to save resources, others went to bed early. Looking out the window, it seemed to be snowing heavily again, and the heavy snow fell silently on the ground. But if you listen carefully, you can hear the sound of snow falling on the ground. It turns out that snow actually has sound. It is not silent. Su Wanwan felt full before she finished eating the meat, so she had to leave the rest to Fu Jingyu. Chapter 57, You Are Also a Superpower. Fu Jingyu watched Su Wanwan just drinking Coke, as if Coke was her staple food. So, he said, Wanwan, why don't you eat a little more? I think you don't look full yet. How much have you eaten? Does Wanwan have a small stomach? She eats so little. No, no, no. My stomach can't hold any more. Su Wanwan touched her round belly under the table. She unbuttoned 2 buttons of her pants because otherwise they would be too tight. I've eaten enough. You didn't eat much. You just drank too much. Fu Jingyu had a serious look on his face. He drank 2 bowls of tomato soup at the beginning and then started drinking Coke. This Coke is iced Coke. Drinking an ice-cold Coke on this day is also an act of courage. I'm already full now anyway. After saying that, Su Wanwan couldn't help but burp. After that, she said a little embarrassedly, You shouldn't mind me burping, right? She didn't mind. She had already finished. Don't mind. It's normal to burp after drinking Coke. Fu Jingyu responded. This was originally Wanwan's home. When he arrived at Wanwan's home, he still had to worry that Wanwan would mind him. How could he possibly mind Wanwan? Hey, I've given all of these to you. You should be able to finish them, right? I'll try my best. There are so many meatballs, 2 plates of beef and 1 plate of pork belly. There are also a lot of lettuce and cabbage on the side. Then do your best. Su Wanwan smiled, touched her round belly, and said, I'll go put on a movie. After saying that, Su Wanwan turned on the TV at home and played a particularly festive movie. After all, tonight is New Year's Eve. Days like this should have some festive sounds. Fu Jingyu was still fighting with the hot pot alone. It took him a long time to finish eating. He cleaned up the food on the table diligently. Even the garbage was taken out, and I will take it downstairs when I leave tomorrow. Nowadays, no one collects the garbage. Wherever there are people living, there is always a place full of garbage. When the weather was better, he asked his 2 men to clean up all the garbage in the safe area so that the people living in the safe area would at least not be bothered by the garbage. He couldn't really help with anything else. It was impossible to get rescue as other cities were in a worse situation than them. Most of the military support was transferred to the North City, and most of the troops had already fled. If there was a war, these people would definitely fight without hesitation, and would have no regrets even if they died, sacrificing their own families to protect the whole society. But now they were transferred to the North City only to protect some chaebol nobles. Ordinary civilians could not enter the North City at all. Most of them were of commoner origin, and naturally they were unwilling to protect the chaebol nobles. He could only leave the team and rely on his own abilities to protect his family. As long as the tycoons and nobles can accept their families into the North City, they are willing to sacrifice themselves. Simply because North City has limited supplies, it will not accept ordinary civilians without any resources. Except for the North City, there are still survivors in other cities. Everyone has established their own safe zone, but there are also non-safe zones, and wars for resources often occur. Fu Jingyu no longer listens to anyone's orders and can only guard the entire Jingang City's safe zone with his brothers. The brothers' families are all in Jingang City, so everyone is willing to take responsibility for protecting Jingang City. When you have family around you, you have concerns. Captain Fu, is the previous Ma Chao and what have you still here? Su Wanwan had already forgotten the other guy's name. Suddenly I thought of those 2 guys and didn't know what to do with them. Ma Chao and Wang Lei, right? Fu Jingyu came over and responded. Su Wanwan moved to the side and motioned for him to sit over here. Yes, how are they now? She asked with some curiosity. Looking at Fu Jingyu sitting in the seat next to him, there were probably 2 seats between them. They have been recruited by me and are now my subordinates. Fu Jingyu said slowly, watching TV. It's a funny movie. Su Wanwan looked at the TV screen and nodded, saying, Oh, these 2 should be obedient, right? He looked like a rebellious teenager before. I came here to say that these 2 guys are quite obedient, and they are also superpowers. Fu Jingyu turned his head and glanced at Su Wanwan, checking Su Wanwan's expression. A superpower? Su Wanwan was a little confused. In her previous life, she had never come into contact with a person with superpowers, nor had she ever heard of anyone with superpowers. Maybe there were no people with special powers when she died. Besides, people with superpowers do not appear suddenly. People who have superpowers do not think that they are superpowers. It takes unexpected discoveries to understand that their identities are different from others. Yes, but so far we don't know what their abilities are. They can't discover themselves. As long as they get wounded, they can heal in the fastest time. Most of my subordinates are in this situation, even me. Fu Jingyu opened his mouth slowly and told the shocking news. Sure enough, Su Wanwan looked shocked and asked, "Really?" In order to make Su Wanwan believe him, Fu Jingyu stood up, picked up the fruit knife on the coffee table, and cut his fingers. Blood immediately oozed out from the skin. Su Wanwan saw this and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" She quickly took out the medicine box from under the coffee table. Is this guy crazy? Wanwan, don't be afraid. You will know what's going on soon. I just want you to see the healing process. Besides, my cut wasn't very deep, just a little bit. Fu Jingyu raised his hand and placed the wound in front of Su Wanwan. Let Su Wanwan see the wound healing process more intuitively. The wound healed really quickly. Su Wanwan was truly stunned by the scene in front of her. So, you are also a mutant. She was shocked. This guy couldn't die. Because any injury can heal quickly. Then you won't die, because no matter how injured you are, the wound will heal. She was a little envious. Although life is tiring, it is better to live a miserable life than to die. Even if she had to live another 500 years, Su Wanwan would be willing to do so. The longer you live, the more you can eat and the more changes you can see. What a wonderful thing. Fu Jingyu shook his head. I don't know about that, but Lin Xingfeng said that if you protect your heart and brain, you may be immortal. The heart and brain are the most important organs. Su Wanwan nodded slowly and said, then protect your brain and heart well. Chapter 58 New Year. Anyway, she was very envious of Fu Jingyu for having superpowers. It's just that I don't know the nature of my supernatural powers yet, but one day I will probably discover the nature of my supernatural powers. Fu Jingyu nodded heavily and vowed to protect his heart and brain. It's getting late. Do you want to go get some rest? Your room is right across from mine. Su Wanwan asked, her eyes falling on Fu Jingyu. At this time, it was already 10:30 in the evening. Don't you know what day it is today? It's New Year's Eve. When asked by Fu Jingyu, Su Wanwan was silent for a while before responding. She couldn't help but doubt herself. Is today some other important day? How about we stay up tonight on New Year's Eve and wait for the new year together? Fu Jingyu asked. Although it is the end of the world now, we still need to have the necessary sense of ritual. I hope this is just the beginning of a new civilization and there will not be so many disasters in the coming year. Due to the disaster this year, at least 2/3 of the people on the planet have died. The original population was more than 6 billion, but now it is only more than 2 billion. Countless species of animals and plants became extinct, but new species also emerged. All things are constantly changing. Hearing Fu Jingyu say this, Su Wanwan suddenly realized and said, I almost forgot about this. I spent a year in the disaster without realizing it. Hopefully there won't be so many disasters next year. Su Wanwan spoke slowly and sighed softly. Captain Fu, would you like something to drink? She got up and walked towards the kitchen to prepare the food. If you celebrate the new year alone, you don't need to prepare anything. When two people celebrate the new year together, they should at least prepare something so that there will be a sense of ritual for the new year. Whatever. There was nothing to complain about Fu Jingyu. Su Wanwan thought about it and listened to Fu Jingyu's words. Is beer okay? Can. Fu Jingyu responded. He usually didn't like drinking, but tonight is an exception. Tonight is New Year's Eve. After tonight, tomorrow will be the beginning of a brand new year, a new beginning. Su Wanwan took a dozen beers and 2 bags of peanuts. It's still salty peanuts. Beer and salty peanuts are delicious. In addition, there are some fruits. Big Head watched this scene, came to Su Wanwan's side, and meowed twice. He also wants to stay up all night to celebrate the new year. It's a pity that I can't speak human language, otherwise we could still chat. With the arrival of 12 o'clock, the new year begins. Happy New Year, Wanwan. Fu Jingyu held up his beer and said something to Su Wanwan next to him. The first words of the new year were spoken to Wanwan. Happy New Year, Captain Fu. Su Wanwan was actually a little tired, and she was forcing herself to stay awake to celebrate the new year. Listening to Fu Jingyu's words, she also said something. Then he raised the beer in his hand and clinked it with the beer in Fu Jingyu's hand. The two drank the last sip of beer together. No, I'm too sleepy. I want to go back to my room and rest. Su Wanwan put down the beer, yawned, and walked towards the room. Then he said, Captain Fu, you should also go to bed early. Seeing Su Wanwan was about to leave, Fu Jingyu stood up and said, Wait a moment. Anything else? Su Wanwan turned around and looked at Fu Jingyu curiously, her face full of confusion. Fu Jingyu took out a red envelope from his pocket, stuffed it into Su Wanwan's hand, and said, Here's your New Year's money. May you be safe and sound every year. New Year's money. Su Wanwan lowered her eyes and looked at the red envelope in her hand. It was New Year's money. My nose felt sore and I almost cried. She has been living alone ever since she lost her parents, so there were no red envelopes for her during the Chinese New Year. It was the first time in all these years that she received a red envelope of New Year's money, and I also told her that I wish her peace every year. Perhaps she was such an easily moved person. She tried hard to hold back her tears and said calmly, Thank you, Captain Fu. Then, she held the red envelope of New Year's money tightly in her hand, walked into the room and closed the door. Tears flowed uncontrollably from my eyes. She tried to calm herself down, wiped away her tears, and felt very happy. She was moved by Fu Jingyu's behavior. I put the red envelope on the pillow, and I don't know what's inside. It shouldn't be a banknote. It feels like a large coin. Maybe there are coins inside. Lying on the soft bed, Su Wanwan fell into a deep sleep. The moment she received the New Year's money, she felt as if she had returned to her childhood. Fu Jingyu looked at the dirty and messy living room. Compared to many girls, this living room is clean, but in his eyes it is still a bit dirty. So, Fu Jingyu started to help clean the living room. An hour later, everything in the living room was tidy, spotless, and everything was in order. He seems to have some obsessive-compulsive disorder in this regard. It can't be changed. After cleaning the living room, I cleaned the kitchen. After cleaning up everything, he returned to his room to rest. There was a faint fragrance in the room, which was refreshing. Fu Jingyu took a deep breath, and it seemed that Su Wanwan's breath was still lingering. The room is decorated in pink. It is incompatible with his image, but he is not picky about it. Because Su Wanwan likes this style, he also likes this style. It feels pretty good, full of girlishness. Su Wanwan was snoring. She had a dream. She dreamed that her left hand could heal everything, and her right hand could destroy everything. She had spiritual powers. Whenever he uses a skill, a thick red line of light will surround his right hand that wants to destroy everything. When he wants to heal everything, his left hand will emit a green light, and the shape is the same as his right hand. In the dream, she was invincible and countless zombies died at her hands. It can even destroy buildings. It's just that larger buildings won't work because the energy is too small. When she woke up, a ray of sunlight shone into her eyes through the window. Looking at the sunlight, I almost thought I was in space. It was still snowy and icy outside, but the sun had already passed through the thick clouds, casting its brilliant light on the snow-covered land. The sun came out in the new year, and everyone felt that this was a sign that the days ahead would be better. We won't experience all kinds of disasters like last year. Su Wanwan got out of bed and hurriedly opened the door. When she saw everything outside, she was dumbfounded and almost thought that this was not her home. Everything became neat and orderly. It's also impressive to look at. She thought that all this must be Fu Jingyu's masterpiece, because Fu Jingyu was the only one who slept at home last night. Chapter 59. Melting Ice and Snow. You finally got up. You locked me out last night. Fortunately, I finally slipped into Fu Jingyu's room and slept with Fu Jingyu all night. The sound of Big Head was heard under his feet. Su Wanwan looked down and looked at Datu. So whose bed do you think is the warmest? Ahem. Should I tell you the truth or a lie? Big Head jumped onto the cat stand and wagged his tail leisurely. He also knew that his master must not be offended. Otherwise, no one would feed him delicious cat food and dried fish. What about lies? Of course it's because the master's bed is warm. Is it true? Fu Jingyu's bed is still warmer. Su Wanwan listened and did not blame Datu. She looked at the sunlight outside, which made the snowflakes sparkle. And those icicles look like crystals. Tick-tick, the ice and snow melted and fell to the ground, and clusters of snowflakes fell from the eaves. Big Head, I feel like the days ahead will definitely be better. Su Wanwan spoke sincerely. Although she had survived in the apocalypse for a period of time, conditions were becoming increasingly harsh, and even when there was no extremely bad weather, the sun was hidden in the gray dust. After rebirth, all disasters came early. It has become different from before the rebirth. Hopefully the days ahead will get better. She left a sandwich in the kitchen. These were done by Fu Jingyu. After eating the sandwich, Su Wanwan came into the space. The watermelons that had been planted before had begun to bloom and bear fruit. Some watermelons are even as big as fists. Su Wanwan decided to continue growing more vegetables, such as celery, carrots, beans, eggplant, cabbage. There are also some fruit trees: apples, peaches, bayberries, lychees, mangoes, longyan trees, snow pears, cherries. Generally speaking, if it is a sapling, it will bloom and bear fruit within about 3 years. But she didn't have saplings, only packets of seeds. With obsessive-compulsive disorder, she planted the seeds in rows. A row of apple trees, a row of peach trees, a row of bayberry trees. You don't need to plant too many, just 4 or 5 will be fine. Here you don't have to worry about the temperature being too low or too high. The magical space will make all the plants inside bloom and bear fruit. And it grows very fast. Things that take several years to bloom and bear fruit only take 10 days or half a month here. After a few days, all the ice and snow outside melted. Fu Xinxi also came downstairs to Su Wanwan, bringing Osanli with him. Now, there are only a few pieces of ice and snow on the road, which have not melted yet. Su Wanwan, let's go pick up supplies. Fu Xinxi downstairs shouted at the top of his lungs. Su Wanwan changed her clothes. The temperature outside was already around 7 or 8 degrees Celsius, so she didn't need to wear as thick clothes as before. Wait a moment, I'll get ready. After saying that, Su Wanwan took a kettle and prepared to go out. Before leaving, he told Datu, "Wait for me to come back." "Well, come back early." Big Head stood at the door and watched Su Wanwan leave. Su Wanwan put on an N95 mask and hurried downstairs. "We need to at least drive a truck to pick up supplies. Your sports car can't carry much." Su Wanwan looked at the car behind Fu Xinxi and couldn't help but complain. "It's okay. Osenli said he has a storage space that can hold any amount of stuff. So we don't need to drive a truck. Just put on Osenli and the charging stuff." Fu Xinxi put his hands in his pockets. His blue hair was still so dazzling. It seems that this guy often takes care of his blue hair. "That would be great," Su Wanwan said in amazement, looking at Osenli. "I didn't expect this guy also had storage space. As expected of an alien," she said with emotion. She touched the ring on her hand and thought that she also possessed space. So was she an alien? Osenli said slowly, "Nothing, except for storing things. This space of mine is useless." "Then there is nothing else in your space now?" Su Wanwan asked curiously. "No spare spacecraft?" "No, I usually use this space to store ores and energy crystals, but there aren't many ores and energy crystals in it, and I've used them up a long time ago." Osori sighed. "It's such a sad thing." Su Wanwan nodded. "Okay, shall we set off now?" "Let's go, get in the car. With Osenli protecting us this time, we can go a little further. I remember there is a seaside area in Jingang City. Let's go over there and see if we can find any seafood. I want to eat seafood." Fu Xinxi opened the car door and let Osenli and Su Wanwan get in. They both sat in the back seat. "Do you have spare gasoline?" Su Wanwan asked. "Don't worry, the spare gasoline is in the trunk." Fu Xinxi responded that the previous car was destroyed and could not be repaired, but the current car is new. In the car, Fu Xinxi looked at Su Wanwan in the backseat through the rearview mirror and said apologetically, "Su Wanwan, I'm really sorry about the New Year's Eve dinner. My grandfather believed the slander and thought you were a woman with ulterior motives." "Whose slander did you listen to?" Su Wanwan frowned and said she had never met the old man. So why was he so hostile towards her? It turned out that he listened to other people's slander. Who else? Who else except Sumuse? "Sumuse told my grandfather that you used to be his girlfriend, and then you cheated him out of his money, which is why you are living such a carefree and comfortable life now. My grandfather is the same. Doesn't he know who Sumuse is?" He believed it. Fu Xinxi felt speechless about his grandfather. "It's so embarrassing." Su Wanwan sneered when she heard this. "Sumuse is really shameless, and your grandfather is also very soft-hearted. Hey, not only is he easily influenced, he is also very stubborn. He was wrong, but he still didn't realize it. Even if he knew he was wrong, he wouldn't admit it. My eldest brother's biological mother was driven away by my grandfather. After so many years, you still have this bad temper." Fu Xinxi couldn't help but complain. "Others say that my mother is a mistress, but that's not true. My mother couldn't stand my grandfather, so she left me and my father and went abroad." After hearing these words, Su Wanwan said, "I won't dare to go to your house anymore. If you have any problem, come to my house. I don't know your grandfather anything, and I don't want to see his face." When Su Wanwan thought of that old man, she felt angry. What kind of person can drive away his daughters-in-law one after another? If one person leaves, it may be the daughter-in-law's problem. If both leave, then it must be the old man's problem. Chapter 60 Seaside Town. Su Wanwan thought that as elders, they should be kind and be especially tolerant towards the younger generations. But I didn't expect that an old man in his 60s or 70s would always pick on the younger generation. To put it bluntly, how many years can the old man live? Can't he be nicer to the younger generation? Okay, then I'll come to your house when I'm free. Fu Xinxi's resentment towards his grandfather grew even deeper. In today's world, there are very few girls, and even fewer girls as outstanding and independent as Wanwan. Grandpa actually made people angry and left. Osenli has his eyes closed and is currently in standby mode, which saves power. The car suddenly stopped, and Fu Xinxi got out of the driveway. Fuck. There's such a big tree blocking us from getting through. We can only take a detour. Su Wanwan also got out of the car and took a look at the tree in front of her, which weighed several hundred kilograms. It's probably a tree that was broken by the ice. Let me see if I can move the trunk out of the way. She walked towards the tree, ready to give it a try. The fruit she had eaten before gave her superpowers. Moving a tree should still be possible. Fu Xinxi felt that Su Wanwan was joking. Wanwan, stop kidding. This tree is so thick and big, and it's soaked in snow. It must weigh 500 kilograms. If it is a tree that does not have any water, it is still possible to move it. But the tree was soaked in water and became heavier. How do you know if you don't try? You know without trying. How much do you weigh? 100 pounds? Even if you weigh 100 pounds, you can lift 200 pounds. But this is 400 to 500 pounds. Fu Xinxi paused before he could finish his words. Su Wanwan easily moved the tree that was blocking the road to the side. This scene scared Fu Xinxi silly. Wanwan, how did you do that? Are you a strongman? Fu Xinxi couldn't believe that this was something Su Wanwan could do. This is too scary. Maybe this is my special ability. Su Wanwan would never tell him that she gained this ability because she ate the berries in the space. Anyway, being able to do things that others can't do is also considered a superpower. Wow, you actually have superpowers, how enviable. Fu Xinxi looked at Su Wanwan with envy. At this time, Osenli came out of the car, stared at Su Wanwan, and said, "That's not a superpower. If it's not supernatural powers, then what is it?" Fu Xinxi looked at Osenli. With such great strength, isn't that considered a superpower? Just eating something and gaining great power cannot be considered a superpower. Superpowers should be integrated into DNA. Osenli explained, staring at Su Wanwan closely. Probably just like Popeye, who relied on eating spinach to gain strength. Fu Xinxi nodded and looked at Su Wanwan. Wanwan, what on earth did you eat to gain such powerful strength? I don't eat anything. I eat the same thing every day. Su Wanwan shook her head, looking confused. All right. Fu Xinxi felt that Su Wanwan just didn't want to tell him. Oh, forget it. The other person doesn't want to talk, and he can't keep asking him. Let's go. Let's get in the car and continue on our journey. If this situation happens again, we'll have to trouble you, Wanwan. Fu Xinxi asked everyone to get in the car. They still have to continue on their journey. It will take at least 2 or 3 hours to get from here to the small coastal city area of Jingang City. Along the way, no one continued to speak, and Su Wanwan was still embarrassed about what had just happened. She doesn't really want others to know her secrets. We also encountered other cars along the way, and these cars were all from residents living in the safe area. As the weather gets better, they have to hurry out to look for supplies. Especially food, which is the scarcest thing. Fu Jingyu asked 4 people to clean up all the garbage in the safe area, the rest of the people to build the wall, and some people to go out to find supplies and building materials. They are going to build a high wall outside the safe zone. We cannot allow more people to rush into the safe zone of Jingang City, as the supplies here are limited. Unless you bring supplies in with you. An hour later, damn, the coastal city was flooded. Only a part of the town is left. Fu Xinxi parked the car on the side of the road. No one has come here to pick up supplies yet. They are the first wave of people. There are too many rocks on the road ahead, and the car is not suitable to move forward. There are 100 or 80 stones, and it is not easy to clean them one by one. Moreover, there is a section of the road that is completely covered in mud. Not only will the car get dirty, but it may also get stuck in it. Osenli and Su Wanwan also got out of the car. Let's walk there. It will probably take about 20 minutes to walk from here to there. Su Wanwan estimated the time and looked at Fu Jingyu beside her. Well, that's the only way, Osenri. What do you say? Fu Jingyu stretched himself and was exhausted from driving. I think it's fine. I have no objection. Osori shook his head. He couldn't fly over there either. It would consume too much energy. So they began their long journey and finally arrived at the seaside town 20 minutes later. The sea level in the past was at least several dozen meters higher. All the cities that were originally near the sea were flooded. Before, there were many docks here for exporting abroad, but now the docks are gone, and the buildings are gone too. The building with more than 10 floors was almost two-thirds flooded. Only the small town on high ground still retains its original appearance. Although the town is small, there have been many supermarkets, shops, and various factories before. Now, there is no one here. They arrived at the small town, where there were cars everywhere and shared bicycles lying on the roadside. Why don't we ride a shared bike to find supplies? It'll be faster. Once we find the supplies, we can mark them and have Osinli collect them. How do you think? Fu Jingyu glanced at Su Wanwan. Okay, let's split up and go this way. Su Wanwan nodded in agreement. Fu Jingyu said to Osinli, Osinli, you and Wanwan are together. Come to my place after you finish looking for it. He felt more at ease following Su Wanwan and Asin. Su Wanwan is a girl after all and needs more protection. So, Osinli went with Su Wanwan, while Fu Jingyu acted alone. They swept the town, leaving no supermarkets, shops, or factories untouched, and everything useful was collected by Osinli. Su Wanwan and Osinli had no interaction throughout the whole process. This Osinli is an alien, and Su Wanwan is afraid that if she says too much, Osinli will know her secret. An hour later, Su Wanwan found rice, flour, oil, salt, ginger, vinegar, tea, sugar, and all kinds of seeds, including flower seeds, plant seeds, and vegetable seeds. After all, it's a small town, and you don't need any electrical appliances or anything else, just food and other daily necessities. Chapter 61 Black Tiger Team. There's a generator here. Do you need it? Osanli stared at the generator in the store and couldn't help but ask a question. He turned his head and looked at Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan was collecting snacks. When she heard what Osinli said, she said, Of course we need them. You can take them first. Good. After Osanli finished speaking, he placed the generator directly into the space. After the ice and snow melted, the town was filled with a chill, and the wind blew over, telling of the desolateness of the place. We've almost finished cleaning up here. Let's go find Fu Xinzi. Su Wanwan said slowly that her only target was the shop. There may be supplies in residential buildings, but there won't be that many, so finding supplies depends on luck. So, Su Wanwan did not go to the resident's house. Why don't you go to the cell phone store? Osenli stood at the door of the mobile phone store and asked Su Wanwan a question. What else can a cell phone do besides take pictures? The signal is intermittent, and it's not as useful as supplies. Su Wanwan was not interested in the mobile phone. It was not a valuable thing and could not be eaten. But there is residual current energy in the phone, and I need it. Osenli spoke hesitantly, looking at the thick rolling door with his brows slightly furrowed. He doesn't want to use his abilities unless it's absolutely necessary, because using abilities consumes energy. Su Wanwan looked at Osenli, who was helpless with the rolling door, took a step forward, and said calmly, Step back 2 steps. Osenli obediently took 2 steps back, staring closely at Su Wanwan, looking forward to Su Wanwan's performance. Su Wanwan's eyes narrowed. She grabbed the bottom of the rolling door and pulled it back with brute force. With a sizzling sound, the rolling door was pulled down by her. There was a glass door inside, and it was locked. Su Wanwan clenched her right hand into a fist and punched the glass. The glass was instantly shattered by Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan walked into the mobile phone store and glanced at the counter. The prices of the mobile phones ranged from 1,000 to 10,000 yuan. She took a mobile phone worth tens of thousands of dollars and turned it on successfully. Osanli put one new phone after another in his hands and put them down after a moment. He was absorbing the residual electric energy from the mobile phone. Just touch it, and it's almost finished. It's very fast. After a few minutes, all the mobile phones in the store had their electric current energy absorbed by him. Even those power banks had their electric current energy absorbed by him. Su Wanwan watched all this silently. How does it feel? It's useless, but it allows us to not need to charge. Osanli walked out of the store, stretched, and seemed to be much more energetic. Su Wanwan also followed out and stuffed the 10,000 yuan cell phone into her pocket. It feels really good to buy a mobile phone worth tens of thousands of yuan for free. Even if these mobile phones stay here, they can never be sold, so it is better to give them to her. Su Wanwan pointed to a row of buildings in front and said, There seem to be 2 mobile phone stores there, too. Let's go over and take a look. Good. The two walked over together. There are quite a few mobile phone stores in this small town. Before the end of the world, almost everyone had a mobile phone, and some people even had multiple mobile phones. Some people change their mobile phones once a year. Someone like her has owned at least 4 or 5 mobile phones since she can remember. A mobile phone should be used for at least 1 year. 3 more years. Su Wanwan used the same method as before to deal with these 2 mobile phone stores, violently tearing off the rolling doors and destroying the glass doors. After doing all this, I want to find Fu Xinzi. But when they passed by, several figures appeared in front of them. Those guys seemed to be here looking for supplies as well. For young men in their 20s. Several people looked up and down at Osinli and Su Wanwan and found that the 2 of them had no supplies at all. I'm still thinking about robbing these 2 guys. Are you 2 from here, or are you here to pick up supplies? The leading man shouted loudly. His eyes were fixed on Su Wanwan and Osinli. What does it have to do with you? Su Wanwan asked unhappily. Beauty, join our Black Tiger team and collect supplies together to survive the apocalyptic crisis. Another man said, it's really not easy to meet a woman in this world. To be honest, women are also a kind of resource. No need. You guys take care of your supplies. We won't bother each other. Su Wanwan spoke with an indifferent expression. After saying that, she prepared to take Osanri away from here. But they didn't expect that the 4 guys blocked their way. The leading man spoke arrogantly. Don't be ungrateful. We invited you 2 to join our Black Tiger team because we think highly of you. You only have 2 choices, either die or join the Black Tiger team. Su Wanwan was calm and met the man's gaze. It's not impossible for me to join you, but I have a condition. I have to test whether your Black Tiger team is worthy of my joining. Seeing the woman so bold, the man nodded slowly and said, Woman, I admire your courage. Tell me, how do you want to test me? Osinli turned his head to glance at Su Wanwan. How about letting me go meet them? No, your energy is precious. Use it when there is danger. It is not needed now. Su Wanwan lowered her voice and responded quietly. Okay, I understand. Osori responded. So, Su Wanwan took 2 steps forward and looked at the stone lion next to her, which weighed at least 400 or 500 kilograms. She pointed to the stone lion next to her and said, If you can move this stone lion, I will join you. The 4 men looked at the stone lion next to them. Their faces changed. How can an ordinary person move this stone lion? Are you deliberately making things difficult for us? If you did this on purpose, then we will just pull you in. If you don't want to, I will kill you. The man's face was full of anger. It was really infuriating. That's because you're incompetent. You can't even do this, and yet you still want to pull me into your team? Su Wanwan sneered. The leading man was so angry that he shouted, Who can do this? You are just trying to embarrass us. If you have the ability, move this stone lion. If you can, I will recognize you as my big brother and big sister. This woman is only good at bragging. Who else can't brag? Su Wanwan glanced at the man in front of her and sneered in her heart. Is that true? She looked at the people in front of her with a slight smile on her lips. I always keep my word. If you can't do that, you can only be my girlfriend. Stay with me from now on. The man snorted and guaranteed that the woman would not be able to move the stone lion. It looked so fragile. How could it possibly move the stone lion? Chapter 62. Middle School Youth. Under the gaze of several men, Su Wanwan slowly walked to the side of the stone lion and stretched her muscles. Another man said, Look at how weak you are. Stop wasting time with big words. Be my girlfriend and I'll make you my sister-in-law. Su Wanwan listened to the man's words. A hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes, and she scolded, Shut up. The chattering is really annoying. She thought unhappily. The man then shut his mouth, but his eyes were full of disdain. Wait and see this woman get slapped in the face. He has seen many girls like this who are stubborn. You clearly can't do it, but you insist on saying you can do it, only to get slapped in the face in the end. Girls all have this kind of personality. Osanli was not worried at all. Even if Su Wanwan was not capable, he could help her cheat secretly. Under the gaze of several men, Su Wanwan slowly lifted up the stone lion in front of her. It was still a bit heavy, because after eating that kind of fruit before, hundreds of kilograms of things were no problem for her. The 4 men's jaws dropped, staring at the scene in shock and disbelief. This woman lifted such a heavy stone lion with ease. This woman is not at all fragile. Su Wanwan put the stone lion on the ground again, patted the dust off her hands, and said, How is it? Are you convinced? Are you going to call me big brother? The man ran to the stone lion in disbelief. This is definitely not true. There must be something wrong with this stone lion. It was only when he touched the stone lion that he realized how heavy it was. The man's face was a little gloomy. He gritted his teeth, looked at Su Wanwan and asked, You are not an ordinary person, right? I have flesh and blood, so how can I not be an ordinary person? Su Wanwan raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at the man leisurely. The man frowned. Are you a mutant? No, I was just born with supernatural powers. Su Wanwan lied without blushing or getting confused, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Don't hesitate, admit defeat and call me big brother. Don't be too proud to play, she said in an arrogant tone. Ever since she had acquired powerful strength, she felt that her aura had changed. Become more confident. Because you can protect yourself with strength. Don't worry about being bullied by others. The man lowered his head, unable to shout. The other three men all looked unhappy. This woman came prepared. I really can't afford to lose. Su Wanwan shook her head and prepared to leave. I only heard the man behind me shouting, brother, big sister. Hearing the man's voice, Su Wanwan paused and looked back at the man. Hey. After saying that, he left with Osanri beside him. After the two men left, the four men gathered together and talked in low voices. Brother, are we just going to watch them go? What else can we do? They don't have any supplies. But that was a woman. The last time I saw a woman was a dead body. Can you be a little more promising? She's just a woman. Is that so important? But I feel like I can't live without women. The woman just now was so beautiful. I have already broken 2 silicone dolls. I don't want to play with silicone dolls. Third brother, shut up. Your words only lower the standard of our Black Tiger team. We are survivors, not sperm. The second brother spoke with a sense of disappointment, not to mention that the woman just now was not so easy to deal with. Even if they followed them, that woman could kill them with her brute strength. Such a woman is too dangerous and they cannot control her. Let's go find supplies and stop wasting time here. The boss looked unhappy and yelled at his younger brother. All of them are useless. Su Wanwan took Osanli to find Fu Xinzi. At this time, a part of Fu Xinzi's clothes had turned white, like it fell into somewhere. When she saw it, she couldn't help but ask, Fu Xinzi, what's wrong with you? Hey, when I went to those factories just now, I accidentally fell into the lime water. Fortunately, the lime water has almost evaporated. Fu Xinzi had just taken out a new set of clothes from the clothing store and was ready to change into another set of clothes. This suit is no longer available. I see. I thought something was wrong with you. Su Wanwan had a look of sudden enlightenment on her face. Fu Xinzi ran behind the clothes rack to change his clothes and asked, how are you guys collecting supplies? I patronized every store on the street I went to, and even collected a generator from Osanli. Really? That's great. Fu Xinzi put on his clothes and bent down to put on his shoes. Su Wanwan added, besides us, there are other people who came to this town to pick up supplies. She thought of those 4 innocent people again. Huh? There are people in this town picking up supplies? Fu Xinzi was a little surprised, as he thought there were only 3 of them. Then he asked, they didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Of course it's difficult. There are 4 men who say they are the Black Tiger team and want me to join them. Su Wanwan told Fu Xinzi what had happened before. Fu Xinzi came out from behind the clothes rack and said faintly, what a middle school boy, even more middle school than me, and the Black Tiger team. However, I think they should also be from Jingang City, but they don't live in the safe zone of Jingang City. A city is so big that in addition to the urban area, there are also suburbs and even small mountain villages. These small mountain villages also belong to the territory of Jingang City. I don't know about that. Anyway, I got slapped in the face by them. Su Wanwan was in a good mood. All I can say is, well done. Fu Xinzi tore off all the tags on his new clothes, and only then did he feel comfortable. He said to Osenli, Osenli, go pick up the supplies I have collected. I am waiting for you to come and collect the supplies now. Good. Orson responded expressionlessly. Normally, Osanri's face was expressionless. In Osori's words, if you want to make expressions, you also need to consume energy. He didn't have enough energy to begin with, so in order to save energy, he could only keep his face paralyzed. What a poor man. The supplies collected by Fu Xinzi were almost all food, including hot pot base and daily necessities. Passing by a store that sells seeds, Su Wanwan stopped and said, I'll go collect all these seeds. What do you want seeds for? You can't grow anything in this weather. Fu Xinzi asked, there are too many extreme weather conditions now, sometimes cold and sometimes hot, and the plants planted cannot take root and sprout at all. Chapter 63 I bet there is no bullet in your gun. Su Wanwan naturally made excuses to fool Fu Xinzi. She definitely couldn't tell him that she was bringing the seeds into the space to plant them. Who knows if there will be extreme weather in the future? If there is no extreme weather, I can grow vegetables. I guess you have almost run out of fresh vegetables at home. Don't you want to eat some fresh food? I'm just prepared. The seeds won't take up too much space. What do you think? Su Wanwan's words instantly convinced Fu Xinxi. Fu Xinxi nodded slowly. What you said seems to make sense. To be honest, recently our family has been eating dried vegetables and pickled vegetables. I am almost sick of them, but I think fresh cabbage is a delicacy. In order to balance the absorption of vitamins, we now rely entirely on taking vitamin tablets. I used to hate eating cabbage the most, but now I think it is a delicious food. There were also leftover vegetables in those markets, but they were all spoiled and inedible. Then we should stock up on seeds when we see them in the future. Fu Xinxi walked towards the seed shop. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a dead body. A mummy to be precise. Fu Xinxi did not dare to go in. He stood at the door and said with a frown, "There are corpses here, so let's forget about the seeds here. It's not like you haven't seen a body before. What are you afraid of?" Su Wanwan walked in as if she was familiar with the situation. Now facing the corpse, the fear in her heart had lessened a lot, almost to non-existent. It's better to see someone else's corpse than to become one yourself. Osenli glanced at the body and said calmly, "The deceased died of a sudden heart attack." When Fu Xinxi heard this, his eyes widened and he said, "Fuck, can you see that?" "Yeah, I can see. It's a piece of cake." Osenri spoke lightly. At this time, Su Wanwan had already installed all the seeds. "Osenri, I leave it to you." As he said this, he handed the seeds to Osanri. Osenli put it directly into the space, and several people left the store. They had almost completely looted the entire town, and there might have been some small shops that they had missed, so they didn't continue to search. It was getting late, and the things we had looted would last us for more than half a year. At this time, they met those guys from the Black Tiger team again. The guys from the Black Tiger team looked at Su Wanwan and the others, and one of them said, "You guys are going too far. You have looted everything in the entire town." Fu Xinxi spoke unhappily. "Who told you to come so late? Who do you blame? Speaking of which, you don't have much supplies on you. Where did those supplies go?" Several people stared at Fu Xinxi and his gang. These three guys didn't even have a backpack on them and didn't look like they were here to loot supplies. If they weren't here to loot supplies, why would the shops be empty? It's impossible for the supplies to disappear for no reason, right? This is really curious. Mind your own business. Fu Xinxi reacted and should have known not to admit that he came here to look for supplies, but his mouth was quicker than his brain. Then he said to Osenli and Su Wanwan beside him, "Let's go. If you have picked up any supplies, please share some with us. We are almost starving to death." Another man spoke with an unhappy look on his face. They didn't dare to attack Fu Xinxi and the others, just because that woman is a strong woman. They had already seen that they would never have thought that such a frail woman could actually be a strong woman. "You are starving to death. What does that have to do with us? Go find the supplies yourself. If you can't find them, don't eat." Fu Xinxi sneered, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. The last thing you should have in this world is compassion. A compassionate heart will not make others grateful to you. It will only bring you fatal disaster. If this was before the end of the world, a little compassion would be fine. After all, people at that time were still very humane. But this is not necessarily the case now. "Brother, they don't have any supplies on them, so someone must have a space on him. I've seen this a lot in novels, or maybe they have a system on them." The third brother said with a serious expression, "So tie up the three of them?" The fourth brother spoke hesitantly. When Fu Xinxi heard these words, he couldn't help but said, "You guys are crazy. You should at least tell us about this behind our backs." Saying it in front of them obviously means you don't take them seriously. Then, he took out a gun from his pocket and pointed the cold muzzle at the four people. "You dare to set your sights on us? Do you believe that I can shoot you in the head?" Although it is the end of the world now and killing people it will not be punished, Fu Xinxi really does not want to kill anyone unless it is absolutely necessary. He is not a perverted lunatic who likes killing. "As long as people don't provoke me, I won't provoke others." "I bet your gun is empty." The leader did not listen to the third and fourth brothers and looked at the gun in Fu Xinxi's hand without any fear. In this country, people are not afraid to see others pull out guns. It is most likely a toy gun. After all, the country prohibits ordinary people from using guns. If you are abroad, a gun can scare people. After all, netizens have made up a catchy saying, "Free to live, die at will, free America, shooting every day." Fu Xinxi curled the corners of his mouth slightly and fired a shot at the wall next to him. With a bang, the four men were instantly frightened. Real gun. How did you get it? Fu Xinxi pointed a gun at the leader. The boss was so scared that his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, his brother next to him was quick to support him. In fact, they are afraid too. This man is more terrifying than that woman. That woman is just strong. As long as they don't let the woman get close to them, she can't hurt them. But this man had a gun, a real gun. One shot could kill someone. They would rather die trying to survive than be shot to death. How I got it is none of your business. If you want to come here and cause trouble, I don't mind taking a bullet for you. Fu Xinxi looked proud and complacent, holding a gun in his hand, feeling very awesome. Look at those guys. They are so scared that their legs are weak. What a bunch of useless guys. No, no, no. We won't cause you any trouble. We will disappear from your sight immediately. After saying that, the four guys quickly disappeared to avoid being shot. Where on earth did this guy get this pistol? He was scolded and threatened by the woman before, and now he is threatened by this man. They deeply feel that they are really useless. It seems that only by having weapons can one scare off the enemy. The weapons they have now are just some sticks, knives, slingshots, DDT, and sulfuric acid. They don't have any hot weapons. Chapter 64. Who the hell let me go? Looking at the four guys fleeing back, Fu Xinxi proudly put away the pistol in his hand. Afraid of accidental discharge, he took out the bullet as well. After all, I had never used a pistol before, so I was still a little scared. It would be bad if the gun went off accidentally and hit one of our own people. Su Wanwan asked curiously, "Where did you get this pistol?" Looking at Fu Xinxi's pistol, Su Wanwan thought of Fu Jingyu. That guy seemed to have a gun on him as well. Could it be that Fu Jingyu gave it to Fu Xinxi for self-defense? She was secretly guessing in her heart. Fu Xinxi smiled slightly, a smug look on his face, and slowly said, "I stole it from my elder brother. You two can't tell my elder brother about this. I used the pistol only for self-defense, not to show off." Stole from your eldest brother? The corners of Su Wanwan's mouth twitched. It seemed that she had guessed wrong. Yes. You are really brave. If your brother knew that you stole his gun, he wouldn't kill you, right? Su Wanwan asked. This guy is holding a gun, probably just to show off. Fu Xinxi chuckled and said, "They won't kill me, but they will probably beat me up severely. But as long as I put this gun in my oldest brother's bedroom before he gets home, he won't beat me." I should have just said that he forgot to take the gun with him. He had already thought of a way out for himself. You just wasted a bullet. Your eldest brother will know that you touched his pistol after checking. Su Wanwan said lightly. Does this guy think he can get away with it? My eldest brother shouldn't be that young. Who would check how many bullets are in the gun? Fu Xinxi began to feel a little worried. I hope Big Brother won't check the bullets. The three of them left the town together and came to where they had parked before. Fu Xinxi looked at the flat tire and couldn't help but curse, "Damn, who the hell let the air out of me? It takes a long time to walk back from here." It was impossible to walk back. Osenli spoke faintly. It should be the work of those four guys just now. Fuck, those four bastards. Fu Xinxi was so angry that he put his hands on his hips. Look, the car window here is also broken. Su Wanwan pointed at the glass next to her and frowned. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I killed those four bastards. They deflated my tires. They broke my windows. They were just bastards. Fu Xinxi was going crazy because his previous sports car was destroyed by Osenli. I bought a new one, but it was destroyed by these bastards again. I'm so angry. There are simply no materials to repair this kind of luxury car abroad. Besides, it's the end of the world now, and the situation abroad is even more chaotic than at home, so there's no way I could even think of getting materials for repairs. Today, I want them to give me an explanation. Fu Xinxi opened the car door and prepared to wait for those people to come out. Su Wanwan and Osenli were also sitting in the car. It was still a bit cold outside. It's getting late. Do we really have to wait here? Su Wanwan asked. She was worried that something might happen at night. The night nowadays was not perfect. We can't walk back. It takes hours to drive there, let alone walk. Fu Xinxi responded. But we are just wasting time waiting here. Those four guys won't be able to fix the car. Su Wanwan felt that a car was nothing special. When the time comes, I can just go to that kind of 4S shop and buy a few cars. I remember passing by several car sales places, including used cars, on the way here. But I still can't give up. Fu Xinxi touched his beloved car, feeling reluctant to part with it. Then you should just kill the four of them. They don't have anything valuable left except their lives. Su Wanwan said lightly. Fu Xinxi thought about it, and still didn't want to kill anyone. What Wanwan said made sense. Those four guys were worthless. So Fu Xinxi said to Osenli, "Osenli, quickly drain all the power from this car. Don't waste it. Since you say so, I'd better obey your command respectfully. Osenli was not polite at all, and was just waiting for Fu Xinxi to say this. The fuel is converted into electricity, and soon the car runs out of power. Afterwards, the three got out of the car, and Fu Xinxi took out a barrel of spare gasoline from the trunk. Fortunately, the guys did not steal the gasoline. To be honest, gasoline is more valuable than cars. They planned to find a car nearby to get around. But after searching for a long time, we found that none of these cars could be driven. It might be because these cars were soaked in rain for too long during the previous flood, so they cannot be driven now. Finally, I found an electric car shop. You can ride an electric bike. It looks like we have to ride the electric bike back. Fu Xinxi was riding on an electric bike and looked at the battery level. It seemed that he could only ride for an hour and it was not fully charged. He said to Osenli, "Osenli, take all these electric cars with you. If the battery is low, we can change cars." Fortunately, I brought Osenli out, otherwise it would be another difficult problem. At this time, Osenli is like a universal backpack, and anything can be put into it. Good. Osenli put all the electric cars into his own space. There were only 3 left, one for each of the 3 of them. Osenli, you are so good at pretending. Can you fit it into a mansion? Fu Xinxi suddenly had an idea and said excitedly. Osenli replied, "Don't think about it. I can't pretend anymore. If it's a container, then yes. Although it can hold a lot of things, it cannot hold everything." Fu Xinxi thinks too highly of him. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon, and they had to get in the car and leave here quickly. This place is now considered an uninhabited area. If you come here alone, you would not dare to come here at all. It's okay if you have a companion. There were no cars on the road, only abandoned cars parked on the road. So they rode very fast and in the middle of the road. Normally when I ride this kind of bike I can only ride on the side, but now I can ride in the middle of the road, and I feel inexplicably excited. Of course, this kind of excitement is only possessed by Fu Xinxi. Su Wanwan and Osenli were relatively calm. Fu Xinxi was in the front, Su Wanwan was in the second, and Osenli was in the last. Osenli is cleaning up the mess at the back and cannot drive too far forward. In case someone's car runs out of battery, he can stop and change cars. Therefore, the task in Osenli is still arduous. As they got closer to the safe zone, Su Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief and got off the bike to change to an electric bike. Gradually, we saw other people coming out to look for supplies. Looking at the other cars filled with small packages, it seemed that everyone had gained something. Everyone drove towards the safe zone. Chapter 65, Protecting Wanwan. Finally returning to the hotel villa, Su Wanwan just felt very tired after riding the electric bike for so long. After all, you have to maintain the same posture, and your butt will get tired from sitting. The electric car just happened to be out of power. This electric car is left here. As for how to deal with it, it all depends on Fu Xinxi himself. Okay, Wanwan, let's get some supplies. Fu Xinxi put the electric bike aside and looked at Su Wanwan. He called Su Wanwan over to share the supplies. After all, these were picked up by him and Su Wanwan together, not by him alone. As for Osenli, this guy doesn't need these supplies at all. Just give me all the seeds. I don't need the others for now. If you need them, I'll ask you for them. Su Wanwan thought about it and asked for the seeds directly. The seeds can be planted in the space when they come, and as for the others, she still has them. Okay, is there anything else you need? Fu Xinxi asked, looking at Su Wanwan eagerly. They picked up a lot of supplies, even a generator, and he wouldn't keep them all to himself. See if Wanwan needs anything and take it. Just leave some for him. No need, you can keep it. Su Wanwan took a large bag of seeds from Osenli, which contained various kinds of seeds. Everything you need. After getting what she wanted, Su Wanwan prepared to leave. She didn't want to stay here too long, lest she be seen by Old Man Fu. She doesn't get along with Old Man Fu. Just at this moment, a black jeep drove over. Fu Jingyu got out of the car. The man had a stern face, which only eased when his eyes met Su Wanwan. "Brother, you are finally back. I thought you were not coming back." Fu Xinxi watched Fu Jingyu get off the car, pretending to be surprised. It seems that he really wants to see his elder brother come back. Ever since the incident between my eldest brother and grandfather over the New Year's Eve dinner, my eldest brother rarely comes home. In that matter, Grandpa really went too far. I'm back to get something, and I'll leave after I get it. Changing the subject, Fu Jingyu glanced at Su Wanwan and asked, "Did we go out to pick up supplies?" "Yes, brother. You know all this." Fu Xinxi had a smile on his face, but he was a little scared in his heart. He continued, "Brother, you forgot to take something." Let me get it for you. Please help me get the pistol from the drawer. I won't go in. Fu Jingyu didn't think much about it and handed the matter over to Fu Xinxi. He doesn't want to go home at all now. Su Wanwan was watching this scene from the side. Was it because Fu Jingyu had an argument with Old Man Fu during the New Year's Eve dinner that he couldn't go home? If it was really because of that incident, she felt a little guilty. It seems not worth it to break up with your grandfather for a stranger. When Fu Xinxi heard this, he immediately said, "Brother, wait for me here for a while. I will go get your pistol for you now." After saying that, Fu Xinxi rushed in without caring about the distribution of supplies. Hopefully Big Brother didn't notice he had touched his pistol. If you get discovered, you might get criticized. Fu Jingyu's eyes fell on Su Wanwan, and he said slowly, "Did you encounter any danger when you went out this time?" "No. I encountered some black tigers made up of some middle school students, but they were useless." Su Wanwan shook her head and thought of those 4 cowardly young men. The talk may be very loud, but it's actually nothing. I'm glad you're not in danger. I'll be at the base during this time. If you need anything, you can call me. Fu Jingyu looked serious and spoke in a firm tone. Feel free to find him if you need anything. Good. Su Wanwan responded indifferently and suddenly felt a vicious gaze. She looked in the direction of the vicious gaze and found that it was Su Muja in the corner. When she looked over, the guy hurried away. This Su Muja looked as if he hated her very much. Su Wanwan smiled coldly. What qualifications did this guy have to hate her? Fu Jingyu also saw Su Muja hurriedly leaving. His eyes narrowed, exuding a dangerous aura. At this time, the window on the 2nd floor was opened. Old Man Fu looked at Su Wanwan and Fu Jingyu downstairs and scolded. "Why are you arguing? Are you going to let people rest?" Fu Jingyu raised his head, looked at Old Man Fu, and frowned slightly. Su Wanwan also looked at Old Man Fu and ignored him. This old man has so many things to do. No one paid any attention to Old Man Fu. Afterwards, Old Man Fu was pulled back by Grandma Fu, who stood by the window and said, "Don't worry about Grandpa. He's old and has a bad temper. Wanwan, don't take it to heart." The old man is confused. After saying that, he closed the window, just because Old Man Fu was cursing behind him. If Fu Jingyu hadn't been next to her, Su Wanwan would definitely have called him a sick person. How could she not take it to heart when she was treated like this for no reason? This time, she didn't go into the house. Fu Xinxi came down from the building with a pistol in his hand. "I was a little nervous, worried that my brother would know that I took the pistol and went out." "Brother, here is your pistol." Fu Jingyu took the pistol, frowned slightly, and asked coldly, "Have you used my pistol?" No way. How could I use your pistol, brother?" Fu Xinxi was shocked. How did his brother sense it? He had some cold sweat on his back. "You still don't admit it?" Fu Jingyu said as he pulled out the magazine of the pistol and said with a gloomy face, "There is a bullet missing in it. If it wasn't you who used it, who did it?" "I, brother, I." "Fu Xinxi, you didn't expect that you would be discovered by your elder brother so easily. You hesitated for a long time and couldn't say anything. Can't you just admit it openly? Are you still a man? Just say it directly if you want to use it. There's no need to be so hesitant and dithering." Fu Jingyu really doesn't like a man who dithers. "Brother." Fu Xinxi still wants to get away with it by acting like a spoiled brat. The next second, Fu Jingyu raised his hand and pointed the gun at Fu Xinxi. Fu Xinxi was so scared that he knelt on the ground. He knelt down immediately without any hesitation. "Brother, I was wrong. I used your gun, but I was also trying to protect myself and Wanwan." He admitted his mistake. There's no way. The eldest brother is holding a pistol in his hand. When Fu Jingyu heard Fu Xinxi say to protect Wanwan, he turned his head to glance at Su Wanwan and silently took back his gun. "Just tell me what happened." He spoke expressionlessly. Fu Xinxi stood up slowly and told Fu Jingyu everything that had happened during the day. "Here's what happened. I scared the shit out of those guys." Chapter 66, Egg Fried Rice. After listening to what Fu Xinxi said, Fu Jingyu's frown relaxed slightly. Wouldn't it be better if you just told everything honestly earlier? Hiding the truth from him will only make him angrier. This guy is really ignorant. Fu Xinxi scratched the back of his head embarrassedly and said, "I'm afraid of being criticized by you, big brother, so I want to hide it. It won't happen again." "Okay, big brother, shall see I will remember it." Fu Xinxi looks like a good boy. "Brother, it's getting late. Do you want to stay home?" he asked. Since his elder brother was sleeping at home, he felt a little safer, but when his elder brother was not around, he didn't feel safe at all. "Need not." As Fu Jingyu spoke, he glanced towards the window on the 2nd floor. If his grandfather had always been hostile to Wanwan, he would never go back. Wanwan has never offended Grandpa, so why should he talk about her behind her back? Well, bro, I'm going to miss you. Fu Jingyu spoke with a melancholy face. Su Wanwan, who was standing next to them, looked at the two of them interacting with some envy. This might be the benefit of having brothers. Of course, there must be harmony among brothers. Brothers who are not harmonious are like enemies, so let it go. Fu Jingyu looked at Su Wanwan and Fu Xinxi, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. If a person with superpowers appeared in this world, then this world would be doomed to not be peaceful. Therefore, everyone has to learn some life-saving skills. You also need to keep your body healthy and not be knocked down by the wind. Wanwan Shoutzi, are you two free to go to the base? Fu Jingyu asked. Brother, what are Wanwan and I going to the base for? Fu Xinxi looked at the elder brother in front of him in confusion. Did his elder brother want to do something? Su Wanwan, whose name was called, also looked at Fu Jingyu closely, her face full of curiosity. I'll let you guys exercise and teach you how to use a gun and install it quickly. Are you interested? Fu Jingyu glanced at the two of them and found that they both needed to improve their physical fitness. When you go out to collect supplies in the future, you won't be easily bullied by others. Fu Xinxi didn't listen to the first part of his words, but he listened to the rest of his words. A hint of happiness appeared on his face. Is it true? Why would I lie to you? Fu Jingyu was speechless about this innocent brother. Are you afraid that he will cheat? Has he ever lied to anyone? If it wasn't to amuse me, I would definitely be willing to go to the base. Fu Xinxi immediately expressed his opinion, saying that it was rare that his elder brother had time to pay attention to him. I will definitely not let my brother down. Fu Jingyu looked at Su Wanwan and asked, Wanwan, what about you? Are you willing to go to the base for training? Listening to Fu Jingyu's words, Su Wanwan immediately nodded in agreement. I do. She was worried that she couldn't find a suitable training method. She would not have the perseverance to continue training after 2 days. It was not a good habit to fish for 3 days and rest for 2 days. If only someone could supervise her, she would be able to persevere. As long as people have enough food and clothing, they will become lazy. She admitted that she had indeed become lazy and had some procrastination problem. Since Fu Jingyu gave her the opportunity, she must transform herself. Make yourself stronger. Seeing that Su Wanwan also agreed, Fu Jingyu felt a little happier, and his voice became unconsciously gentle, saying, Okay, I'll pick you up at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, so don't stay in bed. Brother, don't worry. When have I ever stayed in bed? Fu Xinxi patted his chest and vowed that he would not stay in bed. But 6 o'clock is a bit early. Since graduating from high school, he has never woken up at 6 o'clock, unless he stayed up all night and was still awake at 6 o'clock the next morning. But in order to be able to show off your gun, you have to get up at 6 o'clock. Okay, I get it too. Su Wanwan responded that getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning was indeed a challenge for someone like her who had difficulty getting up. In order to exercise, she is willing to get up at 6 o'clock. At worst, I can just go to bed early at night. Okay, it's decided. Fu Jingyu also smiled. Afterwards, Fu Jingyu said to Su Wanwan, Qian, let me take you back. No, it's just in front. Just cross the street, and you'll be home in 2 minutes. Su Wanwan declined politely, saying that if she took the car she would have to go around in a circle, so it would be better to just walk. Fu Jingyu had no choice but to say, okay, then you go back. He also had to go back to base. After the ice and snow melt, there are still many things waiting for him to do. Osanli was ignored throughout the whole process. After all, he was an alien and he knew things that others couldn't. Therefore, there is no need for him to go to the base for training as well. Su Wanwan went back with her seeds and had a good hot meal in the evening. Treat yourself. Today is quite tiring. When I opened the door, Datu was already standing at the door. Master, you're back? You're back so late. Big Head said this and couldn't help but yawning. Su Wanwan entered the room and closed the door. The 3 doors were very sturdy. She even locked the last door. The first thing I did when I came back was to stroke the big-headed Catruru's head. Touching Big Head's head, it feels very smooth. Hey, there were some unexpected things today. It was quite a twist. Su Wanwan sighed and continued to stroke his head. When I came back and met such a furry little guy, my mood immediately became much happier. It feels so good. Oh, what happened? I'm curious. Big Head blinked and stared at Su Wanwan with his round eyes. Su Wanwan stood up and walked towards the kitchen, while telling Data what happened during the day. Data followed closely, listening to Su Wanwan's words and occasionally responding with a word or two. I want to go out now. There was a hint of envy in Big Head's voice. It doesn't want to be a left-behind cat, It still wants to go out and explore the world. Now that there is no extreme weather outside, it is the best time to go out for a walk. How about I take you out tomorrow? I'm going to the base tomorrow. You've been there before. Do you remember? Remember. Can you really take me there? Of course, as long as you don't let others know your secrets. It's a bit scary when a cat speaks human language. Don't worry, I won't expose myself. Big Head jumped onto the sofa and made a promise. Su Wanwan tied on an apron, cooked the rice, then opened the refrigerator and took out some radishes, eggs, and sausages. She wants to eat egg fried rice now. The last time I had egg fried rice was when I ordered takeout in the dorm before the apocalypse. The takeaway egg fried rice I ordered was not tasty because it had too much oil in it. Dice radish and sausage and set aside. She took out her frying pan, put some oil in it, fried the eggs and set aside. Chapter 67. I want my mom. Wait for the rice to cook and let it cool directly. Next, heat the oil in a pan, stir-fry the chopped carrots and sausage, then add the reserved eggs, and finally, add the cooled rice and stir-fry directly. Maybe other people's methods are slightly different from hers, but she has always made fried rice this way. I once had an argument with someone about whether to put the egg or the rice in fried rice first. She thinks that putting the eggs first and then the rice should be fried together, so it is called egg fried rice. Some people think that it is better to put the rice in first and then the eggs, so that the dish will be more fragrant when fried. Everyone has their own way of eating it. She likes eating her own way anyway. After eating egg fried rice, Su Wanwan brushed her teeth, washed her face, took a shower, put on a facial mask, then set the alarm clock and lay down on the bed, waiting for tomorrow to come. Fu Xinxi asked Osinli to go back to his room to rest, and he also prepared to go back to his room to rest. When he walked into the living room, he saw his grandfather looking at Fu Xinxi with anger on his face. "Where's your elder brother?" Old man Fu questioned. Fu Xinxi stopped and said slowly, "Of course my brother went back to the base. Does he no longer have this family in his eyes?" Old man Fu knocked the ground with his cane, feeling extremely angry. Listening to what Old man Fu said, Fu Xinxi's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but said, "Grandpa, didn't you say that Big Brother would not come back after he left?" "Big Brother did it. He will not come back after he leaves. Big Brother is listening to you. How can you say that he doesn't care about this family?" Old man Fu's face turned pale. "So you also think it's my fault?" "It was your fault in the first place." Fu Xinxi muttered quietly. In order to avoid being scolded by his grandfather, he shouted in front of his grandfather, "Grandpa, don't take advantage of your age. If you are wrong, you are wrong. You always think you are wrong, but in fact you are extremely wrong." Wanwan went out with us to collect supplies this time. Others picked up a lot of supplies, but she didn't want anything. She just asked for some seeds. He expressed all his dissatisfaction. "You are just like your brother. You are turning your arm outward. She doesn't want supplies? You are probably overthinking it. Maybe she just wants more supplies." Old man Fu snorted, and one by one, they were completely bewitched by Su Wanwan. Still like a man? He doesn't look like a man at all. A real man will not be charmed by a woman. What supplies do they need? They run supermarkets and have plenty of supplies. Grandpa, please don't judge them by your own ideas and perspective, okay? I am really convinced. I have nothing to say to you. Fu Xinxi looked at his grandfather's face, rolled his eyes, and turned away. Old man Fu wanted to say something, but Grandma Fu beside him quickly stopped him. "Just stop talking. How did this family become like this? Don't you know? Wanting and Lena were both driven away by you." Grandma Fu brought up the past events. Old man Fu still doesn't think it's his fault. "Don't mention those two women to me. They are not good women. They just want to enter the Fu family because of their family background. As long as I am here, I will not let those questionable women stay in the Fu family." At this time, Fu Xinxi came out of the room with a gloomy face. It's okay to say he is the eldest brother, but why talk about their mother? He didn't want to pay attention to his grandfather, nor did he want to get angry with him. After all, his grandfather was an old man. But Grandpa shouldn't talk about his mother. What did his mother do wrong to deserve such a response from his grandfather? "Grandpa, my mom is not a questionable woman, and my eldest brother's mom is not a questionable woman either. Why do you always think that others want something from us? You are my grandpa, so I don't want to fall out with you. Don't let me hear these words again. I will be unhappy, really unhappy. Since childhood, everyone else has had a mother, but my elder brother and I didn't." Old man Fu said coldly, "Don't you still have grandparents?" "It's different. I want my mom." Fu Xinxi clenched his hands into fists and spoke through gritted teeth. It would be nice to have grandparents, but he wanted his mother more. Mom is someone that grandparents can never replace. After saying that, Fu Xinxi turned around and went back to his room. He slammed the door shut, using closing the door to vent his dissatisfaction. It is definitely not okay to hit Grandpa, and it is certainly not okay to scold him either. Grandpa doesn't respect him, but he is still a respectful person. Grandma Fu looked at Fu Xinxi's back with some distress, then glanced at the stubborn old man Fu and said, "Look, this house doesn't look like a home." Afterwards, Grandma Fu went back to her room to rest and ignored old man Fu. Everyone was originally fine, but old man Fu insisted on making trouble and made everyone unhappy. I don't feel any regret at all. The next day, Su Wanwan was woken up early by the alarm clock. She sat up slowly, revealing a mask of pain. It's been a long time since I got up so early. This feeling is very painful and uncomfortable. Master, you finally got up. Hurry up and pack up. We will set off soon. Big Head walked in from outside the room with an elegant catwalk. Said to Su Wanwan, who just got up. Su Wanwan fell down again and couldn't help saying, "Why so early? Actually, it's not too late to start exercising at 8 o'clock. It's really painful to get up early, Big Head. I regret it. Last night was exciting. This morning was painful." "Hey, Master, what is there to regret? Today must be a particularly interesting day." Datu is full of yearning to go out and likes going out very much. Su Wanwan dragged her heavy body out of bed and walked towards the bathroom. Most people would need 7 or 8 minutes to brush their teeth and wash their face, but Su Wanwan finished it in just 3 minutes. 2 minutes for brushing your teeth and 30 seconds for washing your face. When you wake up in the morning, just rinse your face with warm water. No need for facial cleanser or anything else. Using too much facial cleanser is not good for your face. The stratum corneum will become thinner, and you will be prone to allergies and redness on your face. She only uses facial cleanser at night. After washing, Su Wanwan changed into a windbreaker, which was warm, rainproof, and convenient for movement. "Big Head, do you want to take your cat food, cat strips, and dried fish with you?" Su Wanwan packed up Dada's things. Dada shook his head and said, "Except for the dried fish, I want everything else." "Why don't you have dried fish?" Su Wanwan asked curiously. This guy doesn't want dried fish. "Actually, I don't like dried fish. Quail is better than dried fish. Chicken jerky is also better than dried fish." Big Head spoke a little pickily. "Really don't like this kind of thing." Su Wanwan put the dried fish down and muttered, "I thought all kittens like to eat dried fish. I prefer fresh small fish." Big Head responded. Chapter 68. I won't starve you to death. Listening to Dada's words, Su Wanwan put all of Dada's food into a bag. He smiled and said, "Okay, when I come back, I'll go to the fish pond in the space and catch some fish for you." Datu was very happy listening to Su Wanwan's words. "Really? That's great." Big Head's eyes were shining, and he wanted to eat the fresh fish. At this time, she heard the sound of a car downstairs. Su Wanwan hurried to the side to check and found that it was Fu Jingyu who drove over. "Wanwan, you can come down now." Fu Jingyu had already seen Su Wanwan standing by the window. He raised his hand and waved at Su Wanwan. "Okay, I'll be right down." After Su Wanwan finished speaking, she walked downstairs with a space bag on her back and a lot of food in her hands. It was just getting gritty outside at this time, and there was a hint of chill in the air, so the windbreaker on my body was just enough to keep me warm. "Can I take Big Head with me?" Su Wanwan was holding a space bag with a big head inside, and she asked Fu Jingyu a question. Afraid that Fu Jingyu would not agree, Su Wanwan quickly added, "I am worried about leaving the big head alone at home, so it is better to bring it with you." "Well, then just keep it with you. It's quite cold outside. Get in the car quickly." Fu Jingyu nodded in agreement. Seeing that the man agreed, Su Wanwan curved her lips, got into the car with her husband, and sat in the back seat. "Go pick up Xiaozi now. If you get carsick, you can open the window." Fu Jingyu glanced at Su Wanwan in the rearview mirror. Today, Su Wanwan was wearing a windbreaker, and her long hair, which was originally scattered casually, was tied up into a high ponytail, making her look even more youthful and energetic. The fair and delicate little face seems like water can be squeezed out of it. "Okay." Su Wanwan responded, and then she felt the car start to move. She was slightly excited and a little nervous. Fortunately, she didn't go to training alone. Fu Xinxi was with her. Soon, we arrived at the Fu family hotel villa. Fu Jingyu did not get out of the car, but turned on the headlights and waited in the car for Fu Xinxi to get out. After a while, Fu Xinxi came out with a backpack on his back, wearing black casual clothes and a black baseball cap. There are 2 English characters on the baseball cap. "Go, go, go, it's freezing outside." Fu Xinxi sat directly in the passenger seat and urged Fu Jingyu to drive faster. As he came in, a chill filled the car. The coldness disappeared in a moment. It's warm all around. Who told you to wear so little clothes? Fu Jingyu glanced at Fu Xinxi and estimated that he was only wearing 2 pieces of clothing, and the inner one was most likely a short-sleeved shirt. He knew Fu Xinxi's dressing style. No matter how cold the weather was, he would always wear a short-sleeved shirt underneath, never any long sleeves. There are other clothes worn over the short-sleeved shirt, but today, there should be only one coat. I thought it would be hot and sweaty because I had training today, so I wore 2 fewer layers of clothes. Fu Xinxi chuckled. Although it is a little cold now, I will definitely feel hot during training. At that time, I might have to take off my coat and only wear a short-sleeved shirt for training. Fu Jingyu ignored him and drove away. On the way, Fu Xinxi asked curiously, "Brother, what do you think we should eat in the morning?" "Don't worry, you won't starve to death." Fu Jingyu responded that he hadn't even started training yet, and he was already thinking about what to eat. "Do you have a cafeteria there? What if there are not so many people in the cafeteria?" Isn't this just a nonsense question? With so many people, they should eat a lot every day, right? With so few supplies now, how can we feed so many people? Fu Xinxi couldn't help but worry. There are nearly 100 people, and most of them are strong men. They consume a lot of physical energy, so naturally they eat more. I'm afraid it's not that easy for those people to survive. Why are you worrying so much? Fu Jingyu was driving and responded to Fu Xinxi. There were no other vehicles or even people on the road, so there was no need to wait for the traffic light and you could just go straight through. The car was also going fast. Isn't this for your own good, brother? There's really no need for that. The base never keeps idle people. Everyone is self-sufficient. The professor is also researching seeds that can adapt to extreme weather conditions. Oh, that's good. Have you researched the seeds? Fu Xinxi asked questions like a curious baby. The taciturn Fu Jingyu was forced to speak a lot. Just shut up. Don't ask about confidential matters like this. Fu Jingyu simply evaded the question. The experiments are only in the early stages now, and it will take at least a year to develop seeds that can adapt to extreme weather. It may even take longer. It's not something that can be successful in one go. Oh. Fu Xinxi finally calmed down, closed his mouth and stopped talking. Su Wanwan looked at the scenery outside the window. Before the end of the world, at this time, there should have been sanitation workers cleaning the city and some vendors doing business on the road. Everyone gets up early and rushes around for a living. Occasionally there would be patrol cars. But now, everything outside was quiet, as if there were only 3 of them left in the city. There was a sense of desolation and silence everywhere. Su Wanwan really doesn't like this kind of atmosphere. There is no trace of worldly affairs at all. After experiencing the baptism of disaster, the city became riddled with holes. I still remember that before the end of the world, although Jingang City was not a developed city, it was also a small city with a medium-level economy. A few hours' drive away there are some small port towns, which is the small town where she went to pick up supplies yesterday. It has been almost flooded by seawater. As the car was moving, a large black bird suddenly attacked and pecked a snowflake out of the windshield with its sharp beak. Fu Jingyu did not stop the car, but stepped on the accelerator to low. Immediately said, "You two sit tight." Fu Xinxi quickly fastened his seatbelt to avoid being thrown out. He shouted, "Fuck, that black bird just now seems to be the same black bird that pecked Sumya's blind before. I just don't know if it's the same bird." As soon as he finished speaking, the bird from before caught up and pecked at the glass behind him. Su Wanwan looked at the big black bird outside the window. Its eyes looked very fierce, so she quickly squatted down. I had never encountered any mutated animals in my previous life. Everything you are experiencing now is not exactly the same as what you experienced in your previous life. Or did she remember it wrong? Su Wanwan also began to doubt whether she had remembered it wrongly. After the car drove for a long distance, the big bird disappeared. Only then did Fu Jingyu slow down the car. Chapter 69 Base Training. Fu Jingyu looked back at Su Wanwan and asked with concern, "Wanwan, are you hurt?" Just now, in order to avoid the pursuit of the strange bird, he had stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The car drifted directly when turning, and the people sitting in the car might feel very uncomfortable because the front windshield had been pecked. "Yeah, don't worry, I'm fine." Su Wanwan shook her head. If she wasn't injured, she would just feel a little nauseous. She didn't know whether the strange bird outside had really gone away, and she didn't dare to open the window. Big Head hid in the space back. He felt he was the safest. Hiding inside, the strange birds outside should not be able to do anything to him. If you want to do anything with it, you have to kill its owner and those 2 people. "Brother, I'm in trouble. I hit my head on the glass." Fu Xinxi touched his head and said something with some grievance. His head hit the glass with a bang. Fu Jingyu took a look and said, "Fortunately, the glass is not broken." "Ah, brother, you are such a dog. You don't care about me but the glass instead?" Fu Xinxi spoke with a shocked look on his face. Is this really his biological brother? Actually saying that about him? That's too much. Since you can still speak, it must be okay. Fu Jingyu responded calmly, with a hint of humor. If there was really something going on, Fu Xinxi would not use this tone. He knew Fu Xinxi. "Huh, I really don't want to talk to you anymore." Fu Xinxi snorted and turned his face away. He had never seen such a cruel brother. Su Wanwan was listening to the conversation between Fu Xinxi and Fu Jingyu from behind. She didn't expect that Fu Jingyu had such a side. "I always thought that this man only had a serious side, but I never expected that he could have such humorous moments." They soon arrived at the base. It was just time for breakfast, and the strong men walked towards the cafeteria. They now have less time for training as they have to go out to look for supplies, build city walls, and do planting and cleaning. Everyone divided the work and cooperated with each other. Those with special abilities went out to look for supplies, while those without special abilities planted, cleaned, or trimmed the city walls. Their wounds just heal quickly, and currently they still don't know what kind of supernatural powers they have. It is really sad to have superpowers, but not know how to use them. Ma Chao and Wang Lei saw Fu Jingyu getting out of the car, and next to him was Fu Xinxi, the captain's younger brother, and the other one was Su Wanwan, the captain's friend. The two looked at Su Wanwan and Fu Xinxi and immediately said, "I'm really sorry for what happened before. Although the incident has passed and is over, it does not mean that it has never happened. You still have to apologize when you meet." Now, they have become part of the base. "It's okay. I've long forgotten what happened before. Are you two okay?" Fu Xinxi waved his hands. As long as the other party was willing to admit his mistake, he was still a relatively generous person. He is willing to forgive Wang Lei and Ma Chao. Seeing that Fu Xinxi had forgiven both of them, Su Wanwan had nothing to say. What's more, the injuries of these two people were quite serious at the time. Ma Chao chuckled, scratched his head, and said, "Luckily, he is a superpower and his injuries healed quickly, otherwise he would be doomed." "I'm glad you're all right. Are you guys going out now?" Fu Xinxi asked curiously. The two men were wearing black windbreakers, carrying a backpack, and had pistols on their waists. He looks majestic and has a tall and straight figure, which is completely different from his previous gangster appearance. Now they are upright and honest, like good people. "Yes, we are considered psychics, so we have to go out and pick up supplies. After all, there are so many people in the base, and everyone needs to fill their stomachs, and we can't waste the supplies outside." Ma Chao responded. His favorite thing is to pick up supplies, which is as fun as buying them for free. If you find something useful, or you like it, just pick it up. It's so cool. "When are you leaving? Are you picking them up inside Jinggang City?" Fu Xinxi wanted to go out with them to collect supplies. The supplies in the neighboring city, Jinggang City, will be left for the people in the safe zone to pick up. Ma Chao responded. There are not many safe zones in the entire Chinese country, but there are more than 200 cities of all sizes. The supplies in Jinggang City will eventually be picked up. Now they can only go outside to pick up supplies. Otherwise, all the supplies in Jinggang City would not be able to feed so many people. Nowadays, the only medical care available is at the base, but due to limited doctors and medical supplies, serious illnesses cannot be treated and people can only wait to die. It can only treat some simple diseases. Fu Jingyu took Fu Xinxi and Su Wanwan to the cafeteria to eat. The food in the cafeteria in the morning was not very rich, and there was very little meat. No one cares that much. It's good enough to have something to eat. Who wants to eat meat? There will be no meat unless there are animals left alive. So, when Su Wanwan carried Datu to the cafeteria, she immediately attracted the attention of others. Cat meat. However, none of them have ever eaten cat meat. They heard that cat meat is very sour, but they don't know if it is true. When there is food, they will not attack the cats, but when there is no food, that may not be the case. Big Head also saw those looks. It seemed that these people wanted to eat him. I saw the big-headed man with a sullen face and gloomy eyes looking back at those people. Are these guys crazy about meat? If you eat cat meat, are you still a human being? It really is. It seems that Big Head is very popular. Fu Xinxi next to him couldn't help but joke that he had a lot of frozen meat at home, but he would never share his frozen meat. Everyone is sharing, so what will he eat in the future? He is also a person who likes to eat meat. How can we do without meat? Besides, there are so many people here, and I don't know how many days the frozen meat in his house will last. Just keep it for yourself. A bowl of porridge, a bowl of noodles, and 2 white steamed buns were his breakfast. Su Wanwan just ordered a bowl of soy sauce noodles and a bowl of porridge. Judging from the food, it is indeed not that good. But in this era of food scarcity, it is good to have a hot meal. What more meat do you want? Fu Jingyu's breakfast is exactly the same as Fu Xinxi's breakfast. Su Wanwan looked at their breakfast and smiled teasingly. You two are indeed brothers. Even the food you eat is exactly the same. I have to say that men's appetite is much bigger than women's. When Su Wanwan finished drinking the bowl of porridge, her stomach was already 50% full. After eating some fried noodles, she was almost 70% full. There was at least some normal fried noodles left in the bowl. She really couldn't eat anymore. I really don't dare to eat too much because I still have training later. Don't eat too much during training, as it will make you uncomfortable. No, I really can't finish the remaining half bowl of noodles. Chapter 70 Physical Fitness Test. Su Wanwan didn't dare to waste it. It was really wrong to waste it this time. Although they were not her own supplies, she still had to cherish them. Just because it belongs to someone else, does it mean we can waste it? If you don't have a bag, pack it up for me and eat it later. Su Wanwan thought about it and decided to pack it up and eat it when she was hungry later. She eats less and sometimes gets hungry faster. Give it to me. It will get cold if you pack it up. It won't taste good if it's cold. Fu Jingyu said as he brought over Su Wanwan's half bowl of noodles. He could eat it. He didn't mind at all that this was Su Wanwan's leftovers. He started eating as if no one was around, and he enjoyed the meal very much. Seeing this, Fu Xinxi, who was standing next to him, raised his chopsticks and muttered, "Brother, give me some, so I can try the fried noodles to see if they are delicious." He never ate fried noodles before. My eldest brother is just like him and doesn't eat fried noodles much. But now the eldest brother was eating fried noodles, and it seemed like it was delicious, so he also wanted to try a little bit. You don't need too much, just a little bit is fine. Fu Jingyu put down the bowl and said, "You said it too late. I ate it all." He said a few words indifferently, his dark eyes hiding his little thoughts. "Brother, you eat too fast. Is your mouth the mouth of the abyss?" "It's whatever you think it is." Fu Jingyu did not argue with Fu Xinxi. After dinner, Fu Jingyu was called away by a subordinate, leaving Su Wanwan and Fu Xinxi wandering around the base. Su Wanwan also took the opportunity to let Dado out to play, and soon Dado fell into the arms of a group of strong men. There were even a few strong men who spoke to Big Head in a clipped voice, which left Big Head speechless. Can't these grown men just talk properly? They have to use clip sounds. Fu Xinxi looked at the armored vehicles in the base and couldn't help but click his tongue. Is this thing real or a model? He touched it and felt it was real. The military green armored vehicle is his favorite thing. The lines are very beautiful, like a graceful beauty. It's really hard to put it down. Su Wanwan was not interested in this thing, so she walked away. I thought there weren't many girls here, but soon I saw 2 or 3 nurses. At this time, Li Juanxing walked over here and saw Su Wanwan and Fu Xinxi at a glance. Su Wanwan, long time no see. It was not the first time that Li Juanxing met Su Wanwan, and he greeted her warmly. Haven't seen you for a long time. Su Wanwan nodded. Then, Li Juanxing looked at Fu Xinxi next to him. He shouted, "Second master, what are you looking at? An armored vehicle. Is this thing real or just a model?" Fu Xinxi turned around and asked Li Juanxing curiously. He couldn't tell whether it was real or a model. It feels like it's real, but also like a model. It's hard to tell what's real and what's fake. Of course it's real. The things we have here can't be fake. Do you want to go up and try it? Li Juanxing asked with his arms folded across his chest and a sly smile on his face. Fu Xinxi nodded hurriedly and said immediately, "Yes, I want to try it." "Then you have to talk to your eldest brother. If you get his consent, you can go up." Li Juanxing raised his eyebrows and looked at Fu Xinxi leisurely. "Let's see if Fu Xinxi will tell the boss. You want me to talk to my brother? Forget it. I'll be damned if my brother will agree to this." Fu Xinxi instantly felt like a frosted eggplant. The excitement in his heart came and went quickly. "Come on, your brother asked me to train you too. Let's try your physical fitness test first." Li Juanxing walked towards the playground. This task is relatively easy. The boss has assigned Su Wanwan and Fu Xinxi to him, so he has to be a good instructor. Fu Xinxi followed Li Juanxing and asked curiously, "Where is my brother? He asked you to lead us. Where is he going?" "The boss has a lot of things to do. He is very busy. Don't you know how strict your brother is? I can even give you some water and let you relax for a while." Li Juanxing spoke righteously. Of course, what he said was false. If you have been caught in the rain, you will definitely tear other people's umbrellas into pieces. It also lets Fu Xinxi and Su Wanwan experience how he was once devilishly trained by the boss. It's exciting to think about. That's a good feeling. Fu Xinxi believed it, and a smile appeared on his innocent face. Li Juanqing turned to Su Wanwan and said, Wanwan, if you're too tired, please tell me. This statement is true. After all, girls' physical fitness is not as good as boys. You can add some water at night, but not too much. Fu Xinxi can't let up at all. Okay. Su Wanwan nodded. She was also a little worried about her physical condition. Li Juanqing held the stopwatch tightly in his hand, looked at the man and woman in front of him, and said seriously, Next, you will run around this playground. Keep running and don't stop. Then how long will it take to run? Fu Xinxi looked at the playground. This lap of 400 meters didn't seem too difficult to complete, but it was actually quite difficult. Run until you can't run anymore. Ah, Instructor Li, are you planning to tire us both to death? Listening to Li Juanqing's words, Fu Xinxi felt like he was doomed. Didn't we agree to release the water? Asking him to run until he can't run anymore, this is not letting him go at all. You won't die of exhaustion. I went through this the same way. I had sandbags tied to my legs. At least you don't have sandbags tied to your legs, right? Li Juanqing said as a matter of course. It seems like Fu Xinxi was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, but doesn't know how to appreciate it. But, okay, stop talking. If you don't want me to control you, go talk to the boss. It's just one sentence whether you want to run or not. Li Juanqing interrupted what Fu Xinxi was about to say and spoke with a serious expression. There was a hint of threat in the words. I'll run. Can't I just run? Fu Xinxi didn't want his elder brother to come at all. After hearing Li Juanqing say that he ran with sandbags tied to his body, he thought that his elder brother must be a pervert when it comes to training. If you let big brother come, you'll be courting death. Okay, let's warm up and get ready to start. A smug smile appeared on Li Juanqing's face. Su Wanwan was doing warm-up exercises to open her joints, while asking Li Juanqing, Coach Li, is there any speed requirement for running? No, if not, just leave. There's no time limit, right? Yes, there is no time limit. It depends on when you can run no longer. Li Juanqing responded in a very friendly manner. Fu Xinxi felt jealous when he saw it. Okay, I understand. As long as there are no time or speed restrictions, she can keep jogging for a long time. If she was running fast, she would feel the pressure on her legs before she even started, as if they were heavy with lead and she couldn't lift them. Chapter 71 Romance. Li Juanqing watched Su Wanwan and Fu Xinxi warm up about 3 minutes later. He asked, Are you two warmed up yet? All right. Fu Xinxi and Su Wanwan spoke in unison and looked at each other. Li Juanqing held the timer in his hand and said slowly, Since you two are ready, start running. When I say ready 1, 2, 3, you run. Okay. Fu Xinxi responded. He and Su Wanwan were already ready. It was originally just a physical fitness test, but Su Wanwan felt that Li Juanqing made it too formal, so her legs felt like they were filled with lead, very heavy, and she could hardly lift them. Ready 1, 2, 3. Afterwards, Su Wanwan felt that Fu Xinxi beside her ran past her like a flash of lightning. Looking at Fu Xinxi's back, Su Wanwan opened her mouth. Could it be that this guy treated this as a competition? Running too fast. Her legs were so weak, as if they were filled with lead. I can only run slowly behind. When she had run about 300 meters, Fu Xinxi caught up with her. Others were already running their second lap, but she hadn't even finished her first lap. Su Wanwan conserved her energy and didn't run very fast, but ran slowly. By the third lap, Fu Xinxi was exhausted, but he was still able to keep running. The same speed as Su Wanwan. This guy was 2 laps ahead of her. Seeing Fu Xinxi jogging beside her, Su Wanwan couldn't help but ask, Why are you running so fast alone? Now you know you don't have the energy to run? There was a hint of teasing in Su Wanwan's voice. This guy just ran really fast as if his legs were equipped with Hot Wheels. Yeah, I don't have any strength left now. I can only run slowly like you. Fu Xinxi responded. He really doesn't have the strength to run fast now. You should have run slowly like me a long time ago. Seeing you run so fast gives me a lot of pressure. Su Wanwan couldn't help but say something. She was really scared. Hey, I'm a man after all. If I run slower than you, Instructor Li will say I can't do it anymore. Ultimately, it is for my dignity as a man. He has to defend his dignity as a man and can't be too bad. All right. Su Wanwan was speechless. The next 2 people did not continue talking because they were too tired. I can't even breathe. Su Wanwan ran 8 laps, more than 3,000 meters. Fu Jingyu ran 10.5 laps, more than 4,000 meters. Both of them fell down on the rubber track due to exhaustion. Su Wanwan lay on the rubber track, looking at the sky, gasping for breath. It seemed that her legs had lost sensation and she could no longer feel her legs. How is it? How does it feel? Li Juanxing looked at the two people on the ground with a smile on his face. The physical fitness of these two people was pretty good. If you can last more than 5 laps, you are considered qualified. Fu Xinxi and Su Wanwan could hear Li Juanxing talking, but they couldn't answer him. They really need a rest. First, let's announce your times. Su Wanwan took 28 minutes and 35 seconds, and Fu Xinxi took 29 minutes and 6 seconds. One completed 8 laps, and the other completed 10.5 laps. You two aren't much different in grades. Overall, Fu Xinxi's method is better, as he runs more and takes less time. Okay, go and rest for half an hour, we will continue later. Li Juanxing had a devilish smile on his face. It's not over yet, it's just beginning. 5 minutes later, Su Wanwan sat up from the rubber track and rubbed her legs gently. There are wild fruits with special powers in her space. Now she has no other extraordinary qualities except her brute force. It's a pity that the fruit with special abilities cannot allow the abilities to be stacked, which is a great pity. If she could superimpose all these, she would definitely be an all-round genius. Polygonal warrior. Fu Xinxi also sat up and said breathlessly, I hate running. It feels like my soul has been run away. Me too, what I hate most is running. Su Wanwan also said that she hates running. It will make people very tired. I felt like a fish out of water, dying. My throat and chest ached, and I felt like I could cough up blood. This might be an extreme sport. That guy Li Juanxing was gone. Only Su Wanwan and Fu Xinxi were on the rubber track. At this time, a nurse from the inpatient building was seen running towards another building. Fu Jingyu happened to be coming down the stairs and almost bumped into the nurse. From a distance, I could only see the nurse and Fu Jingyu talking about something. Wanwan, look at my brother. I see. Su Wanwan sat on the rubber track, still feeling like she hadn't recovered from the shock. His eyes were fixed on Fu Jingyu. The nurse had a smile on her face, but her eyes were shy, and she seemed afraid to look at Fu Jingyu. Fu Xinxi touched his chin and said faintly, that nurse seems to be interested in my brother. Hee hee, I didn't expect that Big Brother still has good luck with women here. I'm so envious. He said this with some emotion. Su Wanwan glanced at Fu Xinxi and asked, do you like that nurse too? No, I don't even know her. How could I possibly like her? I don't like her, don't get me wrong. Fu Xinxi quickly waved his hands, saying that even if he liked her, he had to know who she was. Su Wanwan looked at the scene and didn't want to look at it any longer, so she simply turned away. Does your brother like that nurse? She asked seemingly unintentionally. I don't know. He probably doesn't like it. If he did, why would my brother be so cold to me? Fu Xinxi shook his head. That's because your big brother is so charming that he attracts other girls. Su Wanwan said lightly. Maybe. The half-hour break passed quickly, and Li Juanxing appeared in front of Su Wanwan and Fu Xinxi again. Have you two rested? Li Juanxing came in front of the two people in high spirits. Su Wanwan and Fu Xinxi could only stand up, and Fu Xinxi still felt his legs were a little weak. It's barely half recovered. It's better to give us another 2 hours of rest. Fu Xinxi put forward his own request. Li Juanxing looked at the time, shook his head, and said faintly, no, 2 hours is too long. An hour, then? Fu Xian declined and asked for another hour. Even an hour would be fine. He could still take a nap. He feels a little sleepy now. Maybe I used up too much energy and didn't sleep well last night. No, 1 hour is too long. We must cherish time now and not waste it. Li Juanxing shook his head and still disagreed. Chapter 72, Is my eldest brother so cruel? How long do you think the break will be? Fu Xinxi asked back and followed Li Juanxing's arrangements. If 1 hour isn't enough, 30 minutes will be fine, right? Li Juanxing thought for a moment, held up 3 fingers and said, I can only give you 3 minutes of rest time. What? 3 minutes is called a rest? Then don't give us a rest. Fu Xinxi was in despair. 3 minutes was not a rest time. It was just a blink of an eye. Li Juanxing smiled and said, okay, since you said you don't want to rest, then I won't rest. Come with me, the next project is pushing tires. As Li Juanxing spoke, he took Su Wanwan and Fu Xinxi to the place where the tires were pushed. Fu Xinxi looked at the tires on the ground, which were the tires on the truck. It doesn't look like it should be that difficult. It's just some rubber anyway. How heavy can it be? This one looks simpler. Fu Xinxi said lightly. Li Juanxing, who was standing next to him, couldn't help laughing when he heard this. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your ignorance. Since you say it's easy, then you'll be successful if you can roll the tire from here to there, and then from there to here. Li Juanxing said with a smile, waiting to see the show. This is easy. Fu Xinxi spoke confidently. Then, Li Juanxing was heard saying, I'm not telling you to roll. I'm telling you to flip. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's easy for me. Fu Xinxi rolled up his sleeves and prepared to work hard. Li Juanxing next to him spoke again. Go and flip over the smaller tires. These tires are too heavy. Heavy? How heavy can this tire be? Fu Xinxi asked contemptuously, estimating that it weighed about 100 pounds. Li Juanxing stretched out 2 fingers. It's only 200 pounds. I can still push it over if I grit my teeth. Fu Xinxi didn't take it seriously. 200 pounds, it's just a little bit difficult. Li Juanxing sneered and said, listen carefully. It's 200 kilograms, 400 caddies. After hearing these words, the contempt on Fu Xinxi's face disappeared. 400 pounds, are you sure? To be precise, it's a little over 400. Li Juanxing emphasized seriously. Fu Xinxi really underestimated these tires. Ignorance is bliss. More than 400. Fu Xinxi was dumbfounded. The tire looked quite light, but it could be so heavy. Then the small one here should only weigh 200 kilograms. Fu Xinxi came to the smaller tires and decided to push these tires. Li Juanxing's words once again broke Fu Xinxi's cognition. Each of these smaller tires probably weighs more than 300 pounds. Seeing Fu Xinxi's bitter face, Li Juanxing smiled, and his smile was triumphant, like a cunning old fox. Ah, this? The corners of Fu Xinxi's mouth twitched. He felt that this was beyond his understanding. Does it feel outrageous? It's just so outrageous. At the beginning, your eldest brother made us roll back and forth 5 times. If you don't want to embarrass you, you can just roll once. Li Juanxing showed an evil smile on his face. He can't control the eldest brother, but he can control the eldest brother's younger brother. Fuck, is my big brother so cruel? Upon hearing this, Fu Xinxi was shocked. Fortunately, the person who came to supervise and guide was not the eldest brother, but Li Juanxing. If the eldest brother came to supervise and guide, he would have to roll back and forth at least 3 times. That's not that cruel. You haven't seen your eldest brother's iron-fisted methods. Li Juanxing shook his head. This is bullshit. At most, it's an appetizer. He would not let Fu Xinxi and Su Wanwan train those difficult exercises. I have never seen it, and I don't want to see it. I only know that my brother is a man of steel. The man he admires most is his elder brother. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get started. Li Juanxing shut his mouth. He had never held a grudge against his boss because of training issues. The intensive training is also to enable them to cope with the situation with ease on the battlefield. Su Wanwan came to the tire weighing more than 400 kilograms and said, I'll push this tire. Wanwan, you should push the lighter tires. Li Juanxing suggested. He could torture Fu Xinxi, but he let it go late. At this time, girls are so rare. They are considered a rare species and must be protected. There are more than 100 people here, but only 7 or 8 of them are girls, and 2 of them are married. No, I'll just push this. I can do it. Su Wanwan knew that this was cheating, but she had no other choice. If she wanted to eliminate the current effect, she had to eat another wild fruit. After going down, you will gain new special abilities. As for what the new special ability is, she doesn't know either. Just let it happen. Seeing Su Wanwan was so determined, Li Juanxing said, then push it carefully. If it doesn't work, change to another tire. Okay. Su Wanwan looked at the tire lying on the ground and asked again, can I lift the tire up? If you have the ability to lift it, then lift it. It's very heavy. I think you are only about 100 kilograms, and this tire is several times your weight. Li Juanxing looked at Su Wanwan, then at the tire on the ground. Did Su Wanwan underestimate the 400 kilograms? Before he could finish his words, Su Wanwan easily lifted the 400-pound tire from the ground over his head. This scene shocked Li Juanxing, who was standing next to him. Su Wanwan was seen holding a 400-pound tire and walking past him with her head held high, then walking back from the other side with her head held high. Throw it directly on the ground, and a shallow sand pit will be created. Fu Xinxi knew that Su Wanwan had the ability of a strong man, but he was still shocked when he saw this scene. Li Juanxing swallowed hard and couldn't help but said, Wanwan, I didn't expect you to be such a strong man. How did you do it? Were you a weightlifting champion? No, I'm just an ordinary girl. Su Wanwan smiled slightly, full of mystery. Li Juanxing stared at Su Wanwan. To be honest, you are stronger than the boss. I guess you can easily lift the boss up by the hand. This girl is really strong. I haven't tried it yet. I'll try it when I have a chance. Su Wanwan responded humorously. Li Juanxing looked at Fu Xinzi and said, it's your turn to perform next. Okay, just watch. Fu Xinzi responded, feeling that 300 pounds wouldn't be that heavy as long as he didn't lift it completely. After saying that, Fu Xinzi lifted the tire with great effort, then pushed it down, then lifted it up again, and pushed it down again. After about 3 times, Fu Xinzi felt that his hands had no strength left. It's impossible to move it at all. No, this can't be moved. Li Juanxing laughed. That's not what you said before.